Welcome to this meeting of Highland Council. This meeting will be filmed and broadcast on the internet, the Highland Council website, and will be available for viewing for 12 months thereafter. I'd remind members in the chamber.
Somebody's got
And whoever has the microphone on can kindly switch it off. I'll go back to the beginning. No. Members, your microphones and laptop speakers must be turned off. Will we try again? That's it. I remind members in the chamber to mute their mobile devices, including their laptops. And for those attending remotely, would they kindly keep their microphones muted unless they're actually speaking in debate? The meeting chat facility must only be used for motions and amendments. So kindly do not use the in-meeting chat. There are other ways for you to contact other members without using the in-meeting chat. Now I'd like to call the roll, and I'll hand you over to Stuart.
Thank you, Convener, and good morning, members. So starting with those members in the chamber, I ask you to confirm your attendance by pressing the green button when the lights start to flash. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Thank you, members. And then go around those members participating remotely, confirm their attendance, and I'll start with Councillor Baldry.
Present.
Councillor Gunn.
Present, Stuart.
Councillor Hutchison.
present, thank you.
Councillor Barbara Jarvie.
Morning, present.
Councillor Willie Mackay.
Present.
Councillor McLennan.
Present.
Councillor McGilvray.
Holding the 14th January, Stuart.
Councillor Miller.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Morrison.
Present. Morning, Stuart.
And Councillor Reese's card's not working, so I have to call Councillor Rees.
Present.
Councillor Rosie.
Morning, everyone. Present.
And convener this morning, we have apologies from Councillor Graham, Councillor Angus MacDonald, and Councillor Nolan.
Yes, so we have a late apology from Tamara Cllr, who's been called to hospital.
Any declarations of interest that you haven't already notified members? And thank you very much for doing that. It really helps when you do it in advance. So thank you.
Yes, thank you, convener. And just to echo those thanks, it does make a huge difference to us if we get these in advance. So we've got no declarations of interest in respect of the business today. I have a number of transparency statements. So the following members have applied the objective test, reviewed their position in relation to the items and any personal connection, and do not consider they have an interest to declare. And those members are Councillor Cameron in respect of item 9, as his wife is a teacher at Charleston Academy. Councillor Christie in respect of items 9 and 10 as a non-executive director of NHS Highland. Councillor Monroe in respect of item 11 as a director of Sky Connect. And Councillor Reid in respect of item 14.8 as a respite provider.
Members, before we continue into the main part of the meeting, firstly, just a few words from me of thanks to Jim McGrath, who just really showed us what we can do to help save someone's life. So thank you very much, Jim. I think it was really appreciated. And maybe now that some of us will get through the rest of the meeting. Now I'd like to ask Councillor Morven-May MacCallum to say a few words.
Thank you. I'd firstly like to extend my huge gratitude for the opportunity to get to speak to you all this morning. As many of you know, Lyme disease is the subject close to my heart. And I know that many of you in this chamber have also been profoundly affected by this disease too. On the 1st of May, a survey conducted by Lyme Resource Centre was published at the Scottish Parliament event Step into Lyme Light. The survey revealed that 70% of participants were infected with Lyme disease in the Highlands. And even more shockingly, that 42% of these people were not aware of what Lyme disease was before they were infected, which highlights the huge amount of work that we need to do in order to protect the people in our community. We are, unfortunately, a hotspot for this terrible disease. We live in a beautiful area full of fields, woodland, and farmland, and this is where 60% of those participants were infected, 20% of which were infected in their own back gardens. That is why I'm so grateful to get to highlight to you that May is Lyme Disease Awareness Month. And following on from the huge success of the parliamentary event, castles, monuments, statues, universities, bridges across the whole of the UK have been lit in lime green to mark the occasion. Some of you may know that Ness Bridge was lit in lime green last weekend for this occasion, and I thank the Inverness members for granting that permission. But what many of you might not know is that this monumental movement across the whole of the UK all started at Ness Bridge a few years ago. Despite how much work still needs done in regards to raising awareness, we do have a proud history of highlighting and raising awareness of this disease. And I would like to encourage all of you here to do the same by doing what you can to raise awareness in your wards. Be that sharing a post online, putting up a poster, putting up a Lyme Resource Centre sign on one of your local walks, finding a spot in your own ward to light up in lime green, in solidarity of those who are suffering, recovering, and working tirelessly to prevent others from becoming infected. Thank you very much.
Morven-May, thank you very much for doing that. As someone who had 2 courses of antibiotics last year from my own garden, it's an important issue, and thank you for highlighting it. And I'm sure, members, if any of you have any questions, I'm sure over lunch or at any other time, Morven-May will be quite happy to assist with any questions. Members, we now move to item 3 on your agenda, which is the confirmation of minutes. And I submit the minutes of the council meeting on the 14th of March as contained in the volume and in the minutes. So I'm looking for a seconder. Councillor Gowns. I now move the item 4, the minutes of committees, with the exception of the Economy and Infrastructure Committee, where there's a starred item. Councillor Gowns.
Thank you, Convener. There is indeed a starred item. It refers to the position of putting someone on the board for the Flow Country, which is Councillor Morven-May, and hopefully we can agree that.
Do you have a second? Can we agree that, please? And the final minute, members, is the minute of the redesign board on the 28th of March. I look for a seconder. Have a second. Members, we now move to item 6 on your agenda, membership of the council. Members, it was with sadness that we come to terms with the passing of one of our most well-liked members. Alistair Ryan was first elected to serve on the Highland Council in 1999 for Ward 19, 10 West. He was serving a 5th term as an independent councillor, having been elected in 2022 to Ward 7, 10 in Easter Ross. Alistair was a former deputy leader of the council and was a committed member of many, many council committees. Above all else, he was a committed local member who worked tirelessly for his local community. He's a sad loss to the people of 10 in Easter Ross and to this chamber, where he always played a fully active part in debate, regularly surprising us all. It'll be a very hard act to follow. Members, I'm sure you will join me in expressing our deepest condolences to his family, friends, and those he has left behind. Thank you. Councillor Christie.
Thank you. A lot of us have known Alistair for many, many years, and I can recall many conversations with him over citizens' advice. Now, Alistair was not someone that had been on the Citizens' Advice Board, but he always took time when I met him, whether it be in the old members' library at the back or in the members' lounge, or occasionally he would ring me up to discuss benefits issues, people in debt, people with housing problems, and seek guidance, advice. I really don't know why he rang me up to seek guidance, advice, because he knew the answers all the time. And he was very thorough in the way that he actually carried out his casework in his area. But I think that interest that he showed in citizens' advice showed that his care and compassion went much further than just being a member of the council, and it went to the heart of things. He wanted to understand what bedroom tax actually meant, and I can remember having a long discussion with him, and we actually got paper out and drew it out as to what bedroom tax meant for people. So I think Alistair will be remembered not only for what he contributed to this chamber, but also what he contributed in his community, which was immense. Let's face it, he was well liked, well respected, and one of the hardest working councillors that I've actually served with. Thank you.
Councillor Ross.
My tribute really is probably more personal. I've known Alistair for 45 years plus, and everything that you've both said so far, I've been hearing that throughout our ward time and time again. I just like to see that I miss him. You drive down the high street, he's not there. He's usually there with his waistcoat, file under his arm, going off in for a cup of coffee, chatting to everybody. You miss that. I'm missing that phone call that I would get every week. How's things going, Maureen? You need anything? What's happening in the chamber? Are you heading up to Inverness this week? Just that chat. I miss that. I also miss the banter because he used to take the mick out of me quite a bit. I miss that very much so. And I miss the fact that I can't lift the phone anymore and just say, Alistair, now there's flooding at the bottom of such and such a drive. Who do I go to? He would tell me, and he would allow me to do it because he knew I was still learning so much of the job. So yes, I miss him. And everybody I'm meeting on the street comes up and say, gosh, we miss Alistair. His influence went out far and beyond just the Tain ward. I've known him in the community for donkey's years. I've known him in church life. We both were fellow Christians. And knowing him he got me here actually. I said no at first, but he kept on coming back and I'm here today. So he was persistent and he knew what he wanted. And yes, I do miss him, but I'm thinking of his family. I miss him. I valued him, but I'm sure their missing is great. And I just want to say thank you for everything that he's done for me over the years as a community worker. So that's my tribute to Alistair. Thank you.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Convener. Alistair Ryan was a real Highland gentleman, loved and respected by all who knew him. I admired and loved Alistair as a colleague and a friend of many years, and it was with great sadness that I heard of his death. He was much loved and highly valued in his ward and will be sorely missed. Alistair was a hard-working councillor and a friend to many. He took great delight in organising many events, and one of the folks said to me the other day, who is going to sing the Northern Lights for us at events now? How he loved that song. Alistair was a faithful Christian and true to his Lord. He will be hugely missed by his family, his church family, his fellow councillors and the wider teen community where he worked tirelessly. Please remember in your prayers his beloved Mandy and his children, Jack, Alison and Gregor, also his 4 grandchildren. Alistair, our loss is heaven's gain. We will miss you, but we are richer for having known you. Thank you for being our colleague and friend. We will never forget you. God bless.
Thank you, members, for those fitting tributes to, as Margaret has just said, a Highland gentleman. Now for something, I suppose, far more pleasant. I'd like to announce, obviously, something you already know about, which is the election of Duncan Cameron MacDonald to this august chamber. So, Duncan, if you wish to say a few words, by all means.
Convener, thank you very much. I know there's a lot of business to get through today, so I'll keep this very short. It's obviously an honour and a privilege to be elected to this chamber, and I am truly humbled. I must thank those that put their trust in me and ensure them that I will do everything I can to represent them in this chamber. But I must also thank the staff and officers of the headquarters for their support and guidance that they've afforded me in the short time that I've been here. They've gone out of their way to make me feel welcome, and it is very much appreciated. Equally, I've been pleasantly surprised by the support offered by fellow councillors. It may be that I'm in the honeymoon period. Things might change, but I hope not. I look forward to working with the members, and in particular to Councillor Duncan McPherson, Ken McGowans and Andrew Sinclair from Ward 19. Convener, I'll leave it at that. I'm sure I'll be saying a lot more in the future, and we can get on with business without me yapping on. Thank you.
Duncan, you did, of course, use the dreaded phrase, "I'll be brief." I never believe you. Members, we now move to item 7, which is membership of committees. The independent group will appoint Councillor Margaret Patterson to the Resources Committee. Thank you, Margaret. I think all the rest of them. Yeah, if you could. Yeah, we'll put a note of all the new positions in the chat. So, item 8 on your agenda, members, is appointments to committees. Highland Opportunity Investment Limited. I look for nominations. Councillor Loch.
Yes, thank you, Convener. Sadly, this is another consequence of the passing of Councillor Rind, but I nominate Councillor Jackie Hendry to replace him. Thank you.
Have a second. Any other nominations, members? Councillor Henry, you are duly elected. My commiserations. Item 9, members, is the establishment of the Highland Investment Plan and mechanism to fund to deliver it. So, in a few seconds.
Good morning, members. So I'm delighted to present to you today the paper establishing the Highland Investment Plan and mechanisms to fund and deliver it. What's proposed today, members, is a £2 billion investment plan for schools and roads over a 20-year period to transform the asset base of our schools in the Highland area, and also to sustain investment in roads beyond the commitment of the additional 40 million that was agreed in March, which runs up to 2027. a highly significant long-term infrastructure programme. It would involve the creation of a learning estate strategy with the purpose of ensuring that all of our schools meet the suitability and condition rating of B or better. And it will also bring jobs, bring investment and support local economy, and also support actions to sustain local communities. Importantly, this paper presents I suppose a trajectory from December onwards in terms of things we've brought forward, which my colleague Mark Rogers will explain. We've also we're going to explain the funding mechanisms and the limitations that we placed upon that, decision points, etc., which my colleague Brian Porter will explain, and Malcolm MacLeod will also talk a bit about the roads investment, and I'll be happy to take questions thereafter. Over to you, Mark.
Thank you, Derek. So in December 2023 and March of 2024, we brought to Council 2 papers that were on the topic of asset management more generally. And in both of those papers, we talked about the challenge of maintaining and investing in all of our assets. And that's not just about schools and other buildings, but about things like roads and depots and our fleet and our IT equipment and so on and so forth. And in those papers, we set out some approaches that we could take to try and address them. And in effect, I suppose the combined effect of the approval of both of those papers at previous meetings of this council were to, in effect, set the policy framework for what we're bringing forward today to you for your consideration and hopefully for approval. Now, others will speak to other areas of their particular specialism, but for me, principally in this paper today, there's a significant chunk that deals with investment in schools. And the reason why that's particularly important is because in Scotland, roughly an average of 10% of our schools are in a condition C for condition suitability, or indeed both of them. And in Highland, it's 3 times that. So that's the scale of the problem we've got now. There are many historical reasons for this. It's not really appropriate for me to comment on that. And even if it was, I prefer to be forward focused and looking at solutions as to how we fix that rather than necessarily dwelling on how we got to where we got to. And indeed, I would say that that's what today's paper looks to achieve. You've heard Derek talk about £2 billion worth of investment over 20 years. Over 1.2 billion of that is in our school estate. 92 schools as a total will benefit from some form of investment, from either relatively small amounts of money and to major rebuilds totaling tens of millions of pounds. And in doing so, many of our pupils in our secondary school estate, which has particular challenges at the present time, will benefit. So a third of our secondary schools will be brought up to standard, matching the third that are already in that standard. And that will benefit not just those that attend as pupils, but a range of other building users, including teachers and CCFM staff. Just to summarise my comments, the current situation is no longer suitable. Our previous approach of £1 on existing buildings to 6 on new in terms of capital investment requires rebalancing so that we fix the current problems that we have and we never find ourselves back here again. In doing so, if this paper is approved today, many communities across all of the Highlands will see significant benefits, and myself and other officers will be available to take any questions on this paper. Thanks, Derek.
Good morning, members. In terms of the financial aspects of the report, the investment plan is based upon a new strategic and longer-term approach to capital. Budget decisions you've made over the past year has provided the foundation for this new approach to capital planning. The report links capital investment and longer-term planning to revenue budget projections, with a key principle of growth in the revenue budget providing the opportunity for growth in capital investment. The report shows modelling of new and additional capital investment of 797 million over 10 years and 2.1 billion over 20 years. The report establishes the principle of earmarking revenue budget year on year based on council tax income and earmarking modelled at 2%. 2.8 million of seed funding from additional government funding in the current year will support up to 50 million of initial capital, and in subsequent years it will be the annual budget decisions you make that will be required to create and allocate the necessary funding. The report sets out the process, showing a 3-stage process through the creation of revenue budget funding, the allocation of that to capital, and then the project delivery phase. The report considers funding requirements through modelling loan charge and financial implications over the long term and detailing the relevant assumptions and risks. The principles of the plan and the modelling approach allows the plan to flex dependent on prevailing financial circumstances. Finally, affordability, prudence and sustainability are fundamental principles in considering capital investment and borrowing decisions. By setting a cap on the maximum percentage of the council budget allocated to loan charges at 10%, this provides an important and critical mechanism to support these principles. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you. And just in terms of the other side of this paper, which is looking at additional investment going into roads, as members are aware, the council agreed an additional £40 million over the next 3 years at the previous meeting. But what this paper does, it allows that long-term certainty on funding. And of course, that certainty has a number of different benefits. First of all, it allows long-term planning. So we're not going from year to year budgets. We can actually set in place a long-term plan for the maintenance, improvement and enhancement of our roads network. It means the roads redesign project can be focused on that model for future spend, both locally and in terms of strategic projects, rather than constantly coming back with proposals. That allows us that long-term plan. And then most importantly, perhaps, it allows us efficiencies in procurement and contract management, which means we can get a lot more certainty on spend. And that may include, for example, new contracting arrangements and attracting other contractors to the area, given that there will be a long-term pipeline of investment. So these are the key benefits of us putting in place a very long-term investment pipeline for our roads and other structures.
Councillor Brenner.
Thank you, convener. And can I add my welcome to Councillor Duncan MacDonald? The one thing that you'll never find me saying at the beginning of a speech is, I'll be brief. Yeah, the timer on me. I'd like to move the recommendations in this paper, and I believe that the convener is happy to second that motion. Members, this must be one of the most important papers that has come to Council in some considerable time. Over the past months and years, in light of financial challenges and wondering just how we will be able to realise funding for future school refurbishments, rebuilds or other estate investments, as well as understanding just where we're going to get the required funding from, we now have a plan that we believe will be able to allow us that opportunity. I've previously acknowledged the challenges that governments face. Cuts in capital finance from government to government, resulting in a reduction in our own capital finance provision and not securing funding from a number of submissions of bids to secure ring-fenced capital funding have only sought to delay or our need to deliver a much bigger solution, and for that solution to be delivered in the main by ourselves. Having acknowledged the difficult decisions that members have had to make in respect of capital projects in the capital plan in previous months, the Highland Investment Plan now gives real hope for our communities to have confidence in our roads being continually resurfaced, repaired and maintained over a sustained period of time well into the future, and for that confidence to be based on the outcomes of the redesign board process as well, which we look forward to hearing about in the future. Members will know that, as we have agreed to date, we realise a concentration of investment in areas that need it most, as well as providing a balance that ensures we maintain road networks in other places in order to avoid similar poor road states developing in those areas. Councillor Christie, I know, has said about that being a race to the bottom. Similarly, with our school estate, the Highland Investment Plan will allow members and our communities to realise investment in not just one or two schools, but in many of our schools, with our immediate attention in a similar approach to our roads network, concentrated on the areas of school estate that need it most urgently. Our approach to this is outlined in the papers. We are aware of the provision of a solution to any given challenge related to any particular school in our school estate is not achieved with immediate effect. There are a number of steps that have to be taken. Some parts of our school estate in respect of pathway to repair, replacement, renovation or other solution are further on than others, and the steps that have been taken to date with them. We also know that a number of schools need immediate attention because of hack and rack, and where those schools had not previously featured so prominently in our plans, they, by the nature of their state, will now command more immediate attention. In agreeing the Highland Investment Plan today, we empower our officers to continue their work of assessment and appraisal of the projects highlighted in the papers in order that we can plan at pace, preparation of options, planned works, and to start delivering improvement in our school estate with immediate effect. A number of other projects that our focus can be considered in the Highland Investment Plan are there also presented in the paper. The Highland Investment Plan has a source of finance clearly stated. The ring fencing of council tax annually, stated at recommendation 7, supporting general fund capital financing costs relative to its general fund revenue budget funding stream, and that should not exceed 10% in order to ensure that capital investment can remain affordable, prudent and sustainable, and that is stated in recommendation 8. That's a default position, and it's a guaranteed revenue stream approach to fund capital investment. Whilst that is a basis on which we can now deliver increased capital investment, the Highland Investment Plan will have the ability to look at investing in future projects, Councillor Loudon, and that can actually provide other income streams where we would be able to consider where those income streams could replace the requirement to ring fence council tax to support capital financing. Am I already at 5 minutes? Gin in the name. The paper provides hope to our communities, a long-term vision for our communities, and a long-term capital financing to stop these problems continuing. My goodness, that was a quick 5 minutes.
That's what. Members, this plan, if approved, is a complete game changer for the Highlands. And it's taken a huge amount of time and effort by members and particularly staff. I'd like to thank those members of staff who have put an enormous amount of work into this. This investment plan will at long last remove the total reliance the council has on funding from central government. That doesn't mean we will stop pushing for our fair share. Rest assured we will continue to pursue all forms of third-party funding, be they from central governments, developers or others. What you're asked to approve today will not only improve our school estate, our roads, public buildings and infrastructure, but will also provide a massive boost to our economy. The council is no longer standing still, waiting for crumbs of funding, but taking the lead on making the Highlands a better place to live in with our infrastructure that the communities need and deserve. And I'm pleased to second these proposals and I ask for your support. Councillor Christie.
Yes, thank you, Convener, and just echo your words. Thank you, Derek and the team for bringing this proposal forward to us this morning. A number of years ago, we had, and I welcome a lot that's in this plan. I think we all do. A number of years ago, we had what we called a 5+5+5 cover program, where 5 years was pretty certain. 5 years, the next 5 years, we were probably 80 to 90% sure of what we could do, and the final 5 years was aspirational, and that was 15 years. To go to 20 years is actually very difficult, because something will come along that will change that totally. And the schools that might be in the near 20-year block will not see anything happen, because hack will come along, rack will come along, a building like Cllr, where we had a block isolated and taken to use, will come along, a roof will come off a building, will come along. So it just won't happen. I think I've circulated an amendment to you, which I think strengthens the whole proposal. The first part of the amendment, and you can see the bits have changed, I've shaded in yellow. It actually says, let's get on and do St Clements. This is the third time I've stood up for a school that's not in my ward, not even in the city, to put forward that we should be doing St Clements. For 3 times now, I've come up with a funding source to do St Clements, and that's what's here today. The report as it stands doesn't really mention St Clements at all. Indeed, under 4.15, when it talks about special needs, it actually suggests that many of the St Clements children will actually be educated in Ness or other places. That's not what the parents want. That's not what the children of St Clements want. And at the moment, as it sits in this programme, St Clements is probably 10 years away from where it is under my proposal. So I would urge you to support that. The next part talks about how I'm going to fund St Clements at recommendation 6. And the final part, we had an 8-minute introduction to this from officers. I don't think that's good diligence. I don't think that's making us aware of such a magnitude of a change. So I'm suggesting that we get a full detailed report going to Corporate Resources Committee that looks at the risks in more depth, looks at the cost of living, looks at what interest rates might be, studies closely what it might be, looks at the logistics. In this, we're talking about doing 22 schools in 10 years. We've never done that. Where's the trades coming? We'll be in competition with the Greenport, with Ardeshir Port for labour and resources and employees. If we do get all these people coming, where are they going to live? If they all live in Inverness, then we'll need to put Inverness back up the capital programme to educate their children. So there's an awful lot that needs to be addressed, and I suggest corporate resources can look into that. My colleague, Councillor Crawford, will be coming forward with another amendment, which I'm quite happy to support, which builds further on that, convener. But I think this logistical side of it, I got a schedule of the schools we completed. Did you know that the majority of schools that we completed in the last 10 years, we have been late on and have been over budget, not because we're ineffective or inefficient, because it's hard to recruit labour in the Highland. And remember, the Wick councillors will remember, the Ness council remember how late Wick Academy was. We'll remember how late Ness Castle was, how late Merkinch was, and they were over budget. That's the report the corporate resources need to get in and about. We need to get all the detail out there so we can move forward. And the last part of the amendment talks about how we're going to fund this. At the moment, it's like an interest-free mortgage. In order to pay it off, you take out another loan to pay it off, and then it starts up again. The cycle repeats itself. This proposal talks about, let's look at strategies to how we actually repay some of our capital so that the loans and the borrowing don't just keep climbing up repeatedly. A £2 billion investment, but it's a £2 billion debt, if not more, with interest. So this proposal looks at it before we get into Charleston's issues with RAC, before we get into the accommodation issues of Culloden and other places, not actually having, if you like, infrastructure, having to rely on temporary classrooms or modular units. I think there's an awful lot more that needs to be drawn out of this if we're going to prove it. So my 3 bits, which I'm hoping and the families of St Clements, actually says we're going to get into the detail of this and fully understand it, not just a short introduction and away we go, and actually make sure that we do due diligence and scrutiny to it. But as I say, you know, we all welcome aspects of this Highland investment plan, but let's just do it properly and efficiently. Thank you, convener.
Councillor Finlayson.
Members, it's rare that we come to a council meeting with a plan that brings positive news to all areas of Highland, and which is based on strategic thinking, real data, and which is both ambitious and aspirational in equal measure, and which provides good news for all members, irrespective of their political views. This Highland investment plan incorporates existing capital programme elements, new commitments for roads and infrastructure, as well as future plans for the school, depot and office estate, and for co-location and co-delivery with key partners. Key, I know, for most members are the plans for our schools, which will see improvements to around half of our ELC primary and secondary school estate. It will see a delivery plan that recognises the schools that need immediate attention including those who didn't receive LEAP funding last year, with them becoming a reality in 3 to 5 years, while also recognising what needs to be done in so many other school communities across the Highlands over a longer period. I'm sure Councillor Crawford is happy to see more certainty about Bewley. Councillor Stewart delighted about Dunvegan. Councillor Graham delighted about Charleston. Councillor MacLean delighted about 2 new schools in Dingwall. Councillor Rees delighted about Thurso. Councillor McAllister delighted about Inverness High. Councillor Gale delighted about Brora, Dornoch and Golspie. Councillor Smith delighted about Alness and Invergordon. And Councillor MacCallum delighted about Fortrose, to name but a few members. Also, of course, we need to remember the 3 schools currently being built in Tain, Broadford and Nairn. Furthermore, of course, this plan sets out processes for ensuring the projects being promoted are affordable, prudent and sustainable. What I am sure will also be welcomed by the public is that the time frame and mechanisms by which these projects will be realised sets out the funding principles and processes that links capital investment to any changes in the overall revenue budget, while also earmarking and linking council tax income and revenue budget decision making to robust project development and delivery principles. It is genuinely exciting to see a plan that looks to cover the key priorities we all hear daily about from people in our communities, our schools, which I have mentioned, and also our roads, with an agreement to continue to invest over 40 million over the next 3 years, which will certainly be welcomed in my ward and also, I'm sure, across the rest of Highland. The community points of delivery investment strategy is also, of course, to be welcomed, which importantly will be based on a framework of facilities and services which has flexibility built in, which will ensure that local needs are considered and solutions are not limited to just one building or location, but take account of local circumstances. There are so many exciting proposals in this plan, members, including the development of a learning estate strategy linked to our sports strategy and much more. And while I am sure others will focus on the elements which I have had no time to mention, my overall message is that we now have an investment plan in front of us, which is the envy of all other local authorities in Scotland. And it is incumbent upon us to agree and approve it as part of our responsibilities to the people of the Highlands. A Shaw Neach Ma or Sungunya Fina Kale Gefat. Taplat.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Convener. Members, today's paper sets out a programme of systemic, sustainable and transformational change that, if you approve it, will benefit many of our communities on a pan-Highland basis over the next 20 years. It builds upon papers to Council authored by my service in December of 2023 and March 2024. Those papers set out the challenges, not only for our buildings, but across all of our assets and core infrastructure. They also said how we would strategically prioritise our capital resources as they became available. Today's paper sets out what the next steps look like. It sets out our proposals on what we intend to invest in, where and when and why. It also provides the detail of how we propose to pay for it. These proposals amount to nearly 800 million in the next 10 years and exceed 2 billion over 20 years. Of that 2 billion, a substantial amount will be invested in roads and other key assets and core infrastructure, and near 1.2 billion will be invested in our schools. And from my perspective, I am particularly interested in the 1.2 billion proposed for our schools. Broadly, over many years, we have spent around £1 on existing schools for every £6 we have spent on new builds. That is why we find ourselves with nearly a third of our school estate in poor condition, scoring a C for condition and or suitability, when the average across Scotland is roughly 10%. This is neither equitable or sustainable. Today's paper changes this up. We are looking to bring a substantial number of schools up to a BB score or better for condition and suitability, and also ensure that our schools currently at or above this score are sustained there. These proposals would see 92 of our 197 operational schools benefit from some level of investment. Some will require relatively modest investment to achieve the minimum of BB or better to sustain them at or above that level. Others will require substantial retrofit, renovation, or indeed complete reconstruction and replacement. At one end of the scale, there will be projects at under 100,000. At the other end, projects in the tens of millions of pounds will be required. Included within the 92 schools will be an improvement to a third of our secondary school estate. Around 4,000 pupils will benefit. So will many teachers, PSAs and support staff. Catering, cleaning and facilities management staff in my own service will also benefit. Our communities will also benefit from improved sports, leisure and lets facilities. And this investment will help us to deliver on our ambitions also set out in this report for the delivery of community points of delivery in conjunction with and co-produced with our communities and public and third sector stakeholders. The proposals put forward reflect an objective assessment of condition, suitability and future year projections about capacity challenges for our schools. We have taken an evidence-based and data-led approach to this challenge and in our proposals for what we could invest in, and we have factored in investment that has already taken place in some schools in recent years or is already approved for funding outside of these proposals. Now, inevitably, not every school that is in need of investment will be invested in immediately. Some may be critical for what is or is not included in our proposals for investment, or in terms of when it is proposed for investment, and they may wish to advocate for their own particular school or location. I have no problem with that. Ultimately, these are democratic decisions, and if you feel that you have the numbers in the chamber, then that's up to you. But bear in mind that this will require other schools in the proposals to be deferred or potentially defunded should you succeed. In closing, this is a £2 billion investment programme over 20 years, which includes £1.2 billion invested in schools. Compare and contrast this approach to that proposed by other members in previous years of a 15-year capital programme, where there was no clarity about how that would be funded on any sustainable basis and which did not propose anything like this ambition or substantial change proposed in today's paper. And as I speak, I haven't seen any opposite proposals as ambitious, sustainable, connected to our communities. Okay. And as I speak, I haven't seen any opposition proposals as ambitious, sustainable, connected to our communities, or indeed as detailed and deliverable as those presented to you in this paper today. So should any be presented then in the spirit of cooperation, we will be happily consider them. For all of these, thank you, Convener.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you for the officers for this report, which is a very ambitious way of laying out what is possible, what is needed in Highland Council over the next 20 years. I do have reservations about the funding of it. We are leaving behind a debt, an enormous debt to the generations who are going to have to do the next stage of refurbishment in 20 years' time. I can't stand up here and not mention Cllr Academy. It doesn't figure very well. And I thank Mark Rogers for his responses to my questions to the Chief Executive and to my colleague Glenys Sinclair for repeating those same words in a further email to me. However, it doesn't satisfy what I need for Cllr Academy. As Highland is often a special case when we report to the Scottish Government, I feel that Cllr and Ardersier may very well count as a special case along with Cromarty Firth because of the Greenport and the various industrial stuff that is going on there. I'm grateful for the fact that Tornagrain School will be going ahead. I am told it is a 4-pupil school that is envisioned for that, which is double the size of what we had originally envisioned. But to come back to Cllr Academy, we spent years of consultation with parents. We have prepared a plan that was ready to go to planning. The children had seen that plan at that time, and now this school is actually shelved for 11 years. The reason for this being they have classroom space now? Yes, they certainly do. They have 21 demountable classrooms. They have 2 changing rooms for their gym facilities in demountable units. Nearly every room in the school has water damage on it. You can see it on the ceilings. That can be lived with. That's not a big problem. However, we don't have social space. Children are eating their lunches in the toilets if the weather's bad, or even sometimes when it isn't, because there they can get a seat. There is seating at lunchtime for approximately 100 children in a school that has 1,135 at present. And that's before we mention what's happening in the actual ward. We have 10,000 houses planned over the next 20 years. Where are those children going to go to school? And I have been told on time and time again that the children are already living in the ward. Well, no, they're not. And every one of the ESG schools, and I include the one in my colleague Mr. Ken Gowans' ward of Cradle Hall, all have capacity issues, all have demountable buildings, and not all of them, but some still have plans for more demountable classrooms to go into that. These children will come to secondary school. The present situation where the school roll is supposedly falling for the next few years will not last, and we will have problems long before that 11 years comes up. So I make a plea, please do not overlook Culloden Academy. Thank you.
Councillor Loudon.
Thank you, convener, and thanks to the officers for the reports they've brought forward. Yeah, I think the £2 billion Highland investment plan is investment that's much needed. During COVID, in particular, investment fell. We weren't able to continue with programs. Asset condition deteriorated, and that is visible all the way around the Highlands. So we have a statutory obligation to provide a safe environment. That's a safe environment for our staff, a safe environment for our pupils, and a safe environment for the public. The Highland Investment Plan recognises our responsibilities and it delivers. To pay for this, we must make the savings that we proposed in the budget. We must generate the income that we said we would when setting the budget. There are new initiatives we can point to, like at the store, and also from securing external funding, as was done by the amenities team. The Highland Investment Plan will solve problems, but it'll be solutions that we've delivered ourselves. We're not reliant on funding appearing that we know now. We're back to austerity. We know that that money isn't going to come. So we have to solve our own problems. I've talked over many years in this chamber about the need for us to generate our own income. And this year, we're seeing the start of that. We will be raising funding from renewables. That's something the leader has already referred to, that we have to build up in the years ahead. We have to do that. We have to be more self-reliant, and we have to believe that we can achieve these things ourselves. So the other issue we've had is where, frankly, charges have gone up, and we just had to accept that. But in future, we don't have to accept that. We can do our own things. We can make our own savings. We can generate our own income. I've talked about that from the minute I arrived in this chamber, and I'll keep referring to that until the minute I leave it. We're in one of the best places on earth to cope with climate change. We'll use our own initiative and we'll thrive. Every member in this chamber should unite and back the Highland Investment Plan.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, convener. Well, isn't this exciting? First of all, I would like to thank the council leader and the convener and all the officers that have worked on this and everybody else, because this is revolutionary, isn't it? It is absolutely fantastic. And I hope you all share my enthusiasm for it, because the changes that this will make to the life of everyday people in the Highlands is going to be transformational. This is the chance for us as a council to take control of the financial landscape and not be reliant cap on hand to what we're given. The benefit is going to be for all, not just schools. You can't get to a school without a pot-ridden road at the moment. The fact that all these things are connected is so important. And I have to say that I was absolutely delighted when looking at the running order of the schools that we're able to take a rather less parochial approach to choosing which schools get investment, and using the methodology showing which schools need the investment most is so important. It's not about who shouts the loudest and who's got the most voice for their chosen project. This is about what buildings need the work the most. I am so delighted, and all I can do is really hope that everybody can get behind this. This is an investment in our future. This is an investment in our children's future. And the chance that we can not only just invest in the future, but maintain the changes we make as well is going to be just flipping amazing. So thank you all.
Members, there's a huge number of you wishing to speak. I have no intentions of cutting this short, so this debate will go on as long as necessary for any member who wishes to speak.
Thank you, convener. Members, it's not something I normally get excited about, but I want to express my view about the enhanced benefits here for our roads and infrastructure. The Highland Investment Plan gives us the opportunity to extend the already approved 3-year roads additional capital of £40 million. Having funds beyond the 3 years will save money in the long run. Continually patching and limited repairs is false economy. This should be viewed as a long-term investment. The financial mechanisms for the plan are groundbreaking. Our primary roads and smaller rural roads have to be kept in good condition for transporting our children to school, helping the day-to-day needs of our rural communities. Think of community nurses and carers with their many calls during each day, and providing the infrastructure our growing economy needs. Think of the green port, eventually the spaceport, as well as the logistics management of our renewable energy facilities. We mustn't forget the importance of tourism. As well as having safe roads, we need the strength and quality of a decent road to cope with the weight and volume of the tourism traffic. It is vital to support active travel and sustainable public transport. So I'm also pleased to see that work is being done to look at possible future sustainable bus transportation. Further active travel infrastructure opportunities may be a possibility with this plan if external match funding and developer contribution options are explored. Investment in our roads will benefit cyclists where cycle paths are not available. The investment plan is strategic, visionary, and a Highland-wide benefit, and I will support these recommendations. Thank you.
Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, convener. Thank you for the paper. I have to say, I think it's really the first serious attempt that we've seen from this administration to address our school estate since I've been a councillor, and I want to say thank you for that. I appreciate that because you know how hard I have lobbied for movement on this. You'll recall that I presented a motion back in January asking Highland Council to declare a school estate emergency. And I think we had a fairly decent debate that day. And I have 2 proposals for the leader and for the officers off the back of that motion. Proposals which I think will actually complement and enhance your paper today. Firstly, you will remember that I spoke during the debate back in January about the need for a school estate emergency plan. That was very much about whether we could look at doing things differently in the short term. For example, we have industrial parks across the Highlands that have very big, vacant, fairly modern buildings sitting there with really good parking, and they're often surrounded by a lot of lovely green space. Is there a solution there in the short term for some of our communities, for some of our schools, if they're up for it? For example, we know that some of our communities, such as Strontian Primary School, which Councillor Balance has referred to previously, they did things very differently and they built their school. Can Highland Council look at actually somehow developing some sort of model whereby we partner with them, we help them, we facilitate them, if they're up for it, to get that type of school building over the line? They're just suggestions. They will not be right for every community. Some communities will say, no, we're not interested in going down that route. But I would like to put that directly, maybe as a challenge today to the leader. Will you consider that as part of an enhancement to this Highland Improvement Plan? And I ask that because obviously this plan is over a 20-year period, and that's good. It's good to see that. We need to see that. But many pupils, of course, are not going to see the benefits, are they? They'll have gone before this will, understandably, in many cases, get to their school. Conversely, my proposal is the two that I'm setting out could potentially bear fruit in the very in reasonably short term. I'm proposing to put that in as an amendment, but hey, it's up for grabs for anyone to champion it, frankly. Secondly, for all of the councillors who sit on a community liaison group with your parent councils, if you're sitting on one of them looking at getting a new school or a refurbished school, it is often up to the parent council to lobby hard to try and get a date in the diary. I mean, I think, Convener, you spoke earlier about us waiting for crumbs of funding from central government. Cascade that down to how our parent councils and our parents feel. They feel they're waiting for crumbs of a possibility of getting a date in the diary to hear what is happening with their school and plans for the school. I think we must improve that. And there's another challenge. Can we review that quickly in the short term to improve that? It should not be up to parents to be coming to councillors begging for a meeting on their CLG. It really shouldn't be. So that's two asks for the leader. Thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
And crumbling roadworks. But I want to show the members the news I got last week. Blow for Storm Ferry bypass. Fiona Hislop in the Scottish Parliament said it does not fit the criteria to become a trunk road. So it can be addressed. She says it's the responsibility of Highland Council. She's passing the buck. I'll tell you why. In 2013, before the Scottish SNP got in, the Storm Ferry bypass was the top of their agenda. When they got in 2013, Highland Council got an option appraisal to do. And I said, great, our bypass is going to get addressed. So we started in 2013 with option appraisal 1, the stag process. It went on for a year. 9 routes. We took it down to 1. That wasn't enough. Then we put it back to the Scottish Government. They set us on option appraisal 2, another year. Gone since then, let me tell you, members, it's gone into the Highland mist. When For those of you who don't know Stone Ferry and never seen it, I'll tell you a bit about it now. Margaret on my left will tell you she's flown over the bypass when the landslide, after the landslide happened. This landslide took 3 months for the council to clear. If anybody had been in its pathway, far less children going to Paulton High School, they wouldn't be alive today. But fortunately, there wasn't anybody there. And Wester Ross was totally separated from Loch. People working in Loch and Lochcarron and vice versa had to do a 130-mile trip going through Bewley over Cllr to get to Kyle. How's that for you? And what's happened since then? Netting's put up. Well, let me tell you, netting will never stop another landslide. We're into climate change, flash flooding, frost, and that is what creates those landslides. So I don't want to be responsible for my children's lives going to school every day, back and forth to Paulton High School. The education they got when the landslide happened depended on train times, a few hours a day. So I'm asking Fiona Hislop and the Scottish Government to fulfil their pledge to the Highland people, what they promised years ago, and address this problem. They found money to do the bridge over from Kyle to Skye, the Skye Bridge, as they call it. They borrowed money from the Bank of America for that. And that didn't involve children's lives. What price do you put on children's lives? That's what I want this Highland Council to go back and say to the Scottish Government and not pass the back on to us. Thank you, members.
Councillor Kennedy, follow that, Sean.
It's certainly going to be hard. Convener, at the beginning, thank you for letting me speak. I usually just tell you it's not going to take very long. I've actually got my grandfather's pocket watch out to keep an eye on how long it could be, but I'm going to call on your charitable nature just in case I go a little bit longer. Before I got elected to the Highland Council, and certainly since I've been elected to the council, and it's probably one of the reasons I did stand in the last election, had seen and now been part of the council great at talking the talk, and our own individual wards and all the people of the Highlands deserve so much more. Before us today, we have a paper that is bold, ambitious, full of promises, and certainly full of words. Let's grasp the opportunity, embrace it, make it work, and show the people of the Highlands that, in fact, this council, under this administration, has the bottle to be bold and ambitious and show that not only we can talk the talk, but we can, in fact, walk the walk. Yes, it's going to take money to achieve this, and we are going to have to ask the public to, again, dig into their pockets to pay for this. I do think that the majority of the public will accept this if we start showing results and not just another trail of broken promises that so often happen. Let me explain this. I started driving nearly 50 years ago, a single track road from Perth to Inverness. As I approached the winter of my driving career, 2025 should have been the time when I could have driven the A9 on a safe dual carriageway, both north and south. But no, idle and broken promises have said that it will be at the earliest 2035. I don't hold out that I will ever drive this road. So please, let's make sure we deliver these ambitious ideas, not let people down. Yet again, let's engage with the public, listen to them, then let them have the stay. My own ward, Dingwall and Seaforth, stands to benefit. In fact, getting an unexpected bonus with a new primary school but what is long overdue, a new standalone special needs school. St Clements is the name of this school, not Dingwall Primary with a special needs school. It is St Clements, and it must remain St Clements. This school is iconic within Dingwall and the surrounding area, the specialist education that it provides for some of the most vulnerable Highland children. Please engage with the parents, staff, and importantly, the pupils of St Clements and get St Clements. Can I get some reassurances that this will happen? Also, some indication of when we may see some action with the school, when we might see pupils going into the new school. I certainly, as long as the public see it fit to elect me as one of their representatives at the council, will not stand by and let St Clements once again become a statistic. In the long line of broken promises the school has had, please, as a council, don't let it become another A9. Let me have the privilege to walk it through its front still and not like the A9 that I feel I will not drive. As I said at the beginning of this speech, this is a bold and ambitious paper. I'm going to support it. I will put my trust in the Chief Executive and his office and staff to deliver it. Please don't let me and the people of the Highlands down. It is a paper that where all else seems to have failed, the Highlands and the Highlanders once again can say, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. Thank you.
Your watch is fast, Sean. Councillor Jarvie.
Thank you, convener. I'm going to first of all start by welcoming our newest colleague, our newest Duncan, to the chamber. If there's one thing that would improve this council greatly, it's certainly another Duncan. So I wish him a very good term indeed. What's in front of us here today is indeed good. There is no denying that. I think some members are slightly overdoing it with terms of revolutionary or game-changing. It's not revolutionary or game-changing. Maybe for this council it is, but this is just what needed done. Like, this is just what needed done. We need to add up what is the total cost of problems and to start a list. Doesn't matter if you can get through it or not. You need to know. And indeed, myself and others have spent, quite some time calling for this. So, I can only thank the Chief Executive, this quite clearly was to pull this together, because it is the first essential side of it, really, is the getting going, the funding of it. I've heard a lot of members very often, and when you're trying to compare what does it mean, it's reasonable to try and compare it to a household budget, but debt in the council term is not bad. It almost doesn't matter. Anything that the council takes debt out on, there's things that we want: schools, roads, bridges, things we need. There's no denying that it is, but for good. So I do somewhat. I don't quite understand why members keep referring to as debt itself as bad. My concern isn't about debt in itself, it's how we use it. I would certainly like to see, and I know there was calls in the previous term for it, and if we're going down this route, I think I'd like to reiterate them, and that's to have some kind of capital project oversight or review board as part of the Corporate Resources Committee, because I'm slightly conscious of just what happens when the money taps get turned back on, and things get lax a bit. And I don't want to see us building schools as we've seen before with £80,000 stone dikes. That's just not a good use of money. If you're going to spend 80 grand, I'd much rather see that going into potholes. So I'd like to see some kind of board to take a high level strategic view of these projects coming forward, and to see are these little niceties that are going to inevitably creep in to the projects that are on this list, do we actually need them? Are they essential? And when there's so many schools on this list that need replaced urgently, when inevitably, and we've seen it as many other projects before, when the debate comes of, why only getting a 3-lane swimming pool rather than a 4-lane swimming pool? These aren't problems, these are fake problems. That's just nothing to consider. It's about sticking to what actually matters here. Lastly, as good as it is that we're maybe going to see some progress on this, there's one crucial thing missing from this, and that's how on earth did this actually happen? How did we get here? How did we get to the point of having buildings that are 30 years old? It's not old as a building. If you have a 30-year-old house, you'd be very annoyed if you're thinking of having to replace it. How did we get to the point where 30, 40-year-old buildings are actually needing replaced? What went wrong to do that? Was it something to do with the building materials? Has it been the maintenance? And if we, and it's not just rebuilding it, it's actually making sure that what we build lasts. The fact that, you know, some of our longest standing schools are built in the Victorian times, whereas ones built in the 70s are, I mean, worthless. There's something fundamentally wrong. So I think we need to have a actual review of how did this get bad? What can we learn from our estate hearing to such a position to make sure that doesn't happen again? As hazard a guess, a lot of it has to do with the maintenance cutbacks, the first things to come in around about 2010. That was such a false economy because we have seen with the PFI schools, as dreadful a financial scheme as that is, with the PFI schools, because the council has no say in the maintenance, it is done by a private company who owns the building. These buildings are maintained to a very good standard. And these buildings, you know, are the ones that are standing the test of time. But we don't need to have a PFI school to have that standard of maintenance. We can just do that ourselves as a council. But I think we need some kind of review to look into exactly what are the things that went wrong for how the estate got into this and how we can make sure if we're going to go down, you know, a one-way street, because if you borrow this much, we can't do it again. You know, this has got to work, that we actually learn from these mistakes and don't repeat it all over again.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Matt. Convener. Wow, I'm so happy to see this investment plan. This investment plan is excellent. And of course, I am so delighted because St Clement's School is high on the agenda. And I'm sure you've fed up of me saying the same thing again and again. But this news, I have to thank the convener, the leaders, staff. Our staff have worked so hard. And I'm going to thank you all here because I am hoping that you will all give St Clement's your support. St Clement's School is a special school with special children, special staff, and can I say, very special parents. And it is a great joy to work with them. I know that St Clement's is in Dingwall, and we're very proud to have it in Dingwall, but it is for children over a huge area. The public love having the children from St Clement's because they're all happy and they have to cope with so many difficulties, like nowhere to play, no almost toilets to go to, and they've got to walk across a car park to get to the toilets. That is just not acceptable. When you meet them on the street, they are so happy and it lifts your spirits. They love to go walk about in the town and visit all the shops and speak to everyone. They love when they visit Ross County as a play, make them so welcome. So this is their, like a second home. They just love being in the town. A new school, such a difference to them. And I will be grateful if you support it. And we must not let them down. We owe to give them the school. I have a motion here from February 2002. It's that long ago, I couldn't even read it, it's faded. And it said that St Clement's School will be a standalone school. And it goes on to say all what the council was going to do. And that was a winning motion. But we haven't done any of the things that we said we were going to do. So we have got to carry it through. And people keep asking, when will it start? And hopefully it's sooner rather than later, because the children are getting excited and they want to be involved in it. And if we leave it too long, it'll be different children. So they'll lose out. They're so excited about it. So, and this is going to be our legacy, that we, this council, give this very special children a new school. Thank you.
Councillor McLean.
Thank you, convener. There is a lot in this report, and as some other councillors have said, some of it we've seen before, but I do appreciate there's a lot of work gone into this. But one thing I can be certain about is none of us will be here in 20 years' time to make sure that this is delivered, because every council, new council, will come up with different priorities, and that's part of my concern is the sustainability of this for the next council and the council after. And I think both Councillor Patterson and Councillor Campbell have made my point for me there. We often do work, maybe do stag appraisals. I was there when Biz was talking about the Strom Ferry bypass, and there's a lot of work and then a lot of expectations in local communities that these schemes, whatever scheme within this report is delivered, will be delivered. And on Saturday, after the press release about St Clement's, one parent came to me and they were so excited once again that St Clement's name was being raised and that they were going to be getting a new school. My heart sunk. Once again, there is no guarantee when this school will start, when it will be finished. And that needs to be clear in a number of these projects. Dingwall office rationalisation market. Sure he's glad he's leaving. I'm fed up bending his ear about Dingwall office rationalisation. Started before at least 10 years ago, and it's still not completed for various reasons. We're now on to the developing a vision for community points of delivery. Dingwall rationalisation in a different form, working with our community planning partners. I can see where this links in with the new Hoyt and the work that's been done there. And I can see, and I'm pleased to see, that the third sector and business is mentioned as our partners within this, and that is a good step forward. But we need to see some speed in delivering some of these, and that is throughout the Highlands, and not have dragged out consultations, feasibility studies, and wasting officers' time and money. We need to give our communities some certainty that what they invest in and what they want to see happen is included. 4.73 is very important. We're working on place-based plans with our communities at the moment. And now the council have made or suggesting some decisions that the communities have not been involved in. We need to have that local discussion. The first I heard about Dingwall Primary was when I got the papers. And I am an elected member. So community involvement is vital. And going back to Councillor Kennedy's comments, I absolutely agree with his speech and I believe everything that he said. But parents have emailed us all from St Clement's to say, when will St Clement's new build standalone school open its doors to pupils? Because there's no timescale and no firm plan. Community wellbeing is at the heart of our Hoyt, and a new special needs school. It's not only for a community for the pupils, it's a community for the parents. Thank you.
As a McPherson.
Thank you, convener. Yeah, we all welcome when investment is made, but as has been stated already, we're talking about investment. When is it investment and when is it debt? And you know, when I first heard about this, it was in the press, and the question was put to me: is this the fact that the Highland Council has had an envelope arrive through the door with an application for a credit card? Look, you've got access to a credit card. Look at all the money that you can borrow on the strength of it. Because in some instances, it actually looks like this. You know, can I request that this council formally approaches the renewable energy companies who generate so many millions of their income from across our Highland landscape to seek interest-free loans to help with the affordability of this Highland investment plan. And in my ward of Inverness South, the Strathdairn Community Council, the area around Moy and Tomatin, they managed to build a 2.5 million community hub with interest-free loans from the owners of the wind farms in their vicinity. So there is a pathway to make it happen. And as we know, money is the root of all progress. I used to run filling stations. I had to compete with Tesco. Tesco got 3 weeks interest-free money from the oil companies compared to me when we were running 15 filling stations. So they were treated differently. Arnold Clark gets interest-free on all the stock that they have from every car manufacturer. Otherwise, they don't stock the cars. We need to be asking for what other people out there get. And that's where we need to be going, is chasing after the people with the deepest pockets. Someone asked about what Andrew Jarvie asked, why are our older schools and hospitals in better condition than our new ones? And that's because they were made, and donations were made by the richest of the merchants of this country. We've got across Infirmary. That was provided for by some of the richest merchants. You wouldn't have a railway line to Cllr if it wasn't for the merchants of our historical ages providing the funding and the land for it. Sadly, much of that money came from slavery, and this country is still paying back the debts to slavery that these people were given. It's so much more of our GDP that is given to the landowners and the people who made their money from slavery across the world. So that's where they made their money, the people who made benefit to us. When you go around our country, you see Carnegie Halls, you see Carnegie Libraries, the great industrialists, they provided money. We should be knocking on their doors and saying, can you provide the money here for this to make it happen? I said it in the Housing Committee that people who used to build houses have stopped building houses. The police, the railways, the distilleries, Forestry Commission, all of these people provided houses. Now it's the pressures on this council to provide it. So what happens if the Scottish Government of the day insists on a council tax freeze and penalties apply to each local authority that charges its constituents any council tax? What happens to this plan, and where do we go from here? You know, the UK government only paid off its World War II debts to the USA at the end of 2006. The World War I war loan was repaid in March 2015. On the 3rd of December 2014, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, George Osborne, explained that the UK gilt, the government-issued bond, known as the 3.5% war loan, would be repaid on the 9th of March 2015. Okay, so this council builds a new railway bridge at Muir of Ord as a 60-year mortgage for Highland taxpayers. Unfortunately, this council did not request a substantial contribution from Network Rail, who insisted on an increase in height in the eventuality of the Inverness to Dingwall railway line becoming electrified. That was a failure and a dereliction of our duties that we did not ask the Network Rail to pay for what they were speccing to us, a much longer bridge and a higher bridge. So in the first year of the COVID pandemic, from April 2020 to 2021, this country borrowed £299 billion, the highest figure since records began in 1946. This isn't new money. This is borrowed money. You can call it investment, but it's borrowings, and it's going to be our children and grandchildren that are going to be saddled with this debt in the same way as the cost for the COVID. And everybody's treating it as great money. It's wonderful. A credit card has arrived through the letterbox that says, abracadabra, you've got money, but it's the council taxpayers of this local authority who are going to be paying for this for many, many years to come. And as has been said, if we'd only invested in ongoing improvements and maintenance like Corran Ferry, like our roads, like our schools, we would not find ourselves in this predicament that we find ourselves in now. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Thanks, convener. I wish I shared the happiness of the rest of the chamber, but unfortunately I don't. I'm being asked by my constituents, especially Park Primary School parents, what does 1 to 10 years mean? Does it mean that, you know, as Councillor McLean said, really this council can only guarantee 3 years. We've got 3 years left. Does it mean that a new council is going to come in 3 years' time and change everything? Because we know that happens. Those of us that have been here for several terms know it definitely happens. So my constituents are saying, so Is Park going to get a new school in the next 3 years? Is it going to be start being built in the next 3 years? You know, all of this makes a difference. There's no detail here. And I'm sorry, but I don't share the Chairman of Education's aspirational feelings on this at all. I'm really deeply saddened by it because I've seen all this before. I've seen slippage with nobody's mentioned that. It's saying 1 to 10 years, it could be 1 to 12, 1 to 15. Until somebody tells me that in my ward I'm getting a new school for Park, or as it says here, at Invergordon F52, 1 secondary and 2 primaries, maybe they're thinking about something together. Who knows? But until I get told this is going to start, we are looking at it, then I'll know, well, in approximately 3 years, we'll get a new school. But until I get told that, I'm not going to feel aspirational happy. Sorry.
Thank you, convener. And let me start by saying I'm not sure if it's the earlier start time or the new ideas that the chief executive's brought into the council, but everyone seems a bit energised this morning. I'd like to thank Derek Brown, our chief executive, for bringing these fresh ideas. And I think it's something that this administration's been needing probably since day one of this council. We push in the perhaps right direction. You know, I agree with some of the comments. These are fantastic opportunities and whatever else, but you know, it's not new. This is sort of what most people do. They borrow money to build things because you know, no one has hundreds of millions of pounds lying down the back of the sofa. So I think investing is good, investment's good. We do have to welcome this. Now, there's been a couple of points made on debt, good debt, bad debt, and it's not exactly like a credit card. You know, if you're borrowing money to pay off your credit card every month, that's not good. But if you're borrowing money to build a house, to buy a house, you know, that is good because you pay that down, you're left with an asset at the end. And I think this goes back to the point about maintenance. We've got to make sure that we do this and we do this right. We need to make sure that there's longevity in the assets. And I think having this programme of works going forward will mean we'll be able to get competitive rates and do it properly, because I'm a big believer in there's 3 ways you can do things: good, fast, or cheap, but you can only have 2. If you want it cheap, it's not going to be good or fast. So it's one of those things where you've got to make sure that you do it properly. And I think with this, it's not being fast, so it needs to be good and preferably as cheap as we can. So I think we've really got to make sure that it's there and it's going to be a lasting asset in our communities. Now, our council tax takes in the region of 140 million, and obviously 2% of that comes in about 2.8 million. So I'd like to know, with the Public Works Loan Board rate of about 5.72%, how much we reckon we'll be able to borrow from this, because this sort of builds a picture of this programme of works, how it's going to work, what pace is going to work, because there is anxiety from members across the chamber of, you know, this is all good and well saying we're going to be doing all of this wonderful stuff, but the question that our communities want to know is when. I think that's where this falls short. You know, I think the next step from this, and it needs to come pretty quickly, is the when. Is this going to happen? When are we going to see planning applications? When are we going to see construction works begin? Because that's what our communities care about. Now, I am quite interested in a lot of the contributions that members have made, particularly from the administration, because it sounds as if they've given up on the Scottish Government supporting the Highlands. It's just, well, do you know what? We're getting no help from them whatsoever, so we're going to have to help ourselves. And I think that's a really a turning point perhaps for this council, for this administration, because I don't want to say they've seen sense, but I think they've seen the writing on the wall that the Central Belt, the Edinburgh-based SNP government doesn't care about the Highlands, and that if we're not going to start making progress and delivering for the people of the Highlands, then no one will. So that buck stops with us now. We heard from Councillor Campbell mention that the SNP ministers passed the buck, and I think that's something we see far too often with, you know, contributions about the A9, with the Stromferry bypass, you know, even with the LEAP funding to a certain extent. And I think this is a really positive step that probably have members make references. We're going to take back control of our finances. We're going to make sure that we're delivering on the people's priorities. And it is somewhat reassuring that the administration seems to be veering onto the right path with this. But I do think that certainty is required. I think that's what our communities expect of us to provide. So I would hope that that's what's going to be coming next, and coming next as in very soon. But I would be interested to know what the borrowing power is on the 2.8 million, just to try and get a base idea of the pace of progress that we can expect to see, because there is a lot of work done, and we need to make sure that it's done fast and it's done right.
We'll try and get a very brief answer to that question, but I believe that you may require a fuller answer later. But Brian can maybe give you some brief details.
If I can come in first, convener, it's just I think Brian may have missed the actual substance of your question, Councillor Stewart. So if I understand you correctly, what you want clarification on is options around the cost of borrowing and the different mechanisms such as PWLB and the types of rates that might apply. Yeah, are you okay with that, Brian? And it will be as brief as possible because we don't want to enter the debate, members.
Thank you. So within the report, the 2.8 million in terms of the seed funding is referenced there. And in terms of my opening comments, I mean, typically 2.8 million based on current borrowing rates would support around up to £50 million of capital on a one-off basis. So that's the presumption within the report and the kind of seed capital that's been then modelled over that longer term position. In terms of funding options around that, as members of Corporate Resources Committee will be aware, Council has a Treasury strategy that was approved in this chamber. That's what we as officers follow. We look to borrow from PWLB. We also source funding from other local authorities or just within the general marketplace. We're constantly looking to see what is the most preferential rate meeting our needs at a given point in time. We're exploring other options. We've had recent meetings with the UK Infrastructure Bank, for example, to see whether there might be opportunities there that might give opportunities for perhaps lower borrowing than we might otherwise be able to access. It's obviously a dynamic thing. Rates are constantly changing. So, on a daily, weekly basis, the finance team are looking to secure the best possible rates we can. Happy to have further discussions out with if that would be helpful.
That's okay.
Thank you, convener. Very pleased to see the priority given to retrofits of buildings in this report, given how we know that they save money, time and carbon compared to building new buildings. And I'd like to thank the report for taking on board comments made by myself and others at the Education Committee, where we discussed community pods about the need to integrate NHS services, particularly with NHS Near Me. If we can get this right, I think it opens up the opportunity to really help our health service. There's a few areas where I think I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed not to see Inches Roundabout get a specific mention in the Capital Road section. We know how miserable it makes people in my ward and in other wards in the eastern half of the city, and I'd like to commend it as a suggestion for future areas of capital investment. And looking down the suitability ratings of these schools, I'm surprised to see that the Royal Academy gets a suitability rating of A, given how many complaints that I and other councillors get about overcrowding in the corridors and at lunchtime in that school. I'm just curious as to how these ratings are calculated. So I'm sure it is taken into account, but it was just an area of surprise. Section 4.4.4 is the sentence, number of potential commitments which is yet undetermined in relation to suitable bus transportation, which Highland Council may have to support. Even for a council report, that is a particularly vague sentence, which the rest of the paper is actually quite specific. What are these commitments that we may or may not have to potentially support at some point in the future? Because it is a particularly large area of vagueness. And finally, there's one facility which is mentioned in the report but isn't actually included in the overall analysis. The bridge facility in Inverness is a well-used, well-liked and necessary facility which supports our most vulnerable people with additional social, educational and behavioural needs. It's not been included in the full analysis section because it does not have a permanent and sustainable school role. I do understand the rationale for that, given that school role was the main driver for how things were analysed, but it means the bridge is missing off this list, and it's such an important facility that I think it would be a mistake to not include it in the future. I'm sure it is something that council administration and officers are aware of, but can I request that the bridge is included in areas of future analysis, because we should not be leaving it off these lists, and it is not fair to ensure that to leave some of our most vulnerable pupils in a facility that, if we're not including it in the future plans, will eventually become in poor condition. Thank you.
There's a balance.
Thank you, convener. And at last, we've got a plan. So firstly, can I thank officers and the administration for their time in preparing these reports and talking us through the plan. I congratulate the administration for having a clear, strategic, costed plan, not the pie in the sky bucket list of what we'd like to do if we had some money, which has been produced by previous administrations. But last autumn, we were told that this sort of borrowing was unaffordable. Since then, interest rates have gone down and construction costs have somewhat stabilized, but the fact that these changes over the past 6 months have made it possible demonstrates how quickly and easily these plans could be derailed. And indeed, Appendix 9 makes it clear that there are no guarantees. I support public investment in our future. We all know that bringing our schools, transport systems, and public buildings up to standard is going to cost, thanks to 30 years of underinvestment. Now, here's something I don't often say. I agree with Councillor Macpherson that it would be better if this were paid for from the great wealth that has accrued amongst some of our individuals and companies around these islands, and that can only be secured by tax. And until we get a government in Westminster that is prepared to tax some of its billionaire donors, the only options are borrowing or more decay, dilapidation, and dissatisfaction. So I am willing to support the £40 million worth of investment for roads and transportation if it does include transportation for all. Being able to travel is essential for social inclusion, particularly in rural areas, and that requires investment in public transport infrastructure, which will inevitably involve a significant amount of local community transport. Community pods must be on easily accessible public transport routes, and they must be located to minimize the need for travel. And crucially, should include access, remote or in person, to NHS and police services, and indeed all of the organisations involved in community partnerships. And as Councillor Jarvie and Greg has highlighted the strength of some of our older buildings, it is important that we repair and renovate first where possible, not just tear things down and rebuild. I'm happy to support the ring fencing of 2% of council tax income to pay for the loan finance for these schemes, as long as this is an additional 2% and not just another 2% sliced off our already overstretched staff and public services. Council tax, apart from being the main revenue raising power we have, is a progressive tax. It has least effect on those who are poorest in our society, and it focuses on those with most property wealth. I accept there is a small number of people who are property rich but cash poor, but this is a very small number of people, and this is a well-focused tax. Greens welcome moves away from income tax and towards wealth taxes, such as council tax. I know, Council Leader, you've said publicly that you disagreed with the council tax freeze last autumn. I only hope that John Swinney will not be so impulsive, or these plans will be toast. And I hope, Leader, you'll be lobbying both privately and publicly for councils to have the freedom to raise what they want for why they want it for. And so I hope that we will not see such a freeze in next year's budget. And thank you for bringing forward this plan.
Councillor Willie.
Thank you, convener. Along with my colleague here, I welcome the strategic approach presented and support public investment in public services and our future, rather than more decay and dilapidation. When a private company borrows from shareholders, it is celebrated as investment in the future. Borrowing is how capitalism works. The only difference is while a private individual invests in shares for private profit, Highland Council invests for a social return on investment. Investment that is designed to bring prosperity for the future by educating our children in suitable buildings, allowing people to travel on safe roads and paths, providing efficient, reliable, low-carbon public transport, and enabling people across the Highlands to access the services they need where and when they need them. I welcome the concept of the community points of delivery and hope that they will be developed along with communities so that they meet the needs of the different communities across the Highlands. Fort William and the Loch area would definitely benefit from a community point of delivery, especially one that incorporates key community services such as a new leisure facility to replace the current one, which is near the end of its life, and a new Nevis Centre, which is an essential hub for the area, providing, among other things, social, leisure and sporting facilities, currently in a crumbling, leaking, inefficient building that desperately needs replacement. Clarity, communication and community involvement will be key to the success of community points of delivery and the investment plan as a whole. Thank you.
Councillor Green.
Thank you, convener, and thank you to Councillor Christie for referencing the 5-5-5 approach. My first term as a councillor was challenging. In 2012, there were budget cuts, there were services reduced, there were redundancies. Underinvestment in roads was being flagged up, but schools were being built and the ferries sailed. There was still a prevailing sense of optimism. However, following my voter-inspired 5-year sabbatical, I returned in 2022 to find the landscape transformed. A school building programme in crisis, roads not fit for purpose, ferries that either didn't appear or didn't work. Highland Council, at best, an organisation through no fault of its own in a state of managed decline. At worst, an organisation that would be unable potentially provide the infrastructure, schools and roads our communities warranted and are required if a buoyant business community, the Greenport, Freeport and Haventus, to name but two, are to achieve their transformational goals and deliver greater prosperity for everyone in the Highlands. The Highland Investment Plan, as set out in the papers in front of us today, capitalises ring-fence revenues that would unlock the funds to invest in our communities. Importantly, it's flexible, allowing us in the good years to invest more, and when, as Councillor Christie has quite rightly referenced, challenges arise further down the road, the flexibility to respond by investing less. I would just mention Councillor Jarvie's point, there's nothing new about this. Others have been doing this, and I'll reference an article in the Times from a couple of weeks ago. The town that had 2,625 potholes and the council mended the lot. That is Blackpool. They followed a very similar scheme to what we're doing. They borrowed 30 million and they're making dramatic savings as a result. So, in summing up, Councillor, convener, existential challenges generate new and innovative responses. FDR's response to the Depression was the New Deal. America's response to the devastation of World War II was the Marshall Plan. Our response to COVID, Brexit, and the energy crisis is the Highland Investment Plan. It's affordable, sustainable, and desirable. And on that basis, I would urge all members to support the recommendations.
Councillor McIntosh, Major.
Thank you, convener. There is much to admire in this plan, but I'm afraid it's not
join some of the other members in the nirvana of ecstasy over it. It is an attempt to forward plan, and that has got to be a good thing. We're stuck in this 1-year planning cycle, and this is a good thing. It takes it on. The investment of 2% of council tax is a good idea, providing, of course, we don't fund it through reductions in service, through savings elsewhere. That is not investment, that is just a reduction, and it's not the way forward. The council has no money. That's what we've been hearing. So 2% of nothing is still nothing. And that's what we will end up with unless we have a proper plan for our services. And that is not contained within here. We have much promises of money that may accrue. Now, I have no idea about investing money. And I trust that these figures are correct. If not, I suspect a trifle optimistic. And so we have the financial aspect of it and the forward planning aspect. But most of the rest of the report is what shall I call it? I don't know, a Cinderella report. The fairy godmother will trundle along and make it happen. We have got it'll help to tackle inequalities in Highland. How? There's no plan for that. It's would be welcomed. We don't even have any definition of what the inequalities that we can tackle are there. We have evolving our policy and dealing with additional support needs, which comes upon an assumption that we are going to change policy in having St. Clement's and St. Duthans and Drummond School. This to me looks like there will be no St. Clement's. We want to explain the reluctance over previous meetings for the administration to go forward with such a plan. But it looks as if it's going to be subsumed into special units within this Dingle Academy and others. This has been tried before. I worked in a school where we had a special unit, and it was such a success that they closed it down. It's something we need to look at, especially there will be special needs children who will never, ever be fit for mainstream education. And there are undoubtedly some within special education units who should be in mainstream school and the opportunities that they will welcome. So I welcome a lot of this plan. A lot of it is, like I say, Cinderella stuff based upon fairy godmothers churning up. The bottom line is we do not have enough money. We still have an annual budget decided by people out with this area, out with this chamber, in Holyrood and in Westminster. Which actually, well, House of Stewart managed to bracket together the Tories and the SNP. That's a thought that some of us have had for a very long time. So I welcome it, but so far, so good. A lot of pages are just guff and wishful thinking. Hopefully, wishful that will come to fruition. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Atkin.
Thank you. I will definitely be brief because everything I was going to say has been said by plenty of others on this side.
Hold on, Sarah. You know, guys, just be sensible. Other members have been quiet when you're speaking, so please be quiet when they're speaking. Sorry, Sarah, start again.
That's okay. I take issue with some of the negative comments. Firstly, for me, this is us grasping the metal. The two things that I really love about it are that we are thinking about preserving what we already have instead of seeing building new as the default. And I think building new as a default has been done without real strategic thinking, possibly in the past. And also the word that I like most is strategy. And this is a strategy. I mean, it's looking at the big picture. I think looking at the locations, priorities, needs, including Dingwall and Invergordon, I think is eminently sensible. I mean, I've worked in both Dingwall Primary and St Clement's, and the fact that Dingwall Primary is in it as well, I think is great. And it does matter that you look holistically across the town as to what the needs are. Particularly, this dovetails into a lot of other issues that will feed into one area into another area. The ASN and enhanced provision, which I hope is included in that, matters hugely because enhanced provision does allow more pupils to cope with mainstream education and stay in mainstream. And there are kids at St Clement's that can cope with mainstream learning. They can't necessarily cope with mainstream schools socially, but there are other young people who their parents want them in mainstream socially, even if the academic work is a challenge to them. So it is never cut and dried. So the idea that we're thinking about the holistic view of how we do the best for our young people across the piece for every area, I think is absolutely to be applauded. And finally, I have to mention my own ward in this. I always used to be at Fortrose thinking, I can't believe there can be worse schools where the floor of the study hall is sinking, the roof is collapsing, and the windows are falling out of parts of the buildings of some of the schools. Surely there can't be many schools worse than this. And it's seemingly now Fortrose Academy's critical needs, rather like Bewley as well and other schools, that have to be propelled to the top because there is a critical requirement that something is done in these schools. And obviously, as a ward member who's been speaking about this for a long time, I'm obviously delighted. And the final point about being, it won't happen, 20 years is too long. I mean, what we all hope for is some political and economic stability in this country. That is the key. We know that. However, with a long-term plan, you're less likely to be bounced off course. And also, we're in charge of it. It's our plan. We're not relying on external people to get the money to us. Thank you.
Councillor Finney.
Thank you, convener. And just before I start, I'd like to thank you and thank the council for flying the EU flag today on Europe Day. And I'm sure this is a gesture that will be much appreciated by EU nationals in this region, whose contribution to the life of the Highlands has been massive over the last few decades. Yes, this is the most important paper I have seen since I was first elected. It does bring real hope to our communities, and it includes road improvement, good news for the Corran Ferry in my ward. And it's so important that we continue to think in a strategic way. As Councillor Johnstone was saying, it's not just about the ward that shouts the loudest getting the money. It's about having a strategic plan for all of the Highlands. This plan will allow investment in many schools, not just in one, to quote Councillor Bremner. And again, I'd like to thank all the members for their patience at the last council meeting, where it was very tempting to invest the money in one school rather than have a plan for many schools like today. So thank you very much. It's prudent, it's sustainable, but there are risks. I noticed at the beginning, for example, it mentions climate change. This plan could be disrupted, if not threatened, in the next 10, 20 years, if we don't make the right choices now. Choosing solutions that do not go in the direction of achieving net zero will deprive the council and our communities of funding avenues in future. We have lost many funding opportunities in the last few years, including the loss of EU money, and I don't want today's children to be in that situation in 10, 20 years. Also failing to adapt and failing to bring solutions like building the wrong infrastructures that will not be sustainable as that climate changes could be very costly, could bring extra costs, extra spending to future generations. So this is the reminder of the importance of the involvement of the Climate Change Committee in decision making from the start. for every policy. So basically, what I'm saying is I don't want today's children who will be standing in this chamber in 20 years to blame us for making the wrong choices today. So I welcome the good news and welcome this plan, and I urge all the members to support it. Thank you.
Councillor McAllister.
Thank you. I'll be quick as usual. Yes, it's been an interesting morning so far. I liked Councillor McPherson when he said the SNP are talking the talk, but obviously they're not doing the walk. And funny enough, when I looked round, a lot of the SNPs were grinning. So that was interesting as well. You're not grinning at the moment, but never mind. I'll make you laugh. I think the Highland is a forgotten area here. Yeah, I've always been a wee bit down, but now it's a lot worse. And the SNP, as I say, you're still blaming COVID. Yes, you are. Somebody said it. So they're blaming the Highlands. They're blaming us here. Doesn't matter who you are, but that's what they're doing. Depending on certain areas you live in, but in certain areas that I live in, they don't hold back. They just tell you straight away what the problems is, and nothing's been done. So, but that's where we are. So I'm hoping that the next Highland Council meeting we will have more positive ideas. So let's get your hat on and start thinking what you can do to solve the number of problems that we have here in the Highlands. Speak to your government, because to be fair, we don't get the money that is required. And the other problem here is, like, we're talking about schools. Well, Inverness High School is the oldest secondary school in the Highlands. And I've been trying for a number of years for the funding for them, for the toilets. The female pupils, and I've been in the school, I've gone round it, the female pupils will not use those toilets. They are so disgusting. And the gym hall is the same gym hall when I went to school there. And I won't tell you about it because I've said it all before. So there's all these things, I think, that if you do something like that, people will think more positively about you. So I'll leave it there. I could go on, but I won't, because we've had a busy morning so far. But thank you for listening.
Councillor Reid. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, for convener. I'll keep this brief. The first thing I did when this paper was released was to check where Cloggan Academy stood in the rankings and where it was in regard to the phasing of the capital programme. You can understand my dismay to see that this project, one of the 6 that are already at master plan or design stage, is now in phase 3 and will not be progressed for 11 to 20 years. The other 5 projects are going ahead in phases 1 and 2. Culloden and Ardusir ward is facing the biggest expansion of housing in any ward in the Highland Council area. The Housing and Land Audit 2023 states that there is capacity for 7,571 units. And over the next 10 years, it is suggested that 1,730 houses will be built, all in the Culloden Academy catchment. Our school roll is currently 1,137 pupils, and in 10 years, with an additional 1,730 houses, our school roll is predicted to drop to 1,008, down by 129 children. Our school roll recently increased from 964 to 1,330 with the installation of modular units to facilitate additional learning space, classrooms. This was welcome, but no additional social space has been included. The canteen is the same size and the lunch hall, the only indoor social space, fits 20 tables for lunch, seating 96 pupils. For each child to sit for lunch, it would require 12 sittings over 40 minutes at approximately 3.5 minutes each. Pupils and parents are delighted that finally the installation of the new synthetic pitch will start in a couple of weeks. This will give much needed year-round access to sports facilities. We know that our secondary schools are more than places of learning, and today is all about developing those community links to create more efficient ways of delivering service at a better cost. The approval of the Community Sports and Leisure Facility Strategy at the Education Committee on 23rd November last year was a new vision for integrated provision of facilities that would deliver vibrant community hubs. A great idea. And while it states that there would be need for different thinking in the urban areas of Highlands, with so much of my ward rural, it seemed a perfect fit. Since the closure of Everlast, a gym with 3,000 members, there is no place for members of our community to go. Most of the young adults from the school went there in the evening. It has been suggested that the Cllr Library could be turned into a gym, but where would the library go? Certainly no room at the school. A number of years ago, the City of Inverness Area Committee agreed to commission a feasibility study into an East of Inverness sports facility that would service all the areas to the east of the city, including Culloden and Ardusir Ward, Inverness South, and of course the new town of Tornagrain. This project appears to be at a standstill due to lack of capital funding. So to the Highland Investment Plan. I think it's a very common sense and methodical approach to developing the capital programme we need to deliver in the Highlands. We need to look at the estate we have, and I'm focusing on schools here, to create the overarching plan of what needs done, when it needs done, and how we pay for it, all while ensuring we put building blocks in place to deliver the infrastructure that will be required to support the Green Freeport. Ardusir Port is growing at pace with plans to have 4,000 staff on site by 2027 and the same number expected soon in the Cromarty Firth, raising to 8,000 workers in due course. Housing is needed. That was the point of the Master Plan Consent Areas paper that's brought to A&I recently. With all of these fast-moving developments and the links to my ward, you will appreciate why I can't understand why our school is not in the mix. We've been told that the choices that have been made are based on real research and evidence. If we look at the weighted scores, Culloden comes in at number 25 with a weighted score of 67, CB respectively for condition suitability and 80-90% sufficiency. Inverness High School sits at number 132, 107 below Culloden, with a weighted score of 83, a BB rating for condition and suitability, and 60 to 80 sufficiency, and it is going ahead. You will understand why I'm struggling to go back to parents in my ward with any sort of rationale. If I take my issues around Culloden Academy out of the mix, I think the Highland Investment Plan is exciting and bold. Derek, I would like to thank your senior officers who've taken all the time I needed to understand this paper better. They are nothing if not patient. Thank you for putting this on the table, and I will say that because I do believe before long, Culloden Academy will have to be dragged back onto the table. Not the scaled down version of the original extension, but the whole campus. Thank you.
Councillor Gill.
Thank you, convener, and thank you for the plan. I think who doesn't love a good plan? It's really good. It's aspirational. It's got great objectives, and I fully commend the aspirations that go behind it. And I'd like to thank Councillor Finlayson for pointing out that I should be very grateful for Golspie, Dornoch, and Brora schools for being on the list. It's quite refreshing. They were never there before. So anyway, it's always good to see. What I would like to focus on here is how we're going to finance this whole issue, this whole plan. Figures that I've been provided with show that Highland Council is currently the second highest borrower in all of Scotland and substantially higher than the Scottish average. And with the exception of Irving, we're very top. Currently, we've got £62 million per annum on loan charges. Potentially, with this plan in place and all of the funding we're talking about here, potentially in 20 years' time, £186 million at the end of this 20-year period, with no plan in place to repay the capital. So we're looking at increasing our borrowing by £100 million per year for the next 20 years on average. And that's what this plan is made up of. Currently, we're still paying loan charges for debts incurred in the 70s. And again, no way of paying that debt back. So we take on new borrowing without any thought of how we repay that debt over time, other than by further borrowing. We simply cannot continue to increase this debt burden without a cohesive plan on how we address the capital. The suggestion is that we should keep our borrowing within 10% of our overall budget on an assumption of a continuous increase in the budget from Scottish Government year on year. That's a pretty big assumption. Councillor Loudon is absolutely correct in what he said to us earlier on today. We can do things for ourselves, but we should also do it in a way that doesn't mean a heavy legacy of debt around the necks of our children going forward. One senior former officer of the council spoke to me just the other day there and says, what's happened? Has the council found a money tree? And I think that's the thinking that's out there in the general public. We keep on telling them we have no money, but yet we've got £2 billion capital programme in place, but no way of paying back the money. If you buy a house and you get a mortgage on it, you pay your mortgage off, you pay your capital off, the house is yours. We pay our mortgage off and we just borrow some more money to pay it off again and again and again with no final end to it. So I suppose what I'd like to know is, and I'm going back to what Councillor Smith was saying earlier on, at the end of this council period and maybe the next council period, who's going to take responsibility for this huge debt? Who's going to actually finally get round to address it? Because it probably won't be any of us who will be off doing other things by that time. Some of us might not even be around. So that we've got to bite the bullet here. We've got to address our capital funding. I'm not suggesting for 1 second we don't borrow. If we want to achieve these things in this plan, which I certainly hope we do, we have to borrow money. We also have to have it borrowed in a responsible manner that gives us a way to pay back that capital and not leave a legacy of debt for years and years and decades to come. Thank you.
Councillor Rees. Raymond, that's fine. We're in debate here. Councillor Rees.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start off by thanking Mark Rogers for the help he's specifically given me and other councillors about Thurso High School. I think this might be his last full council, so thank you, Mark. And thank you too for the Chief Executive for this plan and others who've been involved with it. I don't think the plan is revolutionary. I think it is, as Morven just said, a lot of it is common sense and it's quite basic. As being in the opposition, you'd expect us to probe and challenge a bit. I think it's partly driven out of desperation of the financial situation that we find ourselves in, but it's obviously not all bad. So a few points. Let's start off with the 2% council tax. I just feel we need to be clear that we are asking the Highland public to stump up because our government has decided not to give us the money for new schools. That is the reality. But I hope with the new Deputy First Minister, who has a Highland background, and I believe was one of the very finest pupils that came out of Dingwall Academy, you know, I hope we might get a sympathetic ear to that particular point. Secondly, on St Clement's School, it has been mentioned many times. May I quote from a member of the Parent Council who sent us all an email this morning? We are at a critical juncture where the decisions made today will have long-lasting impacts on the future of our children. It is imperative that Highland Council prioritise the construction of a new, fully equipped school for St Clement's that adheres to the standards required. We need transparent, detailed plans. And Councillor Patterson has spoken on this before and very eloquently, but I need to be blunt, Margaret. I'm sure you realise this already. At present, this school is one of 31 that is scheduled to have work carried out in the next 10 years. That's an average of 3 schools per year, which is a challenge. And I actually think the administration could perhaps reassure those who are worried about St Clement's by giving a clear-cut, unequivocal commitment about St Clement's. And actually, in the last full council, Councillor Christie addressed that very point. Councillor Finlayson, John, I think you had almost evangelical zeal when you talked of the wonderful news that this was and the long-term certainty. I do share it to some extent, but I'd just like to temper your enthusiasm, if I may, very gently. You also mentioned that we needed real data. So on the question of roads, which you'll be pleased to hear is not a school, but roads in Skye are also a concern, I know. At present, for this council, the standstill figure we require each year to maintain our roads in their existing condition is £33,990,000. And with the greatest respect for the plan, I couldn't actually work out myself if we are going to meet that figure on an annual basis, and that's the standstill figure. I think it's a reasonably simple question. I would like a straightforward answer. At the beginning of this meeting, Councillor Craft, I was going to pay her a compliment. She's left, unfortunately. I was going to compliment her on her nice words, but and that, you know, she's talked about, I think, compromise and being conciliatory and this kind of thing. Totally support her and all that. But the reality is, I don't think we can say that this plan is truly concrete, because there are a lots of ifs and buts. Councillor Finnison, again, I'm not picking on you, John, I promise you that, talked about certainty. What if Mr Swinney gets rid of council tax, which is something I seem to remember some years ago he more or less promised he would do? Folks, he's back in the driving seat. Council tax could go. What are the implications for funding for this plan? It's not a criticism, it's just a question. What would actually happen in that respect? I'd just like to finish, remind members what Biz said about the Stroud Ferry. I too can remember 10 years ago promises about the Stroud Ferry bypass. They were apparently set in concrete, but no concrete has been poured. Just as the A9 dualling, and the A9 continues to exact a toll. It hasn't been done. I'm trying to point out Culloden Academy as well, and I was delighted to hear Councillor Michael Green speaking. He's left as well. I hope I'm not picking up a kind of subliminal message here. You know, this is a good attempt. It's a good stab at it, but it's not as clear cut and as assured as some members seem to believe it is. And I would like to just finish by again saying there is the potential or the opportunity today for the administration to give a clear cut, no strings attached promise for St Clements. Thank you.
Councillor Baldry.
Thank you, convener. Sorry if I'm a bit dark. May I begin remarks with a word of warning for Brian Porter. Remember Iceland. Be careful where we borrow from. I've heard lots of valuable comments from members today. I agree with a lot of them. I agree with my leader. I never thought I'd hear myself saying I agree wholeheartedly with Duncan Macpherson on a lot of what he said, and I would strongly urge core points that this plan is supposed to put in place. Without reading them all out, they're talking about enabling people to live independently when within their community, to work in partnership and create and develop sustainable local communities, to create opportunities for all people and places to thrive economically. If we don't provide nursery places in, albeit remote, not Highland villages, we destroy them. You take the living heart out of, as has been said in other council meetings. So what I'm trying to get at is that the council makes a connection between the capital that we're talking about today and the running of existing, and some of them are very good, existing schools and premises. I would like that to be taken into account, please. Thank you, convener.
Councillor Gowns.
Thank you, convener. And convener, with your indulgence, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome my new ward colleague to the council, and I look forward to working with Councillor MacDonald in a positive way. I'd like to thank members for their overall positive reaction to this paper. It's a plan that I feel that we can all benefit from. In particular, I'm pleased that members have welcomed the £40 million additional money for roads. This will make a significant difference since our road network covers some 6,600 kilometres. The paper brings long-term certainty to our roads programme and along with that some key benefits, not least in procurement, because as a result of adopting a longer-term approach, it means that we can get better value from our procurement process and thereby saving the council money potentially in the longer term. This will mean that with your support, members, we can move forward, and I look forward very much to producing the much needed improvements in our road network, and that will cover, of course, every area in Highland. In terms of school investment, this report sets out a way forward to improve our schools, infrastructure, and to provide clarity, certainty, to enable planned and affordable investment in our school estate. Councillor Robertson referred to Culloden Academy, and like you, Councillor Robertson, I'm disappointed that Culloden isn't in the initial phase. But I have too fought for Culloden for many years for these school improvements. But I also acknowledge that these improvements will happen as part of a planned progress of works. However, some of us will remember as we move closer to the 2022 council elections, Councillor Robertson, along with her then Lib Dem colleague Councillor Carrick, were in the front and centre of the press, photographed at the school gates, claiming that they alone had secured the funding to improve Culloden Academy in 2021. Not so it would seem. Not for the first time, the Lib Dems are claiming that Inches Roundabout is not progressing, as we have heard from Councillor Gregg, when in fact members agreed to progress the compulsory purchase orders to provide the land needed at the City Committee in November. Our civil engineering consultants have produced draft designs for traffic signals for the scheme, and all of this was reported to members who attended the very recent City Region Deal Monitoring Board, which I chaired, and in fact Councillor Christie was present at that meeting. Also, Councillor Gregg, the Council is currently looking at opportunities for the expansion of our in-house bus service. And the report will be brought to the committee, hopefully in the near future. Members, this paper is about investment in our infrastructure and our people, making Highland an even more attractive place to invest, work and play. This paper is progressive, ambitious and possible. It's a paper that truly delivers for all of Highland, a positive future that's in our hands that everyone can share in. £20 billion over 20 years. Let's do this.
Councillor McEwen.
Thank you, and thank you, officers, for this report and for this innovative programme. I am just about concerned about the debt and legacy we are going to leave our future children in this, but I do realise we have to borrow money to achieve all these things. What I'm concerned about is, well, Wick High School, Wick Campus, is an A-list, is a condition A rating, which is really, really good, is 90 to 100% occupancy. So I want to understand why some of our children with special needs have been decamped into another property when there's room in the Wick campus for these children to be sort of mainstreamed. Now, I know taking a holistic view on this, mainstreaming these children with special needs, there is a difficulty because teachers aren't trained to cope with these children, so we need to bring in more training for teachers. But this property that these children are occupying could actually be used for more beneficial in Ness. That's my first point. Again, at Wick Campus, the libraries in Wick Campus, it's no more a library than that I am Carnegie. We've tried to have meetings in the library. It's so noisy. Me personal libraries were places for reading, developing your careers, research and everything. It is so noisy. It's just a thoroughfare. people going in and out the sports centre, the swimming pool, everything. So when you do design new high schools, please take a note the Wick Library as well. I'm pleased about the 40 million in roads. I'll come to that because Caithness and Skye roads are terrible. I drove from Wick to Tongue and Tongue over to Cllr and back up, and the single track roads are amazing. You know, I know Sutherland's got the most roads. They keep telling me that. I went to visit the roadsmen last week. We should have 9 or 10 roadsmen. There were 4. They're sitting in a tin hut with no running water. So we need to invest in the depots. We need to invest in our workforce. If we want loyal workers, we need to give them the facilities they need. So that should be another priority. I agree with a lot of what a lot of people say. I wouldn't be here in 20 years if I am, good on me. But Patrick and Ryan and some, so please let us know if it's achievable. But I want to know when Wick regeneration of the High Street and Bridge Street is still not started yet. Well, for stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4. We're still waiting stage 5. You know, these projects for all these schools and everything, they need to be smart. They need to be sustainable, manageable, achievable, realistic, and time managed. They need to be smart projects. And we don't want them delayed and delayed. So I would really like to see when the first project is going to start, and not have keep strategies and developments and meetings. And everybody would like to see progress. Possibly I'll not be here for the next council. I probably won't. But I would like to see some improvement before I leave and I start somewhere, so that I can say to my community, we have achieved something. So far in my 2 years, I've achieved nothing.
There's a Loch.
Thank you, convener. I just have 2 small points that I wanted to raise. First of all, unless I misheard Councillor Balance, I think he termed council tax as a progressive tax. Anything I know about it is that it's a regressive tax. And in that, the Scottish Green Party website says we propose replacing the discredited council tax with a progressive property tax. And the reason why I raise that is that, and to my colleague, Councillor Rees's point, council tax, the abolishment of council tax is the policy of the Scottish Greens, the SNP, Scottish Liberal Democrats, Scottish Labour. So I guess there's a bit of a concern in that we're pegging our financial strategy on a tax that there is a political consensus or a near political consensus in abolishing. So that's a slight concern. My second point was around, I guess, the perception around council tax, or the perception among the public in terms of council tax increases, that it all kind of goes into a black hole and they never see any return from that. So I guess an idea which might have been thought of already is that perhaps on the annual council tax statements, there could be the ring fence 2%, so that people know that that 2% is paying for their new school, is paying for their roads. Just a kind of illustration in black and white as to what they're getting in return for the 2%. Thank you.
Councillor Mackey.
Thank you, convener. I think at a meeting in Caithness House a couple of weeks ago, the members were talking about doing things differently, and the council leader turned to say, "We'll wait until you get to full council because there'll be a paper that'll be very interesting." And I do welcome this coming forward. I think it is, in my opinion, in the last couple of years, probably the first genuine attempt to forward plan and to have a vision about what our infrastructure and some of the core assets in our communities will be. Like a number of members, I do think we do need to temper the enthusiasm slightly, and I say that because, and not just opposition for opposition's sake, I think it's very, very important that we are welcoming improvements, but I do think it's probably a little bit too far across the line to celebrate delivering what many of our constituents would expect to be the basic public services and the basic infrastructure that's in the communities, although I do welcome it nonetheless.
I'm conscious that there are a lot of opportunities in Highland, and going back to Councillor McPherson's contributions a little bit earlier, I am concerned about the debt levels and essentially the burden that will be placed on future generations. But I do believe there is so much happening in the region that we do need to think differently, and I would like to de-risk as much of this as we possibly can. It does acknowledge in 4.14.1 so much that's happening in the region, and I think it's a remiss to me to not say that, for example, in my part of the world, we will have ongoing decommissioning at Dounreay now until the 2070s. That's generations of highly paid, highly skilled work, and also a requirement for a pipeline of highly trained people to be coming into the workforce. That's only going to be complemented by more developments, for example, in the Pentland offshore wind, up at the spaceport, or even across renewables or peatland restoration. So I do believe there is a huge opportunity to be going to the industries of the future and acknowledging you need skilled people. And we are a local authority that we should be very proud that we create skilled people, we create fantastic people going into the workforce. And I do believe it's a completely normal thing to ask for help and support in order to make sure that we have the infrastructure and the environments that will create the skilled people of tomorrow as well. Thank you, Convener.
Councillor Rosie.
Thank you, Convener. I very much welcome the Highland Investment Plan and delighted that this will now enable a concerted focus on the challenges that we face across the Highlands. I think there is a very significant opportunity to provide some confidence for people that we can address our challenges if we get this right. The Thurso Education Estate is a topic that I have aired frequently in the past, and reaching a position where we can now begin the process of exploring opportunities and being innovative in how we maximise and find expedited solutions for that estate excites me and pleases me. Community pod, a concept that I very much welcome. I think it's got the ability to create some very meaningful contributions in our communities. And luckily in Ward 2, we have in the recent past had significant consultation of the public by our Community Development Trust, and that will help inform that concept itself. So just thinking about Councillor Mackey's comments there, when I read this paper, I was struck by the lack of reference and inclusion of the private sector. And there's been other contributions in that vein earlier today. I do think the private sector would very much welcome the opportunity to be involved in this, and their contribution may provide a range of benefits. It doesn't have to be or mean just pots of cash. It can bring a range of opportunities. And I think Councillor Christie's comments about skills shortages, it's rare to attend a meeting, certainly in Caithness, and I suspect in Highland where skills shortages, skills gaps are not on the agenda at some stage. And if we're serious about reversing depopulation predictions, engaging with private sector and tapping into their expertise. Resource and finance, if they want to part with it, seems very, very sensible to me. So, and I think, just thinking about that right now, I think our experience as a council while developing the Green Freeport provides an insight to what can be achieved by collaboration with the private sector. So, finally, Convener, I would be grateful for some more detail on the various mechanisms for engagement and consultation that are included in the paper. And I would appreciate if we could get some formal recognition that we could look at including the private sector in the plan. Thank you.
Councillor Christie, I believe you're absorbing Councillor Crawford's amendment, so will you wind up, please?
Thank you, Convener. Firstly, in answer to Councillor Gowans, on the 14th of September, £5 million was taken out of the capital programme for the 5-year capital programme for Inches Roundabout. It's pure and simple. Look it up, Ken. It was taken out. There's not a great deal of disagreement between what I'm proposing as an amendment and the proposal. But the main area of difference is that under the administration's proposal, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Kennedy, St Clement's School falls into 5.2. 5.2 is quite clearly calling for further work and master plans and options to be done for St Clement's. 5.3 is the schemes that are being invited to progress to design and tender stage. If you truly care about St Clement's and want it open, you'll go for my amendment, because that's the one that actually says it's moving St Clement's into the design and tender stage. At the moment, it's not. It's quite clearly not. And that is what's angering and frustrating the parents of St Clement's. At the moment, they're still in limbo, and they've got to be asking themselves, because I'm asking, why on the third time of asking is St Clement's not progressing? Why is the funding not being allocated to it? Why is it not being put in the list with the other schools, Bewley, Charleston, Dunvegan, Portrose and Inverness High? Why? Why is it being left out? I don't know. They don't know. So if you want St Clement's to go ahead, it needs to be included in that list at 5.3. It needs to move to design and tender stage. Anything other than that is failing them. Councillor Balance seems the price for you to support the administration is an assurance that all be spent on won't all be spent on roads, and some will be spent on transportation. The words from Councillor Gowans were the 40 million will be spent on roads, and it's central to the roads programme. You ask for assurance that the 2% will be additional council tax. Nobody can give you that assurance. Yet, in typical Green fashion, you continue to prop up the SNP-led administration, something your colleagues have found very costly for a week and have now gone back to doing so. Let's look at this carefully. My amendment allows everything to go ahead and St Clement's. Isn't that better than what you've come forward for? It's the only reason that you're not going to support my amendment, which actually calls for reports to go to Corporate Resources Committee, which addresses the points, some of which you've raised yourselves and some of which Councillor Rosie has raised, not to stop anything, but to get further information so that we can plan and mitigate well into the future for anything that changes. It's a really sad day today for one particular small school in the Highlands and a good day for everyone else. Let's make it a good day for everyone. Let's be inclusive and actually make sure that my amendment goes through, which gives St Clement's the certainty that it will go ahead and move to design and tender stage and not sit back in a master plan stage. Because the danger is, if they decide it's not going to go on to the side, Councillor Kennedy, that it's been designated for, we'll have to go round and do another statutory consultation. Do we really want to make that actually happen for the people of St Clement's, or do we actually want to have a good day for 100% of the Highlands and put my amendment through? Thank you.
Councillor Bremner.
Thanks very much. I thank the Chamber for the mainly hugely constructive, welcoming and supportive comments. Several of you have politely raised some points that I will try to get back to you on in the course of time, but because I believe they merit that attention going forward with such an important plan, I would be happy to suggest that we cover some of the points in follow-up papers to Council. This plan is a new plan. The convener and the Chief Executive will recall the very first discussion I had with them in the Leaders' Conference Room, and that carried on in the convener's office later on that afternoon. The led officers being tasked with the review of potential of our discussions, working with the Chair of Resources, our Finance Lead and the JAG. This plan is the result of that initial conversation. It is a new plan. Happy to confirm to Councillor Balance that 2% council tax will be ring-fenced, but any other considerations in council tax will be considered annually as part of the budget process. Yes, there is a borrowing plan, but members will find that huge investments are based on borrowing most of the time, but the borrowing has to be affordable. Our plans in respect of affordability are detailed in the paper so that members can have confidence in the risk valuation and the financial planning.
The council is looking at opportunities for expansion in our in-house bus service, but a report will be brought to the appropriate committee in the near future. This investment is, and the investment in the plan is necessary because of underinvestment in this authority in previous years. That's plain and simple. This plan doesn't mean that we can't still work with governments, as we have done already to date, and many conversations and meetings with them in respect of delivery and results, like the Cllr and Ferry, and securing the Green Freeport in respect of delivering the schools that LEAP funding is providing for to date. The investment in our recycling secured from Scottish Government, my friend behind me, and so on. We can still do these things. We can have discussions with any other potential stakeholders, but we had to have a plan on which to base those discussions. That's what we have now. This plan will look at all options for short-term, medium and long-term in terms of consideration for land use, consideration of other buildings. Therefore, I believe the plan already accommodates and provides for Councillor Crawford's amendment. And I'm happy to raise Councillor Campbell's comments with Fiona Hislop the next time I meet her. I'm not sure what she's going to tell me, but I'm happy to raise it. We have the ambition, the plan, the detail, the buildings and other assets identified, and a funding method to pay for it. I can't think of a plan that, like this ever being presented to Council in such a way, and I urge members to support it. But before I end, Convener, can I applaud the professionalism, because that's what it's been, of our staff and officers who have worked with us and supported us to deliver this plan, and in particular you, Mark Rogers, our Executive Chief Officer for Housing and Property. This is Mark's last full council and is leaving us for pastures new, and I trust that he will accept our thanks for all he has done for this council, its members and its communities, and I wish you all the very best in the future, and thanks for the work that you did in helping us deliver this plan today. And I hope that it's a good legacy for you to leave us with. Thank you very much. All the very best.
Members, we have a motion and an amendment. The amendments are in the chat. Stuart.
Thank you, Convener. So, members, we have a motion from the council leader, seconded by the council convener, and that is to move the recommendations in the report. We have an amendment from Councillor Christie, seconded by Councillor Stewart. The amendment has been tabled, and the additional wording from Councillor Crawford is available within the chat. So, members, when we come to the vote, if you wish to vote for the motion for the council leader, it will be the green button for those in the chamber. If you wish to vote for the amendment from Councillor Christie, it will be the red button. If you wish to abstain, it will be the white button, and we'll start the voting shortly. If everybody in the chamber has voted that wishes to vote, we'll close the vote down now. Thank you. And then going around those members on Teams, if you tell me you wish to vote for the motion, the amendment, or to abstain, and I'll start with Councillor Baldry.
Motion.
Councillor Gunn.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Hutchison.
Motion, please.
Councillor Barbara Jarvie.
Amendment, please. Thank you.
Councillor Mackay.
Motion.
Councillor McLennan.
Motion, please.
Councillor McGilvray.
Motion.
Councillor Miller.
Motion.
Councillor Morrison.
Motion, please.
Councillor Rees.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Rosie.
Motion, please.
Thank you, members. Convener, there were 44 votes for the motion, there were 23 votes for the amendment, and there were no abstentions. So there were 24 votes for the amendment, and there were no abstentions. Sorry. So the motion is carried.
Members, we're now going to take lunch. Can we be back at 1:20 since we have agreed to take 30 minutes for lunch? Cheers.
There's a strong link between the places in which we live and work and our health and well-being. Things like busy roads, derelict buildings, or poor lighting can have a negative impact, whereas well-maintained green spaces, or walkable neighbourhoods, can help people feel more positive and safe. So how good is your place? The Place Standard tool is here to help anyone assess and improve the quality of a place. For example, if you think that your neighbourhood could be improved, then you can use the Place Standard tool with your family, your neighbours, or a community group to prioritise which changes would make a real difference to your lives. If you're a housing developer and want to maximise the potential of the development as an attractive place to live, then the Place Standard can help you to involve local people and plan how a development fits into the local area. Or, if you work for a local authority, you can use the Place Standard to structure a discussion or consultation on how best to bring together multiple services based on the needs of the local community. The Place Standard tool provides an easy way to identify the strengths and weaknesses of a place, from care and maintenance to facilities and amenities. Discussing the themes and giving them a score helps to encourage ideas and focus your priorities, and the results allow you to plan what you want to do, how you're going to do it, and with whom. So whether your place is well established, undergoing change, or is still being planned, let the Place Standard help you to improve the quality of your place.
One of the things that strikes me about being a social worker in the Highlands is that you get to work in an absolutely beautiful, diverse region. You're working deep in communities. You know your communities, you understand your communities, and you have that knowledge of the localities. And it's diverse in the sense that you can be working here in Inverness, where we are today, and it's urban and it's a small city, but you also have the opportunities to be working in semi-rural, more remote and rural areas, and really getting to know and understand the uniqueness and the diversity of those communities. So being a social worker in Highland, if I was to really sum it up in terms of listening to social workers in Highlands, it's about that strong sense of the Highlands, the identity, the culture and the community, the strong community picture, and of course getting to work in some of the most beautiful parts, I was going to say the UK, but of the world.
I think Highland is going through a lot of change and improvement just now. It's quite exciting, it's quite dynamic. We're trying to really, I think, recast how we work with families and yeah, introducing things like the Family First strategy, which is really about trying to keep families together wherever possible, keep children in their communities, keep children with their families if possible, if safe. Introducing things like family group decision making, which is really about giving families and young people and children a voice in their lives, in their care plans. So yeah, it's a good time to be in Highlands.
So following publication of the Promise and the National Child Protection Guidance in 2021, Highland has begun a significant improvement journey. So we've got lots of exciting initiatives like the Scottish Child Interview Model, which looks at avoiding the re-traumatisation of children who have to attend court. We've got the Graded Care Profile, working alongside families that may be struggling. And we've also got the Safe and Together model, working with families where domestic abuse is an issue. So lots of exciting opportunities to get involved in new initiatives and help us improve services for children and families in Highland.
First time I've ever worked in the Highlands, I took a kind of leap of faith just based on the job role that I'd seen when I was staying in Glasgow. But I think, you know, a great life-work balance up here in Fort William. You know, you've got all the outdoor activities if that's what you want to do. But what I've found in the Highlands is the approachability, a kind of management, you know, like obviously my line manager, but senior management as well, you know, very open to discussions, to chats, to catch up, you know, and I think that's a kind of breath of fresh air. Generally, senior management, you tend not to see or hear from them, but I think different in the Highlands, you know, there's always that support on offer, whether it's via your own line manager or higher up staff.
I get to work directly with social workers, I get to work directly with managers, I get to have a voice in strategic planning, in keeping the promise, in thinking about how we strive to be a trauma-informed workforce. I get to have conversations with senior leaders about what that needs to look like for us to truly be a trauma-informed organisation, and I find that incredibly exciting, albeit challenging, but definitely rewarding. I get to work directly with care experienced young people and care experienced adults and thinking about how we shape our services and truly listen to the voice of our care experienced community, and I love that. I love the stories that I hear. I love that we have an opportunity to truly listen and reflect a proper 50-50 approach and listen to children and families in terms of what they need from us.
If you're a leader or a social worker or a practitioner in the Highlands, you are working in a large area within a large organisation that covers a very unique, very diverse, world recognised region.
need to show photo ID to vote at UK Parliament elections. You do not need to show photo ID to vote in Scottish Parliament or council elections in Scotland. The name on your photo ID should be the same as the name you use to register to vote. Elections can take place in different areas at different times of the year. To find out if there are elections happening in your area, go to electoralcommission.org.uk/voter.
Untitled. At Inverness's most scenic point, the views are about to become even more breathtaking as the Highlands' newest must-see visitor experience is on its way. Outside and in, night and day, the Inverness Castle experience reveals the spirit of the Highlands at every turn. From the planting of heritage flora in the fabulous Gaelic-inspired gardens to the imaginatively told stories of the land. And everywhere the voices and stories of the people of the Highlands are heard, gathered over years and with you from the moment you enter the magnificently restored hall and staircase. The stories stay with you as you take in the incredible views from the city's special viewpoint, down towards Loch Ness, or following the river to the north. The magic of the area is recreated in thrilling new installations throughout the castle. The storytelling tradition of the Highlands, the Shenachie, is at the heart of the Inverness Castle experience, as authentic stories of the Highlands are brought to life with colour, life and excitement, and the city's beautifully restored rose window acts as a portal for your journey. The spirit of the Highlands lies in people's connection to the land. Whether you live here or are visiting, no one is unmoved by what they find. From mountain to coast, riverside to forest, everything is alive with stories from now and from the past. People in the Highlands have always interacted with and been a vital part of this living, breathing landscape. And the land's inspiration is found in how we live, how we come together to celebrate, in our sport, our culture, our ceilidhs. The Inverness Castle experience brings this to life vividly and enjoyably for all visitors, young and old, new to the area or long established. Everyone can recognise themselves in the celebration and the exploration. Everyone can find a connection to the area, some literally through family or ancestry, others spiritually, as they recognise an approach to the life they embrace, and others through shared interests such as fashion or some of the area's iconic elements, including tartan. But people and community remain at the heart of the Highlands and of the Inverness Castle experience. The area has spectacle and grandeur, and the South Tower experience fittingly ends with an incredible, immersive spectacular, a breathtaking ride through the landscape of the region. This is the spirit of the Highlands, Untitled. In the North Tower are the Cllr rooms, bringing together two of the Highlands' most famous icons, music and whisky, throughout the day and long into the evening, with the very best of the area's food, drink and live performance. And in a burst of colour and artistry, the top floor gallery pulls together the threads of the Highlands. An astonishing visual tour of the area's history from Neolithic times to the present day. This has been created by over 600 artists from the Highlands and brought to life in digital and 3D displays. And always the majesty of the river. The stories and the experience continue into the West Tower, where the focus shifts to create an atmosphere of comfort for the visitor. Or discover the most recent use of the buildings as the city's courthouse and former prison. The spirit of the Highlands is also captured through its wonderful food and drink in fabulous new environments. And if you want to capture a more permanent reminder of your visit, then that is possible too, in the spirit of the Highlands shop. The Inverness Castle Experience, the Highlands must-see attraction, opening in 2025. Júndach.
There's a strong link between the places in which we live and work and our health and well-being. Things like busy roads, derelict buildings, or poor lighting can have a negative impact, whereas well-maintained green spaces, or walkable neighbourhoods, can help people feel more positive and safe. So how good is your place? The Place Standard tool is here to help anyone assess and improve the quality of a place. For example, if you think that your neighbourhood could be improved, then you can use the Place Standard tool with your family, your neighbours, or a community group to prioritise which changes would make a real difference to your lives. If you're a housing developer and want to maximise the potential of the development as an attractive place to live, then the Place Standard can help you to involve local people and plan how a development fits into the local area. Or, if you work for a local authority, you can use the Place Standard to structure a discussion or consultation on how best to bring together multiple services based on the needs of the local community. The Place Standard tool provides an easy way to identify the strengths and weaknesses of a place, from care and maintenance to facilities and amenities. Discussing the themes and giving them a score helps to encourage ideas and focus your priorities, and the results allow you to plan what you want to do, how you're going to do it, and with whom. So whether your place is well established, undergoing change, or is still being planned, let the Place Standard help you to improve the quality of your place.
In Scotland, voters need to show UK Parliament elections. You do not need to show photo ID to vote in Scottish Parliament or council elections in Scotland. The name on your photo ID should be the same as the name you use to register to vote. Elections can take place in different areas at different times of the year. To find out if there are elections happening in your area, go to electoralcommission.org.uk/voter.
One of the things that strikes me about being a social worker in the Highlands is that you get to work in an absolutely beautiful, diverse region. You're working deep in communities. You know your communities, you understand your communities, and you have that knowledge of the localities. And it's diverse in the sense that you can be working here in Inverness, where we are today, and it's urban and it's a small city, but you also have the opportunities to be working in semi-rural, more remote and rural areas, and really getting to know and understand the uniqueness and the diversity of those communities. So being a social worker in Highland, if I was to really sum it up in terms of listening to social workers in Highlands, it's about that strong sense of the Highlands, the identity, the culture and the community, the strong community picture, and of course getting to work in some of the most beautiful parts, I was going to say the UK, but of the world.
I think Highland is going through a lot of change and improvement just now. It's quite exciting, it's quite dynamic. We're trying to really, I think, recast how we work with families and yeah, introducing things like the Family First strategy, which is really about trying to keep families together wherever possible, keep children in their communities, keep children with their families if possible, if safe. Introducing things like family group decision making, which is really about giving families and young people and children a voice in their lives, in their care plans. So yeah, it's a good time to be in Highlands.
So following publication of the Promise and the National Child Protection Guidance in 2021, Highland has begun a significant improvement journey. So we've got lots of exciting initiatives like the Scottish Child Interview Model, which looks at avoiding the re-traumatisation of children who have to attend court. We've got the Graded Care Profile, working alongside families that may be struggling. And we've also got the Safe and Together model, working with families where domestic abuse is an issue. So lots of exciting opportunities to get involved in new initiatives and help us improve services for children and families in Highland.
First time I've ever worked in the Highlands, I took a kind of leap of faith, just based on the job role that I'd seen when I was staying in Glasgow. But I think, you know, a great life-work balance up here in Fort William. You know, you've got all the outdoor activities if that's what you want to do. But what I've found in the Highlands is the approachability, a kind of management, you know, like obviously my line manager, but senior management as well, you know, very open to discussions, to chats, to catch up, you know, and I think that's a kind of breath of fresh air. Generally, senior management, you tend not to see or hear from them, but I think different in the Highlands, you know, there's always that support on offer, whether it's via your own line manager or higher up staff.
I get to work directly with social workers, I get to work directly with managers, I get to have a voice in strategic planning, in keeping the promise, in thinking about how we strive to be a trauma-informed workforce. I get to have conversations with senior leaders about what that needs to look like for us to truly be a trauma-informed organisation, and I find that incredibly exciting, albeit challenging, but definitely rewarding. I get to work directly with care experienced young people and care experienced adults and thinking about how we shape our services and truly listen to the voice of our care experienced community, and I love that. I love the stories that I hear. I love that we have an opportunity to truly listen and reflect a proper 50-50 approach and listen to children and families in terms of what they need from us.
If you're a leader or a social worker or a practitioner in the Highlands, you are working in a large area within a large organisation that covers a very unique, very diverse, world recognised region.
Members, we now have the roll call. So if you're here, you're here. If you're not here, you're too late.
Thank you, Convener, and good afternoon, members. So starting with those members in the chamber, could I ask you to press the green button to confirm your attendance when the lights start to flash? Thank you. Thank you, members. If everybody's voted, we'll close the vote down. Thank you. And then going round those members on Teams, from attendance, Councillor Baldry.
Present.
Councillor Gunn. Councillor Hutchison.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Barbara Jarvie.
Afternoon, present.
Councillor Mackay.
Present.
Councillor McGilvray.
Here, Stuart.
Councillor Miller.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Morrison.
Here, thank you.
Councillor Rees.
Present.
And Councillor Rosie.
Stuart, is Councillor McLennan here? I'm very much here and present.
Sorry, Councillor McLennan. Thank you, Convener. Just to add before we come on to item 10, I have a further transparency statement to share with the meeting. This is from Councillor McLennan as Chair of Loch Care and Repair in respect to the handy person scheme, in which he intends to talk. He has applied the test and he will participate in the discussion. Thank you.
Members, item 10 on your agenda is the Highland Council Operational Delivery Plan 24 to 27. Chief Executive.
Thanks, Convener. Members, I'm going to do a brief outline of the operational delivery plan passed to my colleague, Kate Lackey. So obviously, members will recall that the operational delivery plan is situated as how we're going to do things over the next 3-year period. We have the existing My Future Highland programme for the council, which runs from 22 to 27. We have our council performance plan, which has already been subject to approval by council. And this sort of sits in the middle. And what it does is it wraps up pre-existing commitments and policies of the council with new things that came forward as part of the budget setting. So really the focus is on how we will deliver over the next 3 years. It's worth bearing in mind, members, that you also, as part of the budget setting, approved for a package of reserves to be used to support the resourcing and implementation of this plan. And obviously, you've seen this plan before in draft form. There was then wider engagement with a range of stakeholders, and Kate will describe some of that process. But for those of you in the chamber who were involved in the member workshop, which started off in here a few weeks ago, I think those of us who were involved in that did find that to be quite a powerful process and was a rich opportunity for dialogue about what the council wants to do, how it might do it, and what the possible potential benefits of that type of approach would be. For me, the most important thing about this is, and you'll hear more about this when Kate speaks, is that you've got an integrated curation across the council of a number of strategic priorities and a range of programmes and projects, which is very much about Highland Council being a team and delivering for the people across the Highlands. And with that, I'll pass to Kate.
Thank you very much, Derek, and good afternoon, members. As Derek mentioned, the initial draft came to Council in March, where the approach was approved, subject to further engagement, including the members' workshop, as was already explained, and that is all set out in detail in Appendix 3 of the report. The plan has consequently developed quite considerably, and the feedback is reflected in the final version here today. and different parts and different elements of the portfolios have developed in a variety of different ways, depending on how mature they were to begin with. As the report states, projects involving ongoing engagement, collaboration and co-delivery with stakeholders will continue to evolve over the lifetime of the plan. So this is something that isn't static, and it's important, I think, that that's understood. It will need to develop and grow as we progress through the work. Also, I think it's important to recognise, as I mentioned when we introduced this in March, that this doesn't encapsulate all of the work of the council. There's an awful lot of businesses as usual that will continue to run alongside this. But what the delivery operational delivery plan does do is it takes the most complex elements of the budget and also the areas that require collaboration and cooperation both across the council but also with partners, and it brings that together in an integrated plan. The paper today also provides further information on the governance, which is going to be critical. The terms of reference for each of the boards is included at Appendix 2. Appendix 4 provides a sample of the report structure and shows how the performance risk and management system will be used to provide consistent performance information and support member oversight and scrutiny. And again, I think it's helpful that we have a consistent approach and use standard project methodology to ensure that we have that consistency, and so that members, as I say, have that assurance around about how we're delivering and to make sure that we are achieving the benefits that we intend from the plan, but also reach the milestones and make sure that the measurement is appropriate. Connected with this, we have the portfolio reporting cycle, which is also included in the plan itself. And that shows the frequency with which each of the portfolios and the plans and programmes within those will be reported to committee, the appropriate committee or board. And in between times, members will be able to check on progress at any time by having access to the PRMS system. That's the programme risk and management system I mentioned earlier. And subject to member agreement today, the data will be loaded and the system will be available to members by the end of next week. In order to support members in accessing the system, there will be guidance put on the members' intranet in terms of how you access the system and how you can search the database, but there'll also be the availability for one-to-one support if anybody is struggling with that. But I hope you'll find it very intuitive. The inaugural meetings of the portfolio boards will commence this month, and we're really looking forward to taking forward the work, and particularly in collaboration with our partners. And as you all have noticed, each of the portfolios are sponsored by an assistant chief executive, and we're here today to answer any questions that you might have on any of the projects or programmes that sit within the operational delivery plan. Thank you very much.
Councillor Bremner.
Thank you, convener. Members will not be surprised that behind the plans that we have been bringing forward to you previously at the budget time, and also looking at the previous item as well. The way that we can do these things going forward has to be backed up by a delivery plan, and we have a substantial delivery plan behind everything that we've been talking about. So that's why I was talking about in the previous agenda item a strengthened investment plan, where, and I think it was Councillor Kennedy who referred to it, saying that, you know, we need to ensure as far as possible that we don't fail in our delivery of our plans. And that's why you have what you have in front of you today. The plan has been presented in draft form previously, as mentioned by our senior officers, and I hope that folks have found the members' workshops very helpful. I'll leave members to review and comment on the delivery plan, but I'd like to refer to one of the points that I've asked officers to focus on, following on from our discussions in the previous item, and that's whilst we've been looking at a 3-year period, I'm keen that we ensure we look beyond that. I think it was Councillor Robertson and others referring to earlier today and previously that we're all interested in looking to prepare the future for service provision and investment beyond that 3-year period, not only for schools and roads and other areas of investment, but in terms of the delivery plan, I've got a keen interest, and as I have others in here, on focusing on housing. and the solutions that we can work with our partners and our stakeholders and others in finding sustainable solutions to our housing challenges, and the benefits that we should be able to plan for in our delivery plan referenced with all the supporting documentation and some of the other things that we've been working on, and that includes the Green Freeport and other investments in our economy, and the contributions that the Highland Council are now are clearly going to be seen to be making to that. And we will welcome those discussions with others to be able to boost our own delivery plan and to make it work for the Highlands as best as we can corporately with our friends. I'm moving the recommendations, and I believe that the convener is happy to second me. Thanks very much, convener.
Councillor Balance.
Thank you, convener. Not used to being called so early in the debate, but thank you. I recognise the huge amount of work that has gone into these papers and the preparation of these plans, and thank you very much to the officers and administration for that work. And there's a lot in them that I strongly support, so much so that I may even vote for them depending on the results of the responses we get here in the debate. But having said that, in my 5 minutes, I need to concentrate on what I don't like in them. The issues that concern me. And there is one big failing here in all of this, and that is that the Council's commitment to achieve the minimum statutory requirement to reach net zero by 2045, a miserably unambitious target if we are, as Derek Loudon has said, the area most suited to get to net zero on the planet. It's relegated, however, to its own wee silo. And the net zero portfolio calls, and I quote, for transformational change in the Council with cross-council policy alignment and sustainable measures in Council plans, policies and procedures. So why is there no mention of the net zero strategy in half of the Council portfolio? Council Leader, do you think we should be developing a workforce capable of leading us to net zero over the next 20 years? And if you do think that, why is there no mention of net zero in the developing a workforce for the future portfolio? What can be done now to rectify this omission? Because the danger of this is that if we relegate net zero to one portfolio or two portfolios while the others actively work against it or have no interest in it, we don't succeed anywhere. The net zero portfolio supports the net zero strategy, while corporate solutions portfolio is focused on the financial efficiencies from procurement with no responsibility to consider the net zero strategy. Where financial economy clashes with the net zero strategy or with the local procurement strategy, I am fairly sure which will prevail. And if that is the case, you will fail. We must have the cross-council policy alignment that I thought had already been agreed. This is the first opportunity that us ordinary members have had to see the terms of reference for the portfolio boards. So, Leader, will you accept an amendment I am proposing to include support our net zero strategy in the list of responsibilities of all of the board's terms of reference? And if not, why not? Are you serious about the net zero agenda? Where is that cross-council policy alignment? I want to touch briefly on two other concerns I have. Firstly, these plans will massively affect all our staff at all levels, and we know that good communication is the key to change management. So why are the trades unions completely absent from the portfolio boards, even as in an advisory capacity? What are the plans for keeping the unions and our staff informed and on side? Because if you do not take them with you, you will fail. And finally, another sector I'd like to raise, which is completely missing from all of this, is the arts. Now, if we want the Highlands to be, I quote, an employment destination of choice, we need to develop a vibrant cultural offering. That is a key reason why high-flying employees are attracted to Edinburgh and Glasgow, and that is a key reason why our young folk leave and don't come back. We have to recognise this, and we have to do more to support the arts activities across the Highlands. So, convener, I wish to propose a simple amendment to insert the phrase support our net zero strategy in the responsibilities section of each of the terms of reference for the portfolio boards. Thank you.
Can you stick it in the chat in any case?
Yeah.
Councillor Christie.
Thank you. And I tend to agree with what Chris has said on that, and I'm sure that the leader will probably accept that amendment, because it seems fairly straightforward. But Chris, you did say, you know, depending on what the leaders say, you may even vote for the proposal. I think it'd be easier to say the handful of times that you haven't supported this SNP-led administration might be easier, because time after time you support every proposal either positively or by abstaining that the leader proposes. My concern with the delivery plan, and I think it's starting to take shape, is still the lack of depth to it. And I think it'd be quite alarming as to the distance, and I suppose these are political points, so I wouldn't really expect any officers to respond to them. But I suppose really the distance that elected members are now being pushed away from this. If you look at the redesign board, right, we're all encouraged to get involved with the workshops. We're told that we add value to the workshops, yet we're not on the portfolio boards. It's not expected that we will attend the portfolio boards or even be at them. So let's look at the one which changed its name now, shifting the balance of care. Biggest saving in the year, £7 million. Got the biggest single investment of 20 million in it. Yet that won't be coming, Councillor Fraser, to your committee till Q4 24-25. So if we've missed the savings, what are you going to do about it? Because you're accountable as the chair of that committee. So what are you going to do to ensure that that is actually going to happen? How are you going to make that happen? But how are you going to inform us as to what you're doing? Because the first time it's going to go to your committee is Q4 24-25. I think this is quite a worrying aspect of this delivery plan, is the detachment that we have as the highest level to robustly scrutinise the plans and proposals. And that's just one. There are others. And of course, the other thing, Councillor Gowans, if you look at how many items you've got on your committee at the moment, if you actually count up the items that are going to your committee on additional on this plan, you'll be going into a 2-day session, I fear, Ken, on this, because there's an awful lot of items, because I'm sure your intention is not to compound them and just give them all a cursory glance, because they're all pretty critical items that they will need further debate, especially around net zero, especially the ones at corporate resources. I suppose the good thing from this convener is at last, Councillor Loudon, your committee might have something to do if you look at this, because, you know, a couple of times it's been in danger of finishing within the hour. So at least with this, you know that you'll have plenty of things to do. But I think the biggest worry, the biggest concern is the fact that members are excluded from a lot of this, other than to drill down through a PRMS system. So I hope your FOI system is working well, because I suspect the only way that we might actually get information on this is by utilising such tools that I would not want to utilise. I think it's disappointing that members are pushed further back. Many of us have got experience. All of us in here have probably got some value that we can add to any of these strands of work. And the only time we're getting to see it is really at the end, as it's getting close to the conclusion of the project in some instances. I think that probably needs to be thought about. I'm not moving an amendment on that, but I think that needs to be thought about by the administration, because contrast, as I said, with the redesign board, and you're actually doing the total opposite. I think there's a lot of good. I think there's a lot in here to like. There's a lot of structure behind this to like, and will actually add value. But I still think this is still, for me, slightly in draft format in terms of taking forward. It's not where I would want it to be, and it certainly doesn't contain members in a role of scrutiny where I would prefer them to be.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, convener. I'm focusing on the section around person-centred, and obviously for the older people market. And it's interesting when it talks about, you know, trying to sustain people in their houses longer. And one thing that I really do feel needs to be addressed is right at the before even the ground is turned on, is to get the planning in better detail, because at the moment the planning system is dictated to by the developer, and you may prove me wrong. And I think what we need to do is go back to the planning and start at the very beginning, and to facilitate the actual planning is suitable for all ages, because at the moment it's not mixed housing. We need housing for older people. We're asking people to stay home longer and stay in their communities. But this is not going to happen if we don't have a better understanding of the housing market. And we need to have a wider range of housing that is suitable for our aging population. And there are various reports out that tell us that there is a huge percentage over the next 10, 20, 30 years of where the majority of people living in those housing is going to be the older population. And as I often remind people, that's anyone in their mid-50s, although I know that 75 is now the new middle age. So, you know, that's good news. But we really do need to get the housing geared up more towards the retirement market. And it needs to be adaptable. And I don't mean adaptations where you go in after the person has sadly deteriorated, they've been in hospital, and then they can't get back home because the house isn't suitable. We need to be gearing up for that market now. And incredibly, it's since the 90s, we've actually lacked having housing in that area, which is actually quite horrific to think that we are not building substantially for this aging population. So I believe the council within their remit should be looking at the local housing programme to have specific targets for housing for the older person. And I talk about housing, but I think the other thing that comes up regularly in meetings that I have with older people is the transport. And I know we're all talking about sustainable transport, public transport, but again, if I'm in Inverness area, I can access everything really easily on my doorstep. I have been involved lately with people coming to me about situations in the rural areas. And to be honest, I wouldn't recommend anyone retiring in the rural areas of Highland, and anybody coming here. And I've seen this coming over the last 10 years, even before I became a councillor. They come on holiday, they see these lovely landscapes, lovely places on holiday, and then they think, oh, that's an economical wee house cottage, let's go and buy that for our retirement. They might have it as a second home, holiday home, and then they end up retiring here. Well, I'm sorry, you know, time and time again we're hearing of the situation we have. So how do we join that all up? It's got to be prevention as well. I mean, that's the other aspect. We talk about health prevention. We've got to start earlier, getting people fitter. You know, if you don't use it, you lose it. And there's a lot of evidence out there of people in their 80s, 90s having an incredibly fulfilling life, living well longer. So housing, public transport, I mean, again, you know, we really rely on our third sector groups. We have charity groups running community transport. We need to communicate better with them. I got involved recently with a community with their transport system, and it was inaccurately mentioned that they had stopped operating. Well, that wasn't the case, but that caused an absolute hue and cry in the area. And I accidentally came across it, and I was able to help network them better with the council. And I think there are points in the council where they are not community structured and communicating with them better. And I was chatting to somebody recently involved in the GP sector, and he didn't know about Ask My GP service. I didn't know about this until recently. I was down in Edinburgh at an event for the Older People Forum, and I got told by another fellow champion there about Lanarkshire. They've got Ask My GP service. And so I came back and I then looked it up. But I was really surprised that we don't do that in Inverness. Highlands, it happens on Skye, I'm told, but why don't we do it across the rest of Inverness and Highlands? Because Ask My GP service, okay, there's that. So yes, I'm happy to take it further. Thank you.
Councillor Rees.
Thank you very much indeed, convener. It's really interesting, this debate. I'm going to start off with a slightly rhetorical question, which yes, Chris, I am looking at you. You're right. What actually is net zero? This question came up in NPAC recently, and there was a sort of baffled silence. What do we actually mean by net zero? I hope that is not a red herring. And just on your way home, you could think about this maybe, Kate, if you're discussing it with Chris. There's going to be a new wind farm, as you're probably better aware than I am, off North Berwick, which will power 6 million homes. Or the other way of looking at this wind farm is, I am told, it will power the whole of Scotland twice over. So some of my, straightforward, sort of innocent ward constituents, one or two people have commented to me, that sounds like quite a lot of power. What actually is the rest of it all about? And as far as this plan is concerned, I think there should be more a thoughtfulness about where we are actually going to be in a few years, let alone 2 decades' time, and how can this council benefit from what is going on. Whatever the merits or otherwise of some of this, we should definitely intend to get a share of the profits. So that's my rhetorical question, but it is a really serious question. And I didn't have time to say it this morning, but I fully support the general concept of trying to reuse existing buildings for schools or anything else. It's common sense and something we should do. Secondly, a kind of loaded question, if you like. I'm not quite sure who's best placed to answer it. But in the plan we've got here, it talks about person-centred solutions, naturally. And my question really is, it talks about improving how we deliver care to those who require it. Should there be a theme running through this, that wherever possible, this care should be delivered locally? So, for example, and we're getting to coming on to this, whether it's a children's home, if possible, children should be accommodated in their local area. Or if they want overnight respite care, they should not have to travel over 100 miles to get it as a matter of routine. There are many more examples. Thirdly, I'm holding in my hand the latest Scottish Government action plan to address depopulation. And I wonder, my question is again, how is our plan linked to the Scottish Government's plan, which says on page 30-something of 95 fascinating pages, local authority coordinated responses to depopulation, taking a place-based approach to how depopulation is addressed in Scotland, is a public commitment made by Scottish ministers through the Convention of the Highlands and Islands and through the Ministerial Population Task Force. We as in Scottish Government, know that partners see it as a vital component to supporting the sustainability of communities facing population decline. I know it's a bit of a mouthful, but my question is a pretty simple one. How does this plan tie in with the plan that we're considering just now? I might add that this plan, one of its suggestions was that one way you could stop depopulation was by stopping using the word remote, delete the word remote from our vocabulary. And I know this is slightly catty, but the minister who produced this document, who was the Minister for Equalities, Migration and Refugees until 2 days ago, that ministerial post has been deleted itself. So I wonder what is the relevance of this plan to what we're considering. Finally, I just really want to say, obviously, I wish the plan well. There are so many plans, it is pretty bewildering. And specifically reminding us all of this document, which is a brand new document from the government with a lot of ideas in it. I finally want to ask on a slightly lighter note, there's a great deal about our heritage and arts in this plan. Could there perhaps just be a very small mention of Caithness's own unique Norse heritage? It is something unique to Caithness. And I think even just a few lines in this lengthy plan, I'm sure the council leader would offer his unqualified support just to a small section on our unique heritage. Thank you, Raymond, and thank you.
Councillor Graft.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you very much for the report. It is very detailed, and I must admit I have not thoroughly read the appendices, which I will do in due course. I'm going to focus on education. It's about delivery. I want to use a quote that Councillor Stewart said earlier: we do this and we do this right. And that's my concern. I want to do it right. In the previous item, item 9, sub-item number 4, it's mentioned that a furtherance of the programme of ASN-based provision be part of the ongoing budgetary considerations. I want to ask the question, is ASN-based provision the best way of doing things? How do we use that provision in the best way? So it's something about enabling me to do my job, to scrutinise, and to do that, as Councillor Christie mentioned about adding value, I need information. So I'm actually looking for more information in tackling inequalities, which incidentally, I would love to see tackling inequalities at the bottom of every paper that we produce, along with climate change. I feel it's really integrally important that at each decision we make and everything we look at, we tackle inequalities in that. There's something about supported employment. Another colleague of mine mentioned earlier that some children may never be fit for mainstream education. There's something about a shift we need here. That's not getting personal, and thank you very much for mentioning it. You gave me a chance to get in. It's about looking at how we do things, not just how we can change the children or the young people to fit with the model that we've got, but how we also change the model to fit for them. So the question is about, can we have more information? Can we enable councillors to do their job in scrutinising and in adding value to these policies? Thank you very much.
Councillor Atkin.
Thank you, convener. Thank you for this very detailed document. Actually, following on from the same theme, my questions are to Kate. I actually have questions. On the employability, the Work-Life Highland, I think that's great. I'd ask a question about mentoring. Firstly, I've signed up for the mentoring program, and one of my first impressions was maybe a lot of these young people are coming to it a little bit too late. I wondered if that's been thought about, because if you're at risk of, you know, falling off the cliff with education, that can really be identified quite early, and certainly in primary schools. And a lot of it has definitely got to do with literacy and numeracy. I see the online courses in the senior phase. Again, a question. My personal experience, I think for a lot of S4 pupils, that will be problematic, but it's all about how it's delivered. How is this envisaged? If you have some subjects lend themselves to it, some don't. You know, it makes sense for a teacher in a school that has a low uptake to maybe work across schools in an online forum that is as near a classroom as you can have, rather than just expecting kids to be online, because I just don't think they'd have the discipline, a lot of motivation. S5, S6, completely different. And, you know, finally, you know, the majority of our young people will not aspire to university. So I think modern apprenticeships and the whole of that is fantastic. I'm not sure, I think I read the HNC and S6 as an idea. Is that sounds like it's motivating the cohort that are already fairly motivated to, and are very clear on their own pathway. And I've always been more interested in how do we keep young people in school longer, because a positive destination is kind of debatable depending on the child, frankly, for the long term, so that there is something meaningful at slightly lower levels to keep as many young people in school as possible. Overall, you know, a fantastic, again, coherent approach to try and address employability, to try and support our young people, to try and have something for everybody to suit, as you were saying, everybody's different approaches to learning and everybody's needs. But again, it's the devil's obviously in the detail, and presumably that will come to Education Committee eventually. Thank you.
Members, if you've still got your mobile device on, put it on mute, please. Kate, do you want to respond to?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Councillor Atkin. I'll pass to Derek in due course about pathways, but I'm just picking up on some of your earlier points around about mentoring. We're reviewing how we do mentoring right across Highland to develop a Highland mentoring scheme. And as you will know, there's a whole range of different mentoring products and organisations right across Highland. And we need to make sure that we pick the best of everything and deliver something that is really tailored to what we need in Highland. And I think your point about at what stage are we looking at mentoring coming into play is really important. And you're right. I think sometimes it comes in too late. That's certainly something that we'll be looking at. And we're surveying mentors and mentees to get their feedback in terms of what matters to them and where they see the real benefits. So I think that's important that we listen to the people who are actually experiencing it. In terms of online courses in the senior phase, very much envisaged as you set out. This is about real learning. It's something that needs to be engaging, and it happens elsewhere in Scotland as well. So again, we'll be learning from best practice in terms of how we do that. But it is making the most of the teaching, the teachers that we have who are able to teach a much wider group of young people that maybe they do at the moment. So if you're a teacher in, for example, Kinloch, you could be teaching a much larger cohort of young people than you get the chance to in your own school. And we want to make the most of the talent that we've got in Highland and make sure people can teach from anywhere, because we think that's also important in terms of growing our local communities. So I'll pass to Derek now in terms of pathways. Derek.
Yeah, to reassure you, Councillor Atkin, you made a call and the structuring principle of that was that there would be programmes for all children from early years and all the way through, and indeed for parents, so that we can build that sort of confidence to explore the world and explore what's possible from the earliest ages, and then a more targeted interventions, I guess you would say, for those who need them, including potentially mentoring and possibly vocational learning pathways, and then into much more sort of intensive supports for those who are potentially furthest from achievement or furthest from the labour market before they hit the 16 environment. They're captured in those two slides within the delivery plan that you referred to yourselves. And just to reassure you about the incorporation of this within the wider partnership, that Workforce for the Future strategy is being incorporated along with the 10-point skills plan for the Green Freeport. And when the final business case comes forward, there'll be a strong correlation between the approach taken in terms of the Highland Council strategy with the final business case for the Green Freeport, and it will include a lot of things like plans around apprenticeships and things like packages that can be deployed for different groups of young people, and that can incorporate, for example, those accelerated degree pathways for those for whom it's applicable, but with wraparound in terms of business mentoring, so that it's much more engaging and interesting and relatable to the young person, but also good for the company. I suppose my last point is we're trying to be demand led, and we need to think about this as an employer as well. We are trying to begin with what the industry needs and then try to shape the learning programmes towards that, to sort of mobilise the young people and their families to really think about working in the Highlands as a real solution for them. And that does mean we're going to have to do quite a lot of programme building, but you can see the two slides reinforce what was agreed at Christmas, and we'll give the team a platform to progress that with head teachers. And I should say, in our engagement with the head teacher group, very strong support for the overall approach and an excitement about what can be built as we go along.
Members, we'll go to questions after this. There's no members of the public questions, so we're quite happy to do that. Councillor Willis.
Thank you, convener. In response to Councillor Rees's question, there are many definitions of net zero, but simply it refers to the balance between the amount of greenhouse gas that's produced and the amount that's removed from the atmosphere. So it means no longer adding to the total amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, and this can be achieved through a combination of emission reduction and emission removal, and there are many definitions. Anyway, moving on to the delivery plan. As highlighted in the terms of reference for the net zero energy investment and innovation portfolio, the Highland Council is deeply committed to achieving net zero emissions by 2045, and this is very good to see. Given the development and agreement of the net zero strategy a year ago, I welcome this portfolio. However, as already highlighted by Councillor Balance, net zero is not just about renewable energy, and it is not just confined to one portfolio.
though to read this delivery plan and in particular portfolio 6, you would assume that net zero is only about renewable energy. Net zero and green jobs include so much more than renewable energy. It also includes nature conservancy, biodiversity enhancement, forestry and woodland creation, community land management, carbon accounting, organic nature-friendly agriculture, and sustainable tourism, to name but a few. These plans seem to ignore these. Going green and achieving our net zero targets is not just about producing ever more fossil-free fuel. It is about protecting and restoring our natural environment for our health and well-being, enriching our communities, and building resilience for current and future generations against the challenges we know that the future holds. Achieving net zero will not happen if we continue with business as usual. A cross-service collaborative approach has been agreed previously by Council, and it is essential to move the Council forward regarding net zero and achieving our targets. As Chris has proposed, net zero needs to be embedded across all the portfolios, and I second his amendment. Thank you.
Members, as I've been tasked to keep these discussions as short as possible, I still have 6 members wanting to speak. The last of whom will be Councillor McIntosh. No. Too late. So, Councillor Coburn.
Thank you, and thank you for the paper. This paper is derived from what we collectively have asked members. This is a collective piece of work, but the depth of this paper is huge. What it does allow us is to self-reflect what we have asked for as members and what our communities have asked for. It gives us a methodology to assess what is in there. We can see our goals, but even listen to colleagues across the chamber today, there are 1 or 2 goals that I think that we possibly should or we must consider for the future. And I do agree with Councillor Balance, arts is a huge part, whether it's for health and well-being or recreational, but arts is a testament to the type of society we are. We must keep a close eye on the action steps that are in this, and I believe that we can do that with with Council's permission at our strategic committees, because this paper straddles in my opinion, every strategic committee. It gives us the opportunity to establish healthy habits, and again, Councillor Mackenzie referenced some of the challenges that we're facing, but we as a council are very aware of our rural impact and what we need to do. This gives us the opportunity to monitor this progress and audit it. And I think it's important, we're getting this paper today, but we will be keeping an eye on it very closely over the next few months. And I think it also gives us, sometimes when we come to full council, we sit here and we like to take little pops at each other, which personally I don't like, but I think with this paper given to us today, it gives us the opportunity to celebrate achievements. And for those of my colleagues that are on the Health and Wellbeing Committee, we do celebrate achievements because some of our staff are doing some tremendous work. And I know some of our housing colleagues are doing some great work. So again, it's a methodology to allow us to acknowledge this. So please welcome this. Let's monitor it. Let's work with this, our communities as well. Because remember, we're part of these communities and we can help. Thank you.
That's a Gail.
Thank you, convener. Thank you for this plan. I think it's ambitious again, and it's got lots of aspirations in it. And I sincerely hope that it succeeds. And I look forward to being able to review it in 12 months' time, just to see how successful it's been over that period of time. I'm drawn to the programme theme 2, resilient and sustainable communities, and particularly where it says improved access to services and support, and people benefit from good health and social well-being opportunities. Back to what Councillor Mackenzie was saying earlier on about access to transport,
In Sutherland, there is literally no transport available in many rural parts, so people are being disadvantaged as a result of that. To the point where local communities are actually doing their own plans and providing clinic cars to get people to health services. In certain areas, but you just can't get access to your health clinics. I think it's something we can focus on that as part of our transport plan, and that can only be a good thing. The Scottish Ambulance Service idea of patient transport is if you can walk to a car, you don't need patient transport, regardless of what your ailment happens to be at that particular time. So by default, many people are being denied access to health services. And that's where the community is coming in to deliver these things. And just as an aside, in Sutherland, all the Sutherland members have combined to form an organisation to address just that issue in the remote and rural areas of Sutherland. And as I've been come back to what Councillor Loudon said at the last piece, we can do things for ourselves, and sometimes you've got no choice, and for the good of your own community. Thank you.
Would you put your mic off, please? Councillor Butt.
Thank you, convener. I want to begin by saying how delighted I am to support this really excellent, exciting and ambitious implementation plan. And I want to talk now about the section on net zero. I am delighted to see the reassertion of the will to achieve net zero for all our services by 2045. I note Councillor Balance's concerns, and I am aware that there is more work to be done, for example, in the field of procurement and other areas. But I'm incredibly grateful to officers for all the work that's been done so far, which I'm aware is very considerable. And the will to achieve net zero for our services by 2045 remains. So I'm relatively happy about getting our own house in order. Unfortunately, my concern is our relationship with the wider Highland economy, which is far from heading for net zero by 2045, 2050, or any date I can mention in sight. And I would hope that in the future, the council might be able to lead a voluntary group of major players in the Highland economy to agree together how the Highland economy might be brought into line with achieving net zero by, I hope, 2045, and if not, 2050. I mean, this should be done in a way which is cost neutral to the council, because we've already budgeted for how to put our own house in order, and other sections of the economy should finance what they have to do to reach that same goal. I'm aware there are some sections, for example, farmers and crofters, the agricultural sector, who may well need some help. And I hope that may be forthcoming in a Scottish Government policy similar to the very excellent agriculture policy recently approved by the Welsh Government for implementation from next year. I was going to redefine for Councillor Rees what net zero was, but my colleague Councillor Willis has done doing that very excellently already, so I don't need to do that. But finally, I would remind us all that collectively dealing with climate change is really to be seen as first amongst our policies. Were we to do nothing from where we are now, and of course we won't do nothing because we're all working to combat climate change. Were we to do nothing, the most recent estimate would be that the human race would be extinct in a little over a century. And that was based on the previous work on how climate change was proceeding over a year ago. And since then, it's proceeded faster. So the estimate might be worse. So we all need to take this seriously. Let's make sure we in Highland do it, with the Highland Council providing an excellent example.
Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Councillor Burt, for those comments. I'm sure many of us would agree for the Council's need to be a leader on this area. I'm sure Raymond wouldn't mind taking up some more of his schedule by helping to deliver that. I'm sure he's got plenty of time available. I think this is a pretty good report. I think it has taken on board some of the comments we made on the drafts, but I think there are areas where it could still be improved. I like the fact that we've got separate measures for each of the portfolios. One of the areas that, as our responsibility as opposition councillors, is scrutinising performance, and these measures do help. However, I think in many cases the measures could be somewhat improved. Taking two examples, the capacity building in early learning and childcare, the lead measure for that is expand flexibility of childcare and ELC provision. To me, that is not a measure, that is just a restated aim. I don't know how I'm going to measure that when I sit down at committee to look whether that project has worked. Home to Highland, it says reduce numbers of children in secure care. That is a very measurable element, but we haven't got a target written down in front of us as how much reduction we want to achieve. I'm sure there are targets within the service for that, but as a member, it would be nice to know them. Contrast that with two examples taken from later in the report, that EV infrastructure, we want an increase of 150 charge sites across the Highland, and in the data and digital solutions programme, we want savings of at least 2.1 million. Those are very easy to see if something has been met. I think we would all prefer more of the second group and less of the first group. Again, the scrutiny schedule at the end will help opposition members and administration members in scrutinising projects. I know that next quarter we've got 4 things coming to Education Committee, so I can read up on them. But I do have some concerns in this as well, that Pathways and Partnership Projects is coming to Education Committee once this year. This project, and it's never coming back. This project lasts until 2026, with specific review points in Q4 of 25 and 26 mentioned within that project's graphics. Why is it not coming back to Education Committee to be scrutinised at the points that reviews are scheduled? The visitor levy and cruise ship passenger levy is not coming into any committee until 26, 27, Q2 of that year. We start engagement of this project in October of this year. I get that there may not be a lot of progress to actually talk about, but the fact that we're starting a project in 24 and not scrutinising it at all till 26 leaves me with some concerns. And finally, some projects come to 2 committees, more of a curiosity really, but what happens if one committee is very happy with a project and the other is very sad and wants to amend or reject a paper? I don't think it's very likely. The administration obviously has a majority in all committees, but we have seen an example where a chair and vice chair disagreed on their own recommendations at one point during this administration. So if that happens or something like that, what would the situation be? Thank you.
Councillor McLennan.
Thank you, Convener. I'll quickly focus on one part of the report. It's on page 82 in the person-centred solutions section, and it specifically mentions the handy person scheme and how we would like to have this expanded. Just to give members a quick resume of what the handy person scheme entails, it covers the Highlands and it's provided by third parties. And amongst other duties, it enables the elderly and the disabled to remain at home by fitting aids and adaptations to their home to make it safer and prevent falls and injuries. That could be things like handrails. It could be something as simple as replacing an electric light bulb in somebody who lives on their own. If you prevent that fall, the subsequent injury, ambulances, hospitals, operations, physiotherapy can cost society tens of thousands of pounds. So that's one aspect. They also are involved in the fitting of telecare equipment to allow an elderly person to call for assistance, or a carer to continue looking after a loved one. And again, the longer we can keep people out of care homes, etc., big saving to society there. And they also deliver medical equipment to homes to assist residents to stay in their homes. They also, and this is a very important part of their service, deliver equipment that allows somebody to leave hospital. That could be from just to recuperate, or it could be maybe to go home to die. But this is a vital part of the service, that they did get early discharges from hospital, and again, a huge saving to society. But in recent days, it's been suggested that the funding cuts to this service could be in line, and levels of 2015 have been quoted. And this is a complete mismatch with our desire and aspiration to expand the handy person scheme as stated on page 82. I speak to bosses and directors, health people, and they can see the value and the real need for the handy person scheme. And the workers who deliver the handrails, the telecare, the vital equipment, etc., that get somebody home from hospital quicker, they know how vital this service is. But in between, there appears to be accountants that are penny wise and pound foolish, and probably don't know what exactly the handy person scheme provides. NHS Highland need to appoint somebody to take real responsibility for this vital part of healthcare. They used to have somebody called Jan Beard, and since she left, there's a large Jan Beard sized hole has appeared, and the handy person scheme appears to have fallen into it and effectively become nobody's child. So somebody needs to be appointed somewhere to drive this scheme and basically present it and present a case for it. And in the medium term, the handy person scheme probably needs to rebrand, because the name handy person, it suggests somebody like me turns up with a nail and a hammer and an oil can and some rags to fix things. And it's a really sophisticated, vital and important service. So I just wanted to flag up that it's a vital part of healthcare in the Highlands, and we really need to expand it and look after it. So there's three things I'd like to see done. It needs to be adequately funded, commensurate with our expansion plans. It needs a responsible figurehead appointed to lead on this vital service, and in the medium term, it probably needs to rebrand to reflect its importance.
Councillor McIntosh.
Thank you, convener. Wow, what a huge, very intricate document. I want to concentrate perhaps on Home to Highland, which looks at children in care experienced. You have a large number of aims here and project elements, each of which is a vast project all upon its own. And I look forward to seeing how you're going to break that down to make it manageable over the next decade, because that's how long it's going to take to get through some of these, I think. Quite a way to reduce the number of children in secure care is reduce the number of external residential. That also has an economic element to it as well, of course, as well as saving money, not sending them away. We'll also need to have appropriate facilities here. Particularly taken with the virtual school, which has a huge expansion, not just for care experience to children, but children in education in general. There was many moons ago through a virtual school, for the want of a better word, children were able to study Spanish around the Highlands. Then that teacher went off to have babies and things like that, and that then all fell through. That's perhaps one way that could be expanded. I know we do have virtual school anyway, so good luck with all of that. I'm just mildly impressed that we're trying to move forward with children in care at a time when they've been forgotten for years, really. And it's how we're going to manage, even children who leave our home at 16 or 18, they have continual care right the way through until their parents die, really. And so we need to try and keep that care going. On the same theme, really, it's children or young people needing support in employment. Does Highland Council just now employ people requiring support. I think of one, I've seen one about, so is this to be an expansion of what's already being done in Highland Council? And do you envisage Highland Council being an example to other employers? I like the idea of Highland Council being a model employer. That's a great idea. I wish other democracy, other parts of our government would take up. I would say thank you for that extensive report. Please don't forget about us. It's easy to forget about councillors because that's what you spend a lot of your time trying to do. And we are embedded in the community, but we have a foot in council and in community, and we can't. And I look forward to really hearing about these milestones as we go along. Thank you.
Yes, so Councillor Gregg, as I mentioned in my introduction, some of the work streams that we're working on at the moment are at different levels of maturity. But the ones that you've identified particularly are ones that require us to work in collaboration with others and with external partners, and therefore we need to work with them in terms of our targets and our date setting. My expectation would be, certainly in terms of when things come to committee, is that our first report will be more detailed in terms of what future reports will come and when. And that is certainly something we'll be working on. What we didn't want to do is put dates in that we then didn't make sense as the work evolved. So it has to make sense in terms of the evolving work streams. In terms of the, and also more specific targets. In terms of Councillor McIntosh's points, yes, in terms of supported employment, yes, the council is very much involved in that, and that we have examples, and we are very much wanting to expand that as much as possible and work with our partners to do the same. As far as the virtual school idea goes, and there's a slight difference between the virtual school and digital schools, but I'm very happy to have a conversation with you about that. One is very much focused on those who are care experienced or maybe not in school. And the other is very much for those who are in school, and we want to expand the curriculum offering to them. But so they are slightly different. But as I say, I'm very happy to talk to you about that in more detail. Okay.
So Brendan, I'm quite happy with Councillor Balance's amendment. Come to you.
Yes, just to confirm a couple of points for Councillor Balance. The 6 boards of the workforce for the future does include arts and culture sectors. And in terms of the trade unions, sometimes they respond, sometimes they don't respond. But we do have agreed approaches with our trade unions, so I don't see the need to have anything extra in the delivery plan, given the current engagement process. So I hope that gives some reassurance to that. And in terms of any of the concerns with the health, social care and wellbeing committee work, and also the principle of keeping families together and keeping people in their communities, we're in favour of that. So if we're successful, we won't need much institutional provision. Again, all I would say is that there are a number of really reflective and positive comments, and I'll be happy to discuss these with my colleagues, including yourself, convener, and consider them going forward with the delivery plan. And as for picking on the Greens, well, you leave them alone. If they want to discuss things with us and see if they can come to some sort of agreement to...
Yeah, we're still in a council meeting, okay?
That's right, okay. My point's made. Thank you, convener.
Members, with the addition of the amendment from Councillor Balance, are you happy to agree with the recommendations? Thank you. Members, item 11 is the communication strategy. Questions? Oh, sorry. Forgot about questions. Must be a slip of the tongue. Question number 1, Councillor Christie.
Yes, thank you, convener. COSLA is becoming increasingly important compared to previous years. What system or briefing could the leader think to introduce that enables members to be kept informed of Highland position at COSLA meetings?
That's a really good question. It's not one that's just on my mind, Councillor Christie. It's one on the mind of other leaders as well at COSLA. I'll consider that. We'll need to have a look at how we can do that without going against the policies that are with COSLA, where they discuss things in confidence, and I can't break that. So we'll need to have a look at that going forward. I get the sentiment behind what you're asking.
Councillor Christie.
Thanks, the leader and also the department for producing quite an extensive answer. Taking into account the critical nature of the roles listed, and we as members do not know how long they've been vacant, what harm is being caused to children, families across Highland through these posts not being filled?
I'm sure that the service and the provision that Councillor Christie is actually highlighting there just now is not seeking to cause any harm to any children across the Highlands. But we'll be happy to pick that up and see about where we're going with the actual figures that we've provided for Councillor Christie. But I would like to think that we're not actually intending to provide any harm to any children in this Highlands. We're very proud of the service that we're currently providing. Thank you.
Councillor Rees, question 3.
Yeah, thank you, David, for quite a detailed response. Would you be happy to accept an invitation to come north in person to meet the members of Caithness and Sutherland Respite Campaign, and secondly, Encompass Caithness? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll consider it because I need to think about what it is. But what I was going to say is we are planning a members' workshop to look at this, and I suggest that we do that first and then take things forward. Thank you.
Question 4, Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Leader, for the response. I will monitor it and if necessary, come back. Thank you very much.
Question 5, Councillor Ballon.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Leader, for your response. Given that the John Muir Trust have suggested that this carbon emissions land tax proposal could be worth £20 million per annum to Highland Council, is it not worth our while having a workshop to examine these proposals to see whether they are something that we would not just support but actually lobby for before it comes to a government consultation?
Thanks very much. In terms of the carbon emissions land tax, that's something that the SLG and the senior officers are actively looking at. And anything that we would be looking to do in terms of our response, because we have our own queries and our own questions in terms of the way that that might actually develop and be taken forward. So when it comes to the appropriate steps being taken, I'll come back to you, no bother on that, but that's something that's actively been looked at. I've actually met with that's the way that we take things forward. Thanks very much.
Question 6, Councillor Crawford. Councillor Crawford.
Yeah, sorry, I was unable to find the answer to my question this morning, so I'm still number crunching, but I would like to come back to you at some point on that. Thank you.
I'm sure if you contact him directly, he'll be happy to respond. Question 7, Councillor Mackey.
Thank you, Convener, and thank the Council Leader for his response, and apologies to the Chamber that I did inadvertently ask more than one question. The Scottish Parliament recently convened a cross-party group on civil nuclear that will include elected members and stakeholders. Would the Council Leader agree to explore how the Highland Council can be represented at this table and ensure that one of our largest industrial sectors has a Highland voice at a forum that will explore skills, diversification and, of course, waste policy?
Yes is the short answer. But to Councillor Mackey, I think that what we need to do is, when we're actually looking at the fact that they're going to be decommissioning during over a much longer period of time now, there is obviously going to be a roll-on impact in terms of the North and the skills that it will continue to have when we were looking to transition them and diversify. So that will have an impact in the future that we were looking to have those skills diversified and transitioned elsewhere. They're not going to be available now. And with the Greenport end, there's going to have to be a kind of balancing on that. So happy to take you up on the second question that you asked there just now, in light of what I've just given you there. Okay.
Question 8, Councillor Graham's lodges apologies. Question 9 is Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Convener, and I thank the Leader of the Council for his answer, although I'd like to highlight this is in the result of the notice of amendments that was discussed at Council. My supplementary question is, in light of the consultants WSP having highlighted that businesses and commercial case for investing in walkability remains a challenging area, within which highlights difficulties in making robust claims about commercial returns due to the absence of evaluations at the post-build or post-intervention stage. 5 years on from the publication of pedestrian pound, hard quantitative assessments remain very rare. In light of this, will the council agree to undertake a local economic impact assessment that doesn't focus just on transport economics? Thank you.
I'll consider that. I'll consider it. I won't give you a no or a yes just now, but I'll consider that.
Thank you to the leader for his answer to the question. My concerns were because the Educational Institute of Scotland, its teaching members, are concerned about the creeping undervaluing of specialism in teaching, and specifically in additional support for learning in schools. My question was intended to explore the gap between promise and practice. Because education is a public service and a public good which can enable all children to meet their potential. However, the vision of a truly inclusive society and education system, yes, is threatened by austerity. Do you agree that considerable investment is needed to ensure that this council gets it right for every child, and that sustained effort is needed to ensure that teachers are able to work safely, effectively, and with the right support to do their job well, and that Highland teachers, Highland families and Highland pupils...
No, I'm sorry, that's now 3 questions. You've already asked one, so Council Leader. Council Leader.
Practice.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
If the member would like to take his seat, I'll give him his answer. This council, as far as I'm concerned, is keen to get it right for every child first time, and employ the appropriate level of resource to be able to achieve that. Any other questions that the member has, he can fire them my way and I'll have a look at them. But yeah, can we have one at a time in future?
There's a Macintosh.
Thank you, Convener. I noticed the Chair of Communities in Place response, and I'm a bit alarmed about the number of incidents that have been reported in terms of fly tipping, given the importance of tackling waste and trying to increase our recycling rates across the Highlands. Is the Chair able to reveal how many of these fly tipping incidents are ever investigated, resulting in the issuing of fines? Thank you.
Thank you. The Scottish Government's litter and fly tipping strategy recognise the difficulty of enforcement. Just for interest, the numbers for the last couple of years have been fairly standardised. 1239 in 2021, 1191 in 22, and 1412 and 23, with 285 to date for 24. Council staff are engaging with Scottish Government.
Councillor Mackenzie, when you look behind you and look away from the microphone. Yeah.
All right. Council staff are engaging with the Scottish Government and local SEPA teams to increase work in this area to act as a deterrent to fly tipping and litter. Environmental health and waste management within our own council are continuing to work together to support and respond to community concerns by undertaking patrols, providing signage and reviewing waste bin provision. For example, 44 proactive patrols were undertaken in 2023 and will continue to do that.
Okay, members, we now move to item 11, which is communication strategy. Ruth is here to answer any questions you have. Councillor Finlayson.
Members, in a world where communication of different kinds is needed to ensure that information is shared with people of all ages through different mechanisms, it is key that we have an updated communication strategy that builds on the successes of the past and also addresses the ambitions we have for the future. This communication strategy sets out a strategic approach to corporate communications for the next 3 years, with the main aim of supporting the delivery of the Council's programme and delivery plan and the Highland Outcome Improvement Plan. It builds on achievements of previous strategies, including building and developing the Council's digital communication capacity with significant growth in following and engagement across social media platforms, developing live streaming of elections, and we're the first council to do so, council meetings and other events, which allows improved access and transparency to the public, the development of the staff connection site, which reaches nearly 7,000 staff and received over 2 million views in the first few months. The objectives of the new strategy aim to build on the successes of the past, further developing digital capability and access, promoting transparency and understanding of the democratic process, improving customer contact methods, promoting community resilience, encouraging behavioural change to support climate change initiatives, promoting the Highland culture and Gaelic language, and supporting the communication and marketing of delivery plan projects. I'm sure, members, we all appreciate the importance of such a strategy. And with this in mind, I move the recommendations within the report.
Councillor Gowan.
Thank you, Convener. I welcome this report. The communication plan is here to reflect the strategic priorities of the Council. It provides effective communication for both internal and external stakeholders. It promotes a region to help attract and retain inward investment, provides effective communication conduits to connect with members of the public accurately and often at short notice on a regular basis as a trusted source of information, as well as dealing with the day-to-day media inquiries in the fast-paced environment of social media platforms. To do this, we need a strategic plan, one that covers key areas and functions of the Council, and this may seem straightforward. It is not. Scratch the surface and you'll quickly reveal how complex this task is. Communications need to be accurate, accessible and relevant. In order to achieve this, the plan also needs to be flexible, able to respond to a dynamic environment, the ever-changing economic, political and social changes. Basic but important information such as road closures or school closures, while at the same time promoting the Council's vision, successes and challenges in appropriate ways. The Strategic Communications Plan in Appendix 1 provides us with a glimpse of the multifaceted approach the team must take, together with the skills that they have and their readiness to engage with emerging opportunities. A few years ago, who would have thought that we would be filming our own clips for information, or making YouTube videos, or using social media approach to engage with the public in surveys and consultations? Yet, here they are, communicating effectively with the public, press and staff day in, day out on our behalf. As you will see at 4.1, this small team issues over 700 press releases and over 2,500 media inquiries from an eclectic range of inquirers in a single year. Members, this strategy will form the basis of all of that, so I ask you to support Ruth and the communications team to carry out this work. I'm happy to second this proposal and hope you can agree the recommendations too. Thank you.
Councillor Oldham.
Yes, thank you, Convener, and thank you, Ruth, for the report. I do have some questions. I know the communities on the internet where you are engaging. I am a bit concerned that ex-Twitter still is part of your engagement, which is becoming increasingly toxic to the point where many of us, me included, have left after where it's because a place where we feel increasingly unsafe now. I'm wondering if social media has become increasingly fragmented, whether you have any plans to be active on other platforms like Threads, like Blue Sky, like Mastodon, and since we're not in America, like TikTok. I'm also concerned that in 7.1, you're relying on followers as your measure of success rather than reach. And as these are increasingly poorly correlated now, I wonder if you consider other targets for your success. Finally, I've been thinking about people who, although they are on the internet, don't engage in social media, whether you've considered going to other platforms like Substack, where your posts are delivered direct to the person's mailbox rather than having to go out and search for them. And just in closing, I'd like to encourage members to engage with Viva Engage, and note that Pet Lovers is still the 4th most popular platform on there. You're welcome to join me and many others where we talk about our pets and exchange photographs. Thank you.
Councillor Butt. Yes.
Thank you, convener. I wasn't sure it was me or somebody else. Uh, um, I'm very pleased to see this communication strategy, and I'm very pleased further to see their reference to a wish to promote Highland culture. There's a reference to this in the previous item on the agenda as well as the current one. Indeed, I think we really have much to boast about in Highland culture, and there's certainly a lot that our communications could talk about. But I am surprised and sorry to see that so far in the documentation they haven't referred to the real centre of artistic excellence we have in Eden Court. A centre of excellence really not only for the Highlands but for the whole of Scotland, highly respected as such. And there could also be more reference to the remarkable achievements Highland groups have achieved in the field of music. I think particularly of the Highlands Marla Players Chamber Orchestra, which the excellence of its playing has been recognised UK nationally with its recordings, etc. So there is a lot to boast about in our culture, and I look forward to seeing the communication strategy implementing that.
Councillor Jarvie, I'll take you at the end.
Thank you, convener. When it comes to these kind of strategies, the way I approach it is reading it. If I'm a new member of staff, the communications team, does this tell me what my job is and what I'm to do? Much like the one we had 3 years ago, this doesn't. I should say it just doesn't. This offers no insight into what we're communicating, why, what the important relationships are, and most importantly, how we build those relationships. Like the most important thing in a nutshell is who are we communicating to, why are we doing it, how do we measure that, and build relationships to achieve that. You got the first part, we're saying we build, communicate to the general public and internally, and then it just kind of begins to fade away. I mean, there's more in the first page opening talking about the budget than there is in the last page talking about how we measure the outcomes. Like, why are we talking about a budget in a communication strategy? It's about 12 pages longer than it needs to be, like 21 pages. Like what is the intended purpose? It's not a bad document. It says a lot of what the council is doing and wants to do, but it's not specifically focused on what this is as a strategy document. Councillor Gowan says, who would have thought YouTube we would be uploading a few years ago? Well, I was screaming about it a few years ago. The council wasn't on YouTube. I uploaded my first video to YouTube when I was 14 in 2007, and takes the council 10 years after that to catch up. Like, it's not miraculous. It's all finally. When I look at the media section through it, really is what stands out, because that is, besides social media, the print media is the main contact we have. That whole section is a page and a half long, and it talks a lot about the standards and expectations this council expects of the press. But when I read the protocol that it refers to in that outlines how it manages those relationships, there's nothing in that protocol at all on how this council actually works with the media, and only mentions how many queries it has per year, and that the council's duty is to only respond factually, not politically. There's nothing there about these are important stakeholders in the media. This is how we build a relationship with them, and this is how we get positive press coverage. How does the council's comms team build and foster relationships with the press? Does the council ever identify a particularly good story and develop that with the press to get more prominent coverage? I mean, that's what I've done for 7 years. You work with the press. Here's a great story I have. This is fantastic. I'm going to give this to you as an exclusive. Let's work over this week to get it done. That's how you do it. Like, if you want in the press, you make it as easy as possible to work with. Respond as quick as you can, not delay. Be there, available to respond. That's how you get prominent coverage. And when the current process is just sending out 2 or 3, press releases a day, hundreds over a year, there's no way in the current process of issuing press releases that differentiates, this is a small thing for information, or actually this is a really important story we think should be on your front page. That there's just the relationships that are critical, and there's none of that in here at all. Lastly, just on social media, I'd say there's particularly the one point in this which is really, really weak because it's 3 bullet points. And one of them says we won't, the way to measure it is we're going to maintain the same number of followers in the top third of councils. I mean, I should hope that's a given because we have in the top third of population for all councils. That's not the measure at all. Whereas, how many people are engaging with our posts? Facebook gives the information. It tells you how many people click on it, how many people read it, how long they read it for, where it appears. All those metrics are there. And it says here, we hope there's nothing to measure engagement at the moment, but we hope to do this as part of a wider strategy. Buy Sprout Social or Social Blade. It's about £100 a month. It does it all for you. It gives you on one screen everything you need to know about how many followers, what the increase is over a period of time, how many people are watching your stuff, what kind of content's engaging. They even tell you exactly how much text in your photos is too much that's hurting your engagement. It does everything for you. So writing on the strategy is not going to do that, and a company already exists to do it. So there's what really needs to be in here is completely absent, and the actual direction I would hope, because really new people come to this organisation, any new person into the comms team should be able to read this and understand what their job is. And having worked in communications, for some years now, I read this and what my job is, who I'm working with, and what my actual purpose to turn up is. So, this it's a start, but delete a lot.
Councillor Munro.
Thank you, convener. Just a word or two. I think the strategy is actually a good strategy. I thank the officers for the report. Just a couple of comments about the Gaelic aspects of this report. And first of all, just to commend the Corp Comms team for their engagement with the Gaelic officers and with the Gaelic language plan, our 4th Gaelic plan, which is now being followed and implemented. We have a very active Gaelic social media community across all platforms. So I welcome the bullet point on page 215, which says there's plans to develop a dedicated social media in the Gaelic language and provide training to the Gaelic team. This should be done urgently, I would say. The last part of that page talks about the council's website. Well, I've got to say, unfortunately, the website is a very monolingual feel when you go to it. And this is something I said when I was elected 4 years ago. I think the time is to really address our council's website, probably in many ways, but certainly in terms of bilingualism, it's certainly lacking. But I welcome the strategy and thank the officers. Thank you.
Ruth, you could take some of the questions you've already had.
In terms of the channels that we use, we do keep abreast of what's happening in terms of social media, and Twitter or X remains a very popular platform, and we have over 31,000 people on there. We tend to focus on the most popular platforms where most of our audience is. So we have 46,000 people, for example, on Facebook. We also use LinkedIn, and we're developing our Instagram channel as well. We are a small team and we've got a limited resource, so the more platforms you use, the more resource you need to put into that. And also in terms of reach versus followers, we do measure that, and we put out quarterly reports. So I would invite you to have a look at those. We're about to put our latest quarterly report out later this afternoon, so you'll get a link to that and you can have a look at the reach. But we reach millions of people through social media. In terms of the Highland culture, Eden Court has its own communications and marketing team, so we don't actively promote. We're not there to promote Eden Court's offerings, but we do very much support many events across the Highlands in terms of the MOD, the Archaeology Festival, and many, many more. And certainly if there's any Norse events, we'll look to promote those as well. Also our Highland AR app as well promotes that Highland background and culture and history. In terms of measuring, well, the strategy sets out context, and the reason for us talking about budget, finance and the background. It's really important to look at context when we're looking at strategy, and the plan that will come after that in terms of the delivery plan. There'll be lots of, we have to tailor our plans according to what projects are. Some are light touch, some are heavier touch, and have different audiences, so it's really important to do that. We have a protocol in terms of working with the media. We work really well with the press. We've got good relationships with the local press, and we try to be fair and balanced in terms of giving all the local press an opportunity to cover our stories. And in terms of paid for social media, again, we've got a very limited budget, reducing over the last few years, and we aim to provide best value for public resources. So we try and get the biggest bang for our buck in terms of social media.
That's great.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of quick questions, really. I think a lot of us here will recognise that quite a bit of our casework comes from people who can't get the information they need off the council website, and a large part of my work is directing them through to the right bit that they need. But that's only helpful for people who use the internet, and I know that the proportion of people who lack internet access is falling, and will continue to fall, but for the moment they're quite an important group of our people who need a lot of our services, thinking of the very vulnerable, frail elderly. Do we have a strategy for how we communicate with these folks? Just relying on them seeing information in the press is a hit and miss. And another pretty important group of people for our economy are tourists. I remember being involved in a pretty bad incident in my professional life where a group of people got very, very cold because they couldn't read the weather information because it was not in a language they spoke. Do we put out things in for French, Italian, German, that sort of thing, for letting tourists know information that we need them to know, such as how to drive on the roads properly? Thanks very much.
Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, convener. Yeah, I think we've got to learn from the best when it comes to this. And I remember hearing that Argyll and Bute Council, every week without fail, they contact the news journalists and every news media organisation to say, this is the week's events that have happened in our council area. Is there anything more that you need information on? Is there any stories that you want us to elaborate on and give you further information? And that's unheard of because it never happens in Highland Council. We appear to have a damage limitation team when it comes to putting out, because there's often, depressing news. Maybe there's been a road crash, maybe there's been a landslide, but it seems that we're very good at damage limitation. But I have to say, in its present format, I wouldn't ask our comms team to advertise for sale, okay? Because we're not good at putting our best foot forward when there is a positive story. And we all recognise there's many positive things going on in this council, but the perception out there is that there's not, because they're not being told it. I've just checked just now, and a post that I put out 2 days ago about the resurfacing of the level crossing at Milburn Road to Harbour Road has been viewed 56,038 times, and post engagements over 10,500. In the month of December, I had over 300,000 views on Facebook posts, giving people general information of things that were happening. Not telling tales, not telling them anything that happens in this council, but just generally giving them information. If you're going to sell a car, show a picture with the car. We've got so many good stories, so many wonderful pictures that we could use when Highland Council putting out a story, but we choose not to do it. I remember the last leader of the council here, Margaret Davison. I don't believe in social media. That's great, Margaret. I could choose to not believe in radio and television. Well, I just pretend that they don't exist because they do exist. So, and I was making the point with regard to the Isle of Skye. I've just checked just now. Danny McCaskill, the cyclist, the post that he put on YouTube, taking his bicycle to the inaccessible bridge, the inaccessible pinnacle, has been viewed 80 million times. Now, if that much of a percentage of people who viewed it decides to go on holiday at Skye, instead of Margaret Davison suggesting to us we close the toilets, we said, Margaret, open toilets, make bigger laybys, welcome the people, allow the people to roll up. So the fourth most watched TV channel in the UK, surprised me when I heard it. BBC One's the top one, ITV is the second top, third top TV channel, BBC Two, fourth top channel, YouTube. And it's been that way for the last 5 years. Okay, so we need to be there, we need to know what is happening, and we need to communicate with people. I phoned a journalist, I've got a hot story, I found 7 dead seabirds on the shore. The journalist stopped me. The last time I did a story on seabirds, it was read by 32 people. If I take it to my editor and say, here's a story on seabirds, they'll say, do you think this will get 33 readers or 28 readers? We're not interested in the story. People are looking at stories that are of interest. We've got a lot of interesting things happening in Highland. We need to embrace all forms of media so that they are telling a positive story for us. Because we go out here with a hard hat on because the public say, oh, typical council, typical council. When in fact, there's a lot of good things have happened in here, but we're not good at communicating them. We need to get so much better. And I echo the comments made by Councillor Jarvie. Thank you.
Councillor Loudon.
Thank you, convener. I think the issue here is that the council's comms team work in a slightly different way to most press organisations. They're not in a position where they can go out and say things which are biased, and I mean that in the broadest sense. Not that they should go out and say things which are biased, but they have to go out and say things that are not seen by anybody to be biased. Now that puts them in a really difficult position. I'd also say that the team is probably, in my experience, the most patronised in the council. They're never given respect, and they're never thanked properly for what they're doing. They have a very, very difficult job. We live in extraordinarily challenging times, and they have to put reports out which tell the truth, but they have to do so in such a way that they're not giving offence to anybody. And they do that. And I think they do a really good job. What I would say is, it's just an appeal to people around the chamber. Yes, there are things in there that we know can be better, but don't treat officers with disrespect like this. I really appeal to you to see what we have in front of us is a communication strategy that's trying to inform us what officers are doing to the best of their abilities to communicate the messages of the council. It's up to us as politicians to reflect on the way we conduct ourselves and maybe to try and do a little bit better in future.
Okay, I still have another 5 of you who wish to speak. Councillor Mackie will be last. Councillor Rees.
Thank you very much, convener. Thank you, Ruth. I might, members, be able to lay claim to be the member who's worked longest with Ruth, I think, going back to a former life that we both had. My experience is, and I've talked about this occasionally before, is it's really important the council communicates as best as it can in plain English. That's the first thing. And secondly, less is usually more, because unless it's something really important, people's attention span tends to be quite short, especially in kind of modern culture. So looking at the paper, I have to be blunt, and this is not really a criticism, but most of our constituents, the people who vote for us and hopefully might vote for us again, they don't really understand what a fair and caring Highland is. And accessible and sustainable Highland homes, they might get it. Resilient and sustainable communities. Helping our communities to be prosperous, sustainable and resilient. I really ask you just to sort of force yourselves to put yourselves in their shoes. You really understand what that means. Some of the things that I read here, I don't fully understand, but anyway, some of it I hope I do. So I thought then I would just go to a practical little test, and I'm looking at the press release that has gone out today about the £2 billion spend this morning, and there's some pretty good stuff in it. I'm going to compliment the convener. It's not unknown. Part of his quote says, "We cannot simply rebuild schools like for like, and where possible, we will explore retrofit co-location opportunities." People understand that. They also understand the financial realities. They know we can't afford a long list of new schools. They're deeply skeptical. But then there are things where it says the Highland Investment Plan will be one of the biggest investment programs, and that word "will" is repeated several times. I think people would accept that more if there's something in the press release about the fact there are plenty of risks attached to this. You know, this is what we want to do, but are we actually going to spend X hundreds of millions by 2030? We can't be sure. So there's a bit of sort of like, we're telling you what's going to happen, that's it. Whereas actually it needs to be, I would suggest, perhaps a little bit softer. Communication is so important, but the public must understand what we're putting out. If that doesn't work at the first point of contact, we've had it, and the rest from then on, we're fighting an uphill struggle. So just one final minor thing. It's not exactly a critique from the press release this morning. The previous 3 years have seen increased funding for the Roads Capital Programme. The capital review of September 23 provided roads additional capital investment of 7.8 million over 5 years, and in March, members agreed another 40 million over 3 financial years. Now, I actually asked a question this morning which wasn't answered about what the actual road spend is going to be. And if I can't get it, kind of tend to suggest most normal people will struggle to get it. I think take that particular section, if you just put in some plain English, this will result for the next 5 years on average X amount per year to be spent on the roads. And this is 110% of what we need to stand still. Or even if it's bad news, if it's not up to the standstill sum, we just need to say it and say it honestly, and people will understand that. And
there's two main sort of topics that I first is the website, second one is social media. When it comes to the website, it's a rather interesting one. It's something that I've spent a bit of time on myself, actually doing a bit of website design. And, you know, there's a lot of things that could be improved. And I think there needs to be that holistic view of how we're going to get from A to B. You know, I've never seen any other website that has PDFs uploaded to, or as many PDFs uploaded to it that contain information people need. And this is very difficult to link to for sharing information because, you know, an example that might relate to many of us in this chamber that we can understand. I must now have about 13 copies of the council standing orders saved to my computer because every time I try and access the website, it downloads a new copy. So I think that's something that can get done. I think there needs to be that view moving forward to getting the website better. And when it comes to the bilingual content, I agree it'd be great to have a full bilingual website. I think for stuff with the tourists, it'd be fantastic to have that multilingual element embedded in all that we do. But I think we've got to be honest and realistic about the capacity that we've got in the team and what we've got to deliver some of these changes. And I think having it done well in English first would be the first step, rather than trying to duplicate more of the same just to make it take more resources to fix. When it comes to social media, which was the main point that I'm going to pick up on, something that I've noticed, because I go on the Highland Council Facebook and I scroll down and see what the comments say quite a lot, and I'm surprised that there wasn't anything visible in this strategy that was about responding to comments and responding to feedback, because I think communication goes both ways, and it's about putting out the good news that the council does, the good work that the council does. Because, you know, looking at one of the more recent posts about what's your view in the council, your communities, and it's to launch the survey that's gone out. You know, some of the comments in that is a damning indictment of this council. You know, it's not painting us in the best light. And while some of it, there's a kernel of truth, you know, some of it's just not true. You know, there's a lot of good work that we do that, you know, some of these negative comments that aren't based in fact are not being addressed. And, you know, I think as part of a positive communication strategy, you know, we shouldn't be shying away from criticism. You know, I don't think criticism's a a bad word, and I think it's something that is missing from this. It's how do we deal with that? How do we take on these challenges and put the council forward in a positive light and sort of promote more of that good news? You know, people are talking about the roads in the comments on Facebook saying, "Oh, all the roads are rubbish, nothing gets done." You know, it'd be maybe good to promote, well, actually, we've done this work, we're doing this work, and I think that would just actually actively engaging with social media users. Thank you.
Rudy, I, for one, am absolutely delighted you've uploaded multiple copies of standing orders. Because at least that there's now a chance that someone's read them. So it's a cool bump.
Thank you. Could we consider some more public information using BSL? I'm just thinking more, little wee videos, something like that.
That's a read.
I think some of what Councillor Macpherson was saying is very relevant. I think I said it myself. We're not very good at telling the good news, and there's a lot of good news to be told in the Highlands. I think you probably are the most prolific user of Facebook in Highland Council, Ms. Councillor Macpherson, and you do share a lot of interesting stuff, but you're free to make the choices that you wish. It's not the same for our comms team. They're very constrained by what they can deliver. And maybe there's a lesson here for us. Maybe we need to learn a bit more about what the comms team does and what we can do in terms of sharing the stories within our own wards. So maybe a workshop or something going forward would be of benefit to all of us. And regardless of what anyone's opinion is, we need to treat our officers with respect. Thank you, Ruth, and your team for all the work you do.
Councillor Mackie.
Thank you, convener. I'm quite conscious in any communication strategy. There's always the fundamental question right at the start about who our customer is or who we're trying to serve. And I think it is kind of detailed in the plan that the nature of what we do, the nature of how many communities, how diverse those communities are, getting one message is always going to be inherently difficult. And I'm quite conscious, as you know, Councillor Andrew Jarvie a little bit earlier intimated that, yeah, there might be an awful lot of tools that are available. How many of them are suitable to a local authority to get a local authority message out may be slightly questionable. Having said that, I do think there are potentially areas where essentially we can try and use the strategy and use the comms plan as best as we can to try and eliminate what some of the members have said. I think we could talk at length about the website. What I would say is I've seen an awful lot of local authority websites, and I think you've got to be careful what you wish for if you look at some of the others around the UK. But in terms of being able to signpost effectively, I do think it's about getting the information from the local authority into the arms of the people that can use it. We all go to community councils, and the amount of time you'll be asked as a local member what's going on, and they haven't seen the press release, they haven't bothered to go onto the website, they actually haven't done that engagement. I do wonder, is there a way to have a database of emails where effectively a lot of this communication can go direct to some of the organisations that are using it? Because again, we're short-circuiting some of the cycles that we're going through on a day-to-day basis. I'm also very, very conscious that I understand that there is some hesitation about some social media platforms, and it was mentioned, particularly in regards to X, that some people may be going off it. I'm also conscious it's still seen very much as the virtual town square, and I would be very, very hesitant to remove ourselves from different platforms because it's uncomfortable. I don't think it's our responsibility to feel comfortable in the role that we have, but to make sure that we are putting the message across as we've got. And I will give a good news story here, I think, where I was tagged in a message about a road in my ward a number of months ago. Before I'd even responded to the constituent, there'd been a response from the comms team saying, actually, this road's getting done in the next couple of weeks. Lo and behold, 3-4 weeks later, the road's done. I have to be honest, I didn't really do anything, but I looked quite good in the eyes of the constituent. But it was very much a proactive forward, first foot forward sort of thing. And I think we should celebrate where I think we are getting the stuff right and look to build on that, as opposed to it just being a wholly negative view that we're trying to view that in.
No, it's true. And I believe that you went back to the constituent and said, honest gov, it wasn't me.
Yeah, a couple of things there. A few people mentioned the website. My team don't manage the website, that sits with digital services. So, but I know that there's the My Council project is looking at redeveloping the website, and certainly one or two of my team are helping and advising on that project team. So hopefully we will have a nice new website with a better search engine in the future. In terms of a couple of comments on roads, we have tried to improve how we communicate road closures and things, especially during all the storms that we've had, the 11 or 12 storms we've had over the winter. So we've set up a group involving roads officers, and that's worked really well, and it's given us a lot more live information, pictures, videos, and really real-time information about whether the road's closed or not and what's happened, and that's been fantastic, and it's been very well received as well. The comment, Councillor Coburn, about the BSL videos, yes, we would love to do that. Yeah, it's as I say, it's a small team. We do sort of try our best to do as many videos as we can, and we are doing far more video work and photograph work and digital work than we ever were before, due to some of the talents in the team, and obviously recognising that that's the way forward. But I'll take that on board, and we will try and do a bit more in terms of that.
Members, can we agree with the recommendations? Okay. Thanks, Ruth. Members, we now move to item 12, is the decision of the Standards Commission. Councillor Jarvin.
Thank you, convener. The code of conduct exists for a reason, and particularly the sections relating to member conduct and how you carry yourself in public exists for.
People can't hear you.
Thank you. The code of conduct exists for a good reason, and particularly all the sections that outline how members must conduct themselves in the way they speak to others in public and executing their role. But there was a fairly big hole in that. There's been a tradition in British politics for, quite frankly, far too long, that somehow the L word, lie, has been banned. Literally, it's there in legislation. In Holyrood, Westminster, dozens of parliamentarians have been thrown out and suspended from Parliament for a week for suggesting someone had lied. But it begs the question, sometimes, yeah, it's unjustified. Sometimes it's just to draw attention to something. And yeah, sometimes many MPs do it on purpose to get thrown out. But it does beg the question of what you do when someone has lied. I mean, just saying it's a mistruth or an inconvenience doesn't quite cut it, especially when there's consequences on the line. This, for me personally, the decision from the Standards Commission to clear me and my conduct on that day is quite a profound vindication. And indeed, there is now a whole new page in the Code of Conduct specifically on this section since that decision was made. It found, in fact, set a precedent that the restrictions set on what you can and can't say are not compatible with Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights. Politicians, all of us in here, are entitled to enhanced freedom of expression. That's not a carte blanche thing. We can't just stand up and say whatever we want. But in your job, where you are to represent people, the views of constituents and concerns of constituents, and things that affect them, nothing trumps that right that you have in law to express that and to raise those concerns. The Article 10 guidance that came out, I think 3 years ago now, was a huge step change in politicians' conduct. And this is one large part in proving how extensive it is. I wouldn't wish to change not so much the tone, I wouldn't wish to drag things down and for it to be thrown about every single week. I think there's a standard that we would mutually wish to maintain, especially in this environment of politics. But this idea that people are beyond reproach and that we are somehow restricted when we are elected to stand up and do the difficult things, that's what we're here for, is wholly bizarre, and as this ruling finds, unjustifiable. The only question I have coming out of this that the Code of Conduct states that officers and councillors must work in an atmosphere of mutual respect. And that code is held upon us and we have to work under it. But it does beg the question of mutual. What about the other side? Where is the recourse for officers that don't?
Members, can we give the recommendations? No, no more. Recommendations have been agreed. Members, just a point from me, because generally it is me who's the arbiter of what goes on in this chamber. In this chamber today and from here onwards, you will always be bound by the Code of Conduct, irrespective of which side of this chamber you sit on. You're not necessarily bound by Article 10, but you are definitely bound by the Code of Conduct. And also, there is a matter of respect between members, and that should always be the case. There are many, many different ways to say things in this chamber, and I would ask you to all to reflect on that. Members, item 13 is deeds executed. They're there for noting. And can we now have a 10-minute comfort break, please? Quickly, please. Members, we now move to item 14 on your agenda, which is notices of motion. First motion is from Councillor Balance.
Thank you, convener. The Apprentice Boys of Derry have put out a statement saying the Inverness Parade is simply celebrating their history and culture. So let's look at this history and culture. Membership, according to their website, is only open to male members of the Reformed Protestant faith. It is a sectarian organisation. The Apprentice Boys formed to celebrate the defeat of the Catholic Lord Deputy of Ireland at the Siege of Derry in 1689. And although Catholics took part in early commemorations of that event, the Apprentice Boys marches themselves were seen as triumphalist and sectarian, creating such riots that an investigation as far back as the mid-19th century recommended that Apprentice Boys marches be banned. They weren't. And on August 12, 1969, at a time of heightened tension in Northern Ireland, the Apprentice Boys paraded through the Bogside, the Catholic ghetto of Londonderry, with drums and flags. Scuffles broke out, stones were thrown on both sides. A full-scale riot broke out, and 2 days of fighting spread to Belfast, leaving 6 people dead. Prime Minister Harold Wilson ordered the army into Londonderry, and Wikipedia reports that the Apprentice Boys' march through the Catholic Bogside is generally seen as the point at which the Irish Troubles began. Over the next 30 years, over 3,500 people were killed and 47,500 people injured. Look at their website today, and you'll find an online shop selling Ulster Defence Regiment mugs, Orange Order figurines, cannon pencil sharpeners, musket ball sweeties. Is this a history which belongs in the Highlands? Is this a culture we want in the Highlands? It may be Struan Mackie's preference, but it's not mine. Members, almost 10% of Inverness's population identify as Catholic. We owe it to them to do what we can to prevent these marches. They're not promoting political change, peace, diversity, or harmony, or some worthy cause. They are an anachronistic celebration of the defeat of Catholics by Protestants. The people of Inverness do not want these parades. Within 7 days of its launch, a petition, 5,500 people signed a petition calling on Highland Council to ban them. My motion is response to and supports that independent petition. Maybe we don't have the power to ban them, so my motion only calls for officers to investigate ways over the coming months by which they could be prevented in the future. Aberdeenshire Council managed it in Stonehaven. Let's send today a strong message that we want Highland Council to see if we can do the same. I understand, Convener, the Apprentice Boys has issued a statement disassociating themselves from the Orange Order, despite selling Orange Order figurines on their website. And although I would personally prefer not to have any orange marches in Inverness, if any member would wish to amend the motion to replace the words Orange Order with Apprentice Boys of Derry Inverness branch, I would be happy to accept it. Members, I look forward to this debate and look forward to hearing other people's views on this. Thank you.
Members, you people in the Highlands will have a real understanding of what sectarianism actually is. Our children sit cheek and jowl in school and never think twice about whether their neighbour is a Buddhist, a Baptist or a Catholic. And that is the way it always should be. On the other hand, if, like me, you were born and brought up in West Central Scotland, then sectarianism is part of your everyday life. And it's something I personally find repugnant. That said, however, are we really saying that just because you hold different views to mine, and hopefully those in the chamber, that we will prevent you from expressing your views peacefully? Where does this end? Do we ban gay pride marches because some find them offensive? Do we ban yes marches or no marches because 50% of the population doesn't agree with the other 50%? None of the organisations mentioned in this motion are illegal, no matter how offensive I may find them. I therefore have a simple amendment that this council agrees to continue to work in collaboration with local members, Police Scotland and others to consider applications to hold marches on a case-by-case basis. Thank you. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Convener. I'd like to move that we go to a vote. Thank you.
I look for a second. Okay.
Which one do you want?
I have. Councillor Balance, do you wish to respond? No one else has indicated they wish to speak. So do you wish to respond?
Sorry, is no one else wishing to speak? I saw a few hands up. Sorry?
No one has indicated they wish to speak.
The one
I've already gone to Councillor Balance, Councillor Finney.
this end, where do we put the barrier? Do we want a fascist group to march? Do we want a group calling for the removal of all Highlanders of non-white appearance to march in Inverness? Where, as someone said to me during the interview, where does freedom of speech end? Is freedom of speech the freedom to shout fire in a crowded theatre? It's not. There are boundaries. There are areas where we can have common consent that this is not an acceptable thing to say or to allow. And I believe that the Apprentice Boys of Berry and their culture and traditions are not acceptable in the Highlands. And therefore, I would propose my motion. Thank you.
Do we have a motion and an amendment?
Thank you, Convener. So members, we have a motion from Councillor Balance, seconded by Councillor Baldry, and that's in terms of the agenda. We have an amendment from the convener, seconded by Councillor Niven, and that's within the chat. And I'll just read that out for members' benefit, that this council agrees to continue to work in collaboration with local members, Police Scotland and others to consider applications on a case-by-case basis. So members, when we come to the vote, if you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Balance, it will be the green button. If you wish to vote for the amendment from the convener, it will be the red button. If you wish to abstain, it will be the white button, and we'll start the voting in the chamber shortly. So if everybody in the chamber has voted that wishes to vote, we'll close the vote down. Thank you. And then go to those members on Teams, and just to advise members that councillors Mackay and McGilvery have left the meeting. A couple of members to tell me if you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Balance, the amendment from the convener, or to abstain. And I'll start with Councillor Baldry.
Motion.
Councillor Gunn.
Amendment.
Councillor Hutchison.
Motion, please.
Councillor Barbara Jarvie.
The convener's amendment, please. Thank you.
Councillor McLennan.
Amendment.
Councillor Miller.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Morrison.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Rees.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Rosie.
Amendment, please.
Convener, the motion received 5 votes, the amendment received 54 votes, and there were 4 abstentions, so the amendment is carried.
Members, motion number 2 is, where are we? Is for Morven-May MacCallum.
Thank you very much. The Scottish Women's Rights Centre has described drink and injection spiking to be at epidemic levels. In a survey of 23,000 students, it was found that 11% had been spiked, and yet only 8% of those women reported it to the police or to their doctor, highlighting the vast underreporting of this abhorrent act. Of that 1,840 women who reported being spiked, only 7 of those women's perpetrators were convicted of a spiking offence. But of course, this issue of drink, injection and vape spiking is not exclusive to women alone. After much consultation with the police, I have made this motion which seeks to provide education to bar staff, to the public, to our school children. It seeks to highlight the issue and to provide assurances to that 1 in 10 women who have been spiked that we as a council view this matter seriously, and I would be grateful for any and all support. Thank you.
Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, convener. I thank Councillor MacCallum for bringing this issue to our attention. The criminal activity of the spiking of drinks and the wider issues around alcohol and drugs is something we should all be aware of and do our own part where we can to help keep people from harm. In my role as licensing board convener, I'm able to liaise with some of the key partners that this motion refers to. Police Scotland, via their licensing representative, confirmed that they offer bystanding training, sees CCTV footage at the premises or surrounding area, advise licensees and their staff to hold on to the glass and liquid for evidence and replace a customer's drink without question, that posters are provided for Freshers Week along with booklets. The Highland Licensing Forum, who have representatives from NHS Highland Alcohol and Drug Dependency, High Life Highland, Police and Fire Service, confirmed that they teach licensees and are keen to take awareness and training further into the communities. They are looking into a Highland-wide app similar to the Pub Watch scheme. They will, with partners, look into providing additional posters for licensed premises, liaise with their licensed premises to ensure there are no gaps in awareness training. The Highland Licensing Board can discuss with the Highland Licensing Forum a multi-partnered approach. Therefore, I have an amendment that strengthens the intent of this motion. That the Council recognises the criminal activity of drink spiking in Highland licensed establishments. That the licensing board will continue to support Police Scotland in their work to mitigate these incidents, in their bystander training, reviews to the board, publicity, reporting of incidents, including seizure of CCTV and care of the victims involved. That the board will liaise with the Highland Licensing Forum, including calling on the expertise of NHS Highland representatives to discuss ways in which awareness can be raised by a multi-partnered approach of further training and knowledge for out in the community and any premises not already supported. The partners to source additional posters for licensed premises and explore future simplified reporting methods, including a new Highland-wide app for licensee use. The schools to continue to include awareness of drink and vape spiking as part of their PSE programme. So I shall put this in the chat and I'm looking for a seconder, please. Thank you.
We may have other members who wish to speak. Councillor Grafton.
Thank you, Convener. I would like to support Morven-May's motion. Gentlemen and ladies, I would like to say it's not just your daughters that are at risk. I actually experienced spiking myself in 1975, many, many years ago. As a consequence, I spent 2 days in hospital. It's about injections, it's about needles, it's about dirty needles, it's about all sorts of things. It's a very dangerous and unnice practice. And we really do need to enhance the awareness of this. It's not just the individuals. As a young person, I could go to any nightclub, to any pub, to any dance floor. It doesn't matter how aware I am, I can get spiked. Please support Morven-May's motion. Thank you.
Councillor McEwen.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing this to our attention, Morven-May. It is a big issue, and it is a big issue in the Highlands and with our students in universities. And some of our children go to universities out with this area, Aberdeen, Edinburgh, Dundee, etc. And it is a big issue. And as you say, it's not just females, it's males as well, as John's just indicated. I think we need to raise awareness, and everything we can do to raise this awareness and make this unacceptable throughout our Highlands is welcome, and I fully support the motion. Thank you.
Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Convener. I'm just wanting to say that this is not just for young people. As John has said, my mother was spiked. She was out with her friends and she was in her 60s, and someone thought it was fun to spike her drink and her friends, and they were ill for days. So this affects all age groups, and it is a serious issue. And I think that both Councillor Henry and Councillor Morven-May MacCallum's motions and amendment show how seriously we should be taking this issue. Thank you.
As a log.
Thank you, Convener, and I agree with everything that's been said so far. I just wanted to, I note that Councillor, as far as I understand it, I've not read it in the chat, sorry, amendment removes the request that licensed premises carry testing kits. I mean, it would only be a request by the council. I assume we can't enforce that, but I think it would be a shame to lose that from the motion. Thank you.
No one else has indicated they wish to speak. It's back to you, Councillor Henry. Do you wish to sum up?
Not much more to add, really. The reason I didn't put the testing kits in because the police representative said that they wouldn't hold up in court. It's better that, I mean, obviously they can be used, but it's better that the evidence is there with the glass and the liquid. So that's why I didn't put it in. But obviously, if Councillor MacCallum wants to keep that in, that's fine. But I'm glad to hear that everyone's supportive of it. So thank you.
Councillor MacCallum, it's up to you.
I'd be very happy to support Councillor Henry's amendment if she was happy to include the testing kits, because I think that would be beneficial for the general public. And I also just wanted to thank the councillors for the bravery in sharing their personal stories today. Thank you.
So, Councillor Henry, you're happy with that? Members, I believe that is agreed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I just be clear what's just been agreed? So sorry, Councillor MacCallum, can I just be, you're happy to accept Councillor Hendry's amendment, but with this suggestion you retain the reference to the test kits that was within your original motion, is that right? And Councillor Hendry, you were happy to include that within your amendment. Thank you, members.
Motion number 3 is from Councillor Baird.
Thank you, convener. And since 2017, we've seen in Sutherland the main Bank of Scotland ceasing its branches in Cllr, Bonnybridge, Dornoch and Helmsdale, and it was initially replaced by a mobile service coming initially once a week to each of those things on a different daily basis. When COVID came on the scene, this service got knocked back, and after COVID, it returned again, but only on a 2-weekly basis. But at the end of time, what we've been saying is that the elderly find this service particularly useful. Not everybody is digitally experienced to do the banking, which is what the banks are now telling us. We had recently here in Inverness the Royal Bank telling us that they were going to close a major branch on the Harbour Road, and one here in Eastgate to replace it with one at Fountain Square, I believe. And today in the press we see that the TSB has got another 36 branches of the bank to go. So at the end of the time, we've asked in our motion if this council, through the leader, could write to the Scottish Government to express their concerns and see if we can't get something further here to help our elderly in particular. I will be actually bringing up the matter next week at, I've got an opportunity at the Lloyds Banking Group annual general meeting to put it to the board as well, to see if there's something that could be done. So thank you.
Councillor Bremner.
Thank you very much. Councillor Baird, I'm not actually sure that this isn't the first time that a motion similar to this has come to this chamber. It usually happens every time that we have banks closing down in particular places. It's happened in my own county in Wick and Thurso with the TSB, with the Clydesdale Bank and with the Royal Bank of Scotland. You've asked that I write to the Scottish Government, and I'm happy to support the motion in doing so, and I would urge all the other members to agree to this, and let's see how we go on with that. Thanks.
Members, can I assume that the motion is carried? I don't think it's necessary, John. No, I don't think it's necessary. Is anyone not in agreement? Thank you. Motion is carried. Thank you, mate. Motion number 4, Councillor Gale.
Thank you, convener. Members, I hope that I speak for every member when I say that as members we all have a special relationship with the schools in our wards. Personally, I feel a responsibility for the schools in my ward, and I do my utmost to support them in any way that I can. I feel I can approach any of the head teachers at any time to discuss issues that are important to the school and to the pupils. So to be told I no longer have direct access to a school without the permission of the ECO, or as now it is, the Assistant Chief Executive, goes against all of the trust and confidence that already been built up over the years. Of course, I understand that I have to work with the head teacher, and I would never wish to go to a school at any time that is liable to cause any disruption. However, to restrict access under any circumstance, under the normal circumstances, goes completely against my role as a local council representative. And that being the case, I ask everyone in the chamber to support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Atkin.
Thank you, convener. Obviously, this has engaged quite a lot of debate. My views are quite well known within my group and publicly. So, on the basis that schools are publicly funded and publicly accountable institutions, that democratically elected members have a responsibility for all the premises the Highland Council run and own, including schools. Access to these buildings is kind of a basic democratic principle, but obviously common sense, courtesy and respect dictate that school visits need to be organised at a time that is convenient with minimal disruption. And the appropriate person to liaise with in these matters, in my opinion, is the head teacher. My concern is not for the now, it's for the future. So that was my key concern with the protocol. Because newer councils further along the line in the years ahead, say 20 years' time, won't have developed the relationships that many of us already have. So I propose the following amendment. Mindful of the need for a school's visits protocol, this council proposes that a workshop involving all members be held to review and propose a revised protocol that is then agreed at full council. That the revised protocol members access to schools and that the head teacher is the point of contact to arrange and manage visits at a time convenient to them and to the smooth running of the school. This is something that we need to all agree, and we agree that a workshop is probably the best way to include everybody, and we need to vote on it. So I hope, I'm calling for someone to second my amendment, and I hope that everyone can get behind it. Thank you.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm delighted to second Councillor Atkins' amendment. I think it's very sensible. It encompasses or gives all the members of the council a chance to take part at the workshop and to put over their points of view. And hopefully we could then come to an agreement that a suitable protocol is put in place that all members of this council are happy with, and obviously to safeguard the schools from any unexpected visitors arriving on their doorstep unannounced. So I'm more than happy to second Councillor Atkin. Thank you very much.
Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, convener. First of all, I've got an apology because I obviously was in breach of the council's terms and I hadn't realised it when I visited after hours my former school, Cllr High School. I walked into the old quadrangle. It was actually to get a photograph of Ben Nevis in the background and to see the school. But my attention was drawn to the noise. It was like a snare drum, and it was water that was running off the roof drains and onto the changing rooms below on both sides of the quadrangle. And that's something that I'm really disappointed in, because as a local authority, this council spent on 2 occasions up to £23 million refurbishing that school. So if we are not allowed into a school estate, how do we highlight these items and how do we bring them to the attention of officers? And obviously the rectification work involved in that. My attention was drawn to the exterior of the building when I drove past on the road to the aisles and I saw the cladding falling off the walls. The newest part of the building is actually on the southwest facing part of the building. That's what drew me into it in the first place, but it was to take a photograph of that. So I haven't published the photographs, and I seek guidance as to whether I should have been allowed to visit my old school. As I say, this was long after hours, about 8 o'clock at night, and I walked into the quadrangle and took photographs. But having said that, I may have saved the council some money if they do the rectification work, or certainly attend to the builders involved for it, because it's going to cost us a lot more if we don't attend to it as a result of my visit. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvie.
Thank you, convener. It's funny. Every time the opposition brings forward an amendment that suggests anything that involves officer time, the immediate response is, oh, we can't possibly dare burden our officers with another meeting or another seminar, another workshop. Yet someone in the administration does it, it's fine. And I've just, what's the problem we're solving here? Like, we're now proposing a workshop to look at something that wasn't a problem up until now. Like, what are we trying to fix? Well, I mean, we can look at what happened. Edward Mountain MSP, one of the MSPs for the Highlands, wanted to visit a school. One of the schools on the list that as a council we've agreed is a priority needs replaced for how bad its condition is. And we've said we want to lobby our MSPs, we want to lobby the Scottish Government to make sure we get the funding to deliver the schools estate programme that we want. So what happens? An MSP comes to visit a school that we want fixed. No, go away. No, we don't want you to see here. No, you've got to go through this protocol. You're not allowed there. Are we real about fixing problems? Here is one of our elected representatives who wants to get involved to try and get a resolution to something we agree is a problem. No, don't want you in. Like, what are we proposing this workshop to fix? How is that instant an MSP doing a job a problem for this council? Like, this is why this council is so ruined, that here is help and we're turning it away. It makes no sense, guys. Seriously, this is just bizarre. We've just discussed the capital programme, our bold, ambitious capital programme, but we don't want anyone to help. Like, can we just like pause and reflect on what's happening here? Can we just stop playing this silly game?
Councillor Greg.
Thank you, Convener. I think the general tone on most of us of seeing this protocol in the press was generally that it was disappointing. It was very disappointing for me when I saw it. On the day that I saw it, I just had a very successful visit to one of my local primary schools, Drakey's, and seen that actually one of the things that we as local members had put in place to help reduce bad car parking had worked. It was very nice to see an actual success story on the ground with a head teacher that we have a good collaborative relationship with, as I think all 3 ward members do. So it was very disappointing to see that the council was starting to use an overly bureaucratic sledgehammer to crack a nut, which as far as I can see, doesn't really exist in the first place. I genuinely like to question how many disruptive visits by councillors there have ever been to their schools at any point in the existence of the Highland Council. I would never imagine of going into a school without the head teacher's permission. I've only ever asked permission beforehand. I've only ever gone in when time's scheduled. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want to name names about who I thought might do something differently, but I think everyone would do that. I think everyone here genuinely respects the head teacher's ability to be the person who is in charge of people visiting their school. It would be the same if I was visiting a GP practice. I would speak to the GPs or the managers. If I was visiting a care home, I'd speak to the care home manager. I would not think to email the eco of a department that the eco for schools has hundreds of head teachers, tens of teachers, lots of employees, lots of more important things than dealing with, can I go and look at 8:30 on a Thursday morning about whether the little plastic fake children we put up to stop parking have helped? It's a waste of time for the ecos. It's a waste of time for me, and it is solving a problem which doesn't really exist. I'm even more disappointed to see that the solution is being proposed is yet another workshop, which is inevitably going to be held on a day that I'm at work or asleep after night shifts. This continually keeps happening. I think we really need to address the fact that workshops are not an area that all members can get to. Plenty of us work. At the last elections, the youngest council ever was elected for the Highland Council. Plenty of us have day jobs. It takes me a day of annual leave to come to this meeting. Frankly, I'm not taking a day of annual leave every single time people put forward a motion for something we could solve here today and deal with.
Maybe members should stop sending notices of amendment then. Councillor Balance.
Thank you, Convener. When the papers for this meeting came out with the programme for the estate's development, my colleague, Councillor Fraser, arranged for the head of estates, Robert Campbell, to have a meeting at Bewley School with myself and my other 3 ward councillors and the parent council and the head teacher. And the head teacher responded, "Oh, sorry, can't do that. I've got to ask permission first." What a nonsense. Come on. We don't need a workshop for this. We appoint head teachers to be in charge of what goes on in their schools. maybe I've got an interest in this because my dad was a head teacher. We should trust our head teachers. And if our head teachers are not trustworthy, then we have mechanisms for resolving that. We don't need a workshop. We just need to ensure that our head teachers are in charge of what goes on in their schools. Thank you.
Councillor Rees.
Kind of reminded of the Pink Floyd song, "We Don't Need No Workshops." But anyway, equally flippantly, I've got the highest of regard for Councillor Atkin, but a thought went through my mind when she last spoke. I was close to going up to her on bended knee and say, please, not another workshop, please, please. Or perhaps the chief executive, I don't know what he's thinking about this. Being slightly more serious, I mean, it is a serious point, but frankly, the last paragraph of the motion sums it up. It's common sense. Let head teachers just run their schools. It's called kind of basic courtesy to let the head teacher know before you go in. And I think I'm at fault here for not reading all the background stuff. Apparently the head teachers had to ask somebody else for permission as well before the visit can be allowed or refused. If I was an ordinary member of the public, I was talking about a bit of plain English in the previous item, I think, or maybe it was 2 ago, can't quite remember. I seriously think they'd be saying, what on earth are they on about, talking about visiting schools and having, you know, a laboured debate about it. There's been one incident, which perhaps we're making, sorry, a mountain out of a molehill, but, you know, the rest of the time, as far as I'm aware, everything's worked pretty fine. And, well, my impression is certainly in wonderful Caithness, this has never, ever cropped up as an issue, but it's just basically courtesy, let the head know you'd like to come in and check that the time is right. So while I am a great fan of workshops, excuse the lie, but, you know, on this occasion, please come, I mean, gosh, we've got really important things to talk about, and please, can we just, are we able to just agree, convener, right now, just that we'll just approach head teachers using old-fashioned courtesy and common sense, I hope. Thank you.
Sorry, we won't report you to the Standards Commission for mentioning the lie word. Councillor Finlayson.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised we've got a motion and we're discussing this. When after the motion went out and there was some unrest amongst members, we sent out an FAQs, which basically said nothing has really changed. If you want to go and visit your head teacher, you go and visit your head teacher. But we've also got to remember that we need to have a protocol in place so that members can visit, so that schools are protected, so that pupils are also, in some cases, protected. Members have said here, I imagine that everyone who goes in does it in a respectful way and an appropriate way. That's not necessarily the case. Okay, and there are head teachers who feel they need the security of a protocol because they've had some bad experiences. So let's remember that. What the workshop is proposing is that we hear from all members, we agree something, it's got members' input, and members are happy with it. It's not a big ask, but what we're doing is we're introducing a protocol that every other local authority has. In every other walk of life, you wouldn't just assume that you could go and visit somewhere without making the proper arrangements. There are also instances where members make appointments to go to a school and they turn up with additional folk that the head teacher didn't know was going to be visiting that school. And that's not appropriate. So the protocol is to support members, it is to support schools, and it's not that difficult, I'm sure, for us to get something that works for everyone.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, convener. I think Councillor Finlayson's contribution was quite good there. Raised quite a few points. You know, this isn't a big ask to have a protocol and a procedure, and we can just have a work stream and a work group and all this wonderful stuff to come to a consensus. Brilliant. That's not what happened. I think members wouldn't have took as much umbrage with this whole thing if there had been a somewhat degree of discussion prior to this. So my observation is probably unfortunate the way that this has happened. However, you know, I hear from Councillor Finlayson, you know, that there may have been issues in the past, but you know, on the whole, by and large, looking at this and listening to other members' experiences and from across at the chamber of all parties and indeed none, you know, this seems to be a solution to a problem that, granted, not many of us have. And in essence, it's created a bit of an issue. We're hearing from Councillor Finlayson that nothing's changed. You've always had to speak to the head teacher. Brilliant. I think that's what we're hearing from members across the chamber, that of course I'd be happy to speak to the head teacher and make sure that everything was indeed in order. But where I take issue is, to do with setting up these endless workshops. It's, workshops are where good ideas go to die. You sit in a committee, you sit around the table, and you talk and you talk and you talk and you talk. And at the end, after spending 2.5 hours having your soup and sandwiches for lunch, you say, do you know what? Let's defer this to another committee for final sign off. That's my observation of sitting through these workshops. It's not a forum to have anything done. Granted, is it a forum to collect views? Yes, it probably is. You could send a survey around members asking them what their view is on the topic. And you could ask members to email. We don't need to have everyone sitting around the table, albeit virtually in Teams, for half a morning to discuss this. I just don't think that's a valuable use of any of our time, or indeed the officers' time, who are going to have to sit in and capture the views of members. And I think from the debate today, members' views are pretty clear. And if it needs to be in black and white, I'm sure an email would suffice to gather those views. But I support the motion as tabled, and I wouldn't be in a position to support any amendment that calls for more workshops. Thank you.
Councillor Christie. Councillor Atkin.
Thank you. I think it's slightly misunderstood. The reason, and I know I groan when somebody says workshop to me, but after discussion, how people arrive at the workshop would be entirely their choice. You could work within your groups and collate information detail. But having done some of my own research before over this issue, which everybody knows, I was not happy with the protocol. That's a matter of record. There were a lot of places have these protocols, including in England. It's just like we have a code of conduct. It's not a kind of groundbreaking or unusual. And there are lots of instances to consider. And, and we need to vote on this stuff was my point. It shouldn't have come about without us voting. And that, and it's not officers' fault. It's us as politicians to go, actually, maybe this was a bit of an error. So my amendment actually says that we have, and which the motion doesn't, we do have a right to go into council buildings because we're elected representatives for our communities. Whilst the head teacher has to, we have to be mindful of what the head teacher wants. What I'm suggesting is there isn't a case where we shouldn't be allowed that we have to. You don't have to turn up for a workshop to do this. You could send a representative of your group, whatever. It doesn't even need to be long. It just needs to be recognised that members are going to have a say. And I can't think of any other way of members having a say in putting together a protocol that we do need, because there have been instances apparently that I wasn't aware of where things have not gone well for our head teachers in our schools. So, I would urge everybody to support my amendment that includes the basis of the democratic principle that we have access to council properties and buildings, including our schools. Thank you.
Councillor Gill.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Sarah, for your amendment. I do appreciate the time you put into that, and I think we share the same kind of views. However, I don't think a workshop was necessary. To my mind, we already have a protocol, and the protocol is to contact the head teacher, and the head teacher has the right to refuse a visit at any time. And I don't think any members would disagree with that. And if some errant member turns up with a whole bunch of people, including the press or an MSP or an MP, then the head teacher is perfectly at liberty to shut the door and say, no, make an appointment. So I think we don't need to go down the workshop route. I don't think it's necessary. And I personally have a really wonderful relationship with my schools, and I guess that most members in this chamber have as well. So why are we reinventing things and changing protocols when it's absolutely not necessary? So I stand by my motion. Thank you very much.
We have a motion and amendment.
So thank you, conveners. So
Councillor Miller.
Just want to check, I think Councillor Gregg, are you seconding the motion?
Look, let's be honest, members. If I don't see you put your hand up and it's been acknowledged that you have put your hand up, then you don't get to speak. I'm not a mind reader. Apologies that you didn't get to speak, but, you know, try harder to attract my attention. I saw Rory.
Thank you, convener. So, members, we have a motion from Councillor Gale, seconded by Councillor Crawford, and that's in terms of your agenda. We have an amendment from Councillor Atkin, seconded by Councillor Miller, and that's within the chat function. So, members in the chamber, when we come to the vote, if you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Gale, press the green button. If you wish to vote for the amendment from Councillor Atkin, it will be the red button. And if you wish to abstain, it will be the white button. And we'll start the voting in the chamber shortly. Thank you. Members will now close the vote in the chamber. Thank you. And then going around those members on teams, if you tell me wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Gale, the amendment from Councillor Atkin, or to abstain, and I'll start with Councillor Baldry. Councillor Gunn.
Motion, please.
Councillor Hutchison.
The amendment, please.
Councillor Barbara Jarvie.
Motion, please. Thank you.
Councillor McLennan.
Amendment, please, Stuart.
Councillor Miller.
Amendment, please, Stuart.
Councillor Morrison.
Motion, please, Stuart.
Councillor Rees.
Motion, please.
Councillor Rosie.
Motion, please.
Thank you, members. Convener, there were 30 votes for the motion, there were 33 votes for the amendment, and there was one abstention. So the amendment is carried.
Members, we now head to motion number 5, which is from Ryan Mac.
Thank you, convener. In the past, we have shown our unwavering support to those who endure immense hardships, such as our symbolic gesture of flying the Ukrainian flag to stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine against their oppressors. Our actions then were a demonstration to both the local and international community that the Highlands stands up for justice and supporting those in need. The Palestinian people have faced decades of conflict, displacement, and struggle. The request for self-determination and peace has been met with numerous complex obstacles, with the ongoing conflict making matters worse and even more unbearable. For which I propose that the Council fly the Palestinian flag as a visual representation of our unwavering support, again, both to our local and international community for the Palestinian people. However, it is important to acknowledge that this motion does not condone or endorse any form of violence or extremism. We must also recognise that criticism is necessary when discussing this complex issue. It is essential to address the actions of both Hamas and the Israeli government in order to foster a balanced and constructive dialogue. Hamas is a terrorist organisation that is widely criticised for its use of violence and in disregard for the well-being of its own people, the indiscriminate target of civilians and the launching of rockets in civilian areas, and are actions that we unequivocally condemn. We must make it clear that our support for the Palestinian people is not an endorsement of Hamas or any other extremist group. It is also crucial to acknowledge the challenges faced by the Israeli people, who have endured acts of terror and violence as well. We recognise the need for security and stability for all parties involved. It is our hope that through dialogue and peaceful negotiation, a just and lasting solution can be reached that respects the rights and aspirations of both Israeli and Palestinian people. Flying the Palestinian flag does not mean turning a blind eye to the complexities of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It is a gesture of symbolic solidarity with the Palestinian people, while seeking for a peaceful resolution that promotes coexistence, security, and human rights for all. I hope you support the motion. Thank you.
Members, the Highland Council has a flag flying protocol already in place, which has worked extremely well. I see no reason to change that. I therefore have an amendment to that effect. The amendment is that the Council continues with the existing flag flying protocol. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Convener. I would like to ask if your amendment has a seconder that we move directly to a vote. Thank you.
Councillor Gowans.
Happy to second that, Convener.
I think there is no one else indicating specifically they wish to speak, Councillor Stewart, so I will accept your Stewart vote. Ryan, it actually goes back to you to sum up if you so wish.
No, I'll just take it to a vote then. That's fine.
Thank you, Convener. Members, we have a motion from Councillor McIntosh, seconded by Councillor Balance, and that's in accordance with your agenda. We have an amendment from the Convener, seconded by Councillor Gowans, and that's within the chat function. So members in the chamber, when we go to the vote, if you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor McIntosh, it will be the green button. If you wish to vote for the amendment from the Convener, it will be the red button. And if you wish to abstain, it will be the white button. We'll start the voting shortly. Thank you. So if all members of the chamber have voted who wish to vote, we'll close the vote down now. Thank you. And then going around those members on teams, if you tell me if you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor McIntosh, the amendment from the Convener, or to abstain. I'll start with Councillor Baldry.
Motion.
Councillor Gunn.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Hutchison.
The motion, please.
Councillor Barbara Jarvie.
Amendment, please.
Councillor McLennan.
Amendment, please, Stuart.
Councillor Miller.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Morrison.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Rees.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Rosie.
Amendment, please.
Thank you, members. Convener, there were 6 votes for the motion, there were 54 votes for the amendment, and there were 3 abstentions. So the amendment is carried.
Members, we now move to motion number 6, the Rewilding Nation Charter motion, and Kate Willis.
Thank you, Convener. The latest State of Nature report, which was released last year, shows that Scotland is one of the most nature depleted countries in the world, ranking 28th from the bottom out of more than 240 countries in terms of the biodiversity that remains, and we are still losing nature now. Restoring Scotland's landscapes and habitats not only has clear benefits for nature, it also helps to mitigate and adapt to the impacts of climate. Ecosystems provide food, water, air, they underpin the economy, and they give us health and well-being. As climate breakdown accelerates and nature loss continues, we face an unprecedented threat to our way of life and to our children's future. Rewilding, or if you prefer, environmental restoration, offers the chance to breathe life back into the land and sea, revitalizing natural processes, enriching communities, and building resilience against the greater challenges that are coming. My motion is very simple. It asks Council to sign the Rewilding Nation Charter, urging the Scottish Government to declare Scotland as a rewilding nation, committing to nature recovery across 30% of our land and seas to benefit nature, climate, and people. Signing the Charter will build on the commitments Council is already making to tackle the ecological emergency in Highland, including the development of the ecological strategy, which is about to go out for public consultation. So thank you, and I urge you to approve this motion.
Councillor Gowans.
Thank you, Convener. Members, we've been asked to sign a rewilding charter, a charter that's been developed by an organisation, the Scottish Rewilding Alliance, a lobbying group who propose targets for the Highland that the Highland Council is expected to commit to. Members, I understand that this motion from Councillor Willis, what it's trying to achieve, but I also understand, as I suspect the mover of the motion also understands, that this motion is likely to undermine the Council's neutrality as a planning authority. While it's important to keep a neutral position as regards our role in planning authority, given the huge potential for the Highlands. The area that Councillor Willis seeks to enhance, the area is already covered by a huge number of designations, international, national, regional and local. About 59% of the area is covered by one or more designations, so National Park, SSI, Special Protection Areas, National Scenic Areas, wildland and so on. 40% of the area is covered by wildland as identified by NatureScope, and these designations are supported through the National Planning Framework 4 and the various policies contained therein. The Council already supports rewilding opportunities for such as Dunregan, and we continue to do so without formal membership of any body, and rightly so, as this ensures that we can both be trusted and objective in planning, grants, awards and officer support and such like. Therefore, members, I have an amendment. The amendment is, this Council recognises that we have a key role to play in mitigating climate and ecological challenges on land, lochs and seas throughout the Highland Council area. We will work with our local communities and partners towards maximising nature recovery, continuing to encourage community involvement in a targeted way that is adapted to our geographical circumstances. Thank you.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Councillor Gowans, for bringing this amendment forward. I think it's actually quite common sense. You know, I think a lot of the points you're making about our neutrality as a planning authority is really important. It's something that we've got to be mindful of with how we operate, and more sort of pertinently how we're perceived to operate as a council. The one thing I'd like to say in this as well is, you know, I think everybody across this chamber understands that the importance of biodiversity and nature to the climate and indeed to the lives of the Highlands. However, what I would also say is, we do have to be mindful of, you know, we've got depopulation emergency. There's a lot of different emergencies. And I don't think we can sign every charter that comes along asking for our support. Now, with Councillor Gowan's amendment, I would like to add an additional bit if he would be minded to accept. And that's when we're consulting with communities. It also includes land managers, because we know the backlash that we got with the farming community and indeed from the fishing communities when it came to the HPMA. So I think having that explicit engagement with the people that are directly affected in managing our natural spaces is really important. So if Councillor Gowans would be minded to accept that, I would be happy to support the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Grafton.
Thank you, convener. Biodiversity is an important issue. I feel it's something that is missed. The climate change lobby and the first debate on climate change actually happened 67 years ago. I know that, it's the year I was born in. Biodiversity is a bit more recent, but it's become very apparent that if we don't have the diversity of species, whether we manage climate change or not, that could still lead to the extinction of the planet. So I accept what Councillor Gowans has said about the amendment. I recognise that. But again, the biodiversity issue isn't mentioned specifically in that. And I feel it's really important that we do recognise it's biodiversity that we need to look at and we need to manage. Thank you.
Councillor Loudon.
Thanks, convener. And thanks to the movers of the resolution. I think what I want to focus on is partly the area and partly the public consultation. So the movers of the motion are asking us to sign up to this prior to public consultation. The public consultation hasn't happened, so I don't think it would be appropriate for us to sign up to this at this point. It calls for protection of 30% of marine areas, when the highly protected marine areas was calling for 10%. So it's a much bigger imposition. It would have a much wider effect on coastal communities, and we haven't had the consultation. So I think we have to do things the right way around, and we have to have the consultation, because that's what happened the last time. It was the imposition of HPMAs and communities finding out that all of the fishing grounds around their island were being closed down. So I couldn't support this without that consultation taking place. Just in terms of rewilding on land, really the issue there is, we have a very fragile rural community with considerable difficulty in retaining young people in remote and rural areas. Part of that is caused by an extreme lack of available sites for house building. We have to consider the effect on communities of all the things we sign up to, and I think we should consider that carefully before signing up to a charter like this.
Councillor Jones.
Thank you, convener. I'd like to second Councillor Gowan's amendment. Rewilding appears to come in many different forms, and we have in Bainocans to Space seen some projects carried out by very rich people for the benefit of very rich people under the guise of rewilding that have not been beneficial to our landscape or communities. Whilst we all recognise the challenges we face in fighting the climate crisis and biodiversity crisis, we must do this in a balanced way that takes communities with us and never lose sight of the importance of our rural communities and our way of life.
Councillor Balance.
Thank you, convener. Councillor Gowan said a very odd thing. He said we have to be neutral and objective in all planning matters. Now, not so long ago, I seem to remember this council passing unanimously, including Councillor Councillor Gowan's, a motion to write to the UK government and the Scottish government about telecommunications masts and our objection to them all over the place. That is a matter which directly comes to planning, absolutely directly. That was never, ever raised then. That was not a problem then. So I really cannot see how that objection has got any bearing on this motion or this amendment whatsoever. Councillor Rory Stewart says we can't sign every charter. Well, he's quite right, but that's not what this motion is asking to do. Maybe you should read it. We're asking to sign a particular charter. And as to the reference to highly protected marine areas, this is a much lower level of protection. It's some protection, but also the comment that communities suddenly woke up to discover their island was going to be closed off to all fishing is absolutely not the case. There was a consultation which offered the possibility of up to 10% of coastal areas being set aside, but that would have been 10% of areas as agreed by local communities, not as imposed upon them. I support Councillor Willis's motion, and I would urge the Chamber to as well. Thank you.
Councillor Finney.
Thank you very much, Convener. Councillor Gowans, I will support the amendment, and thank you for including some words which I wanted to see in it, like maximising, which is an important word. But I will sound more like I'm supporting the motion because I do welcome the motion for starting a discussion. There are several reasons behind that, and the main one is that it does something which we forget to do a lot of the time. It mentions the sea. The seabed is 40% of Scotland's land. The sea provides climate regulations, food, jobs, livelihoods, and economic progress. The ocean generates 50% of the oxygen we need and absorbs 25% of all carbon dioxide emissions. But to do that, it needs biodiversity, it needs to be protected. And with 4,500 kilometers of coastlines in the Highlands, we have a role to play and many opportunities from the sea to offer our communities. But take the example of seagrass, but let's talk about rewilding underwater. Rewilding the seabed is not easy. And some sites are not suitable. It may be that, for example, it's got the reasons, the factors that cause the loss of seagrass are still there, like pollution. It could be that it's the wrong seabed. And we could end up in a situation where we're trying to rewild a seabed, part of the seabed, not because it's the right place, but because we have to meet our targets. And so this is not something desirable. It's the same thing on dry land. The rewilding options can be limited sometimes because of a lack of access to land. So we could end up trying to cram rewilding in a small portion of the land because, again, we have to meet certain targets. So I have strong reservations about arbitrary figures like 30%. What we need is to do our best and maximize rewilding and do it in a targeted way where it works. Finally, I'd like to refer to the best job I've had in my life, which was to work as a translator for an EU project, which was called the Water Project, which is about protecting, I've got the document here, protecting wetlands and rivers. It involved engaging with the communities in France, with an agency working for the government in England. And everything was about convincing the communities, the local stakeholders, the local hotel, the local angling club, that it was in their interest to get involved. So community involvement is absolutely key to making sure that we rewild both the land and the seabed. So Although I welcome the motion and thank you again for mentioning the sea, I will support the amendment. Thank you again for bringing the sea into the discussion, and to finish, I will encourage members to visit Ocean 2050. They got a website, Ocean 2050, founded by Alexandra Cousteau and run by Professor Carlos Duarte. They all believe that we can save the ocean, but protecting it is not enough. We need to restore. So let's do it. Let's engage with our communities, and let's do it in a targeted way where it works. Thank you.
Councillor Rees.
Yeah, thank you very much. Briefly, one of the good things about having Green councillors in the council, disbelieving silence, is actually that they make us think about things that perhaps might pass by a bit on the other side. So thanks for the motion. I'm sort of a little bit ambiguous about it, but National Planning Framework 4 and Councillor Gowans correctly, I think it was yourself, Ken, talked about the need for neutrality, which we must respect as best we can. But there are contradictions in it, because NPF 4 makes a very clear case. There are things that are in the national interest, national projects, and there's an inference that they kind of get priority because they're a national project. But that's why, in a sense, why I mentioned earlier about, you know, the gigantic renewables projects taking place off the Berwick coast and elsewhere. And it's very healthy that we have this debate. How much land could we perhaps give up for rewilding? I used to live up Glen Tromey in the convener's patch, and there was some sort of very denuded birch forest there because of all the deer taking the trees. They've been fenced out now, and it's incredible what's happening. We've got roughly, I think, 1/6 of the landmass of the UK under our care and protection, so it's particularly important for this council to be thinking about this. However, on a different note, you know, at a practical level, we have lost our rangers service, which in the remoter areas in particular was so highly valued. It was lost, let's make no bones about it, because there was no funding from Nature Scott. And if you look at what their statutory responsibility is, it's a bit of a contradiction there. And on the same subject, you know, Scotland has a target to do more tree planting, a lot more than the rest of the UK, which is very commendable, given that Scotland's not, you know, it's a small proportion of the whole of the UK land area wise. But round about now, I don't know exactly when, sometime in the next few weeks, or it may have already happened, in Morrisshire, 10 million young saplings are going to be burnt because the grant for tree planting has had a massive cut, no pun intended. So 10 million trees are being burnt, and another 10 million next year, unless things change. So it's a kind of question of priorities. And I think for rewilding, a small sums of money can go an incredibly long way. I mean, a few million gets you 10 million trees, just by way of example. So I think it's a good debate. And I say again, thanks to Green colleagues for launching something that might be slightly provocative. And just to finish, Sarah, I'm very shocked and shaken that this is not the best job you've ever had, but your previous job was.
Councillor McIntosh, Senior.
Thank you, Convener. Councillor Rees mentioned that there's at least one good reason why we should be thankful we've got Green councillors. That implies that there's at least two, if not more. And at that point, you lost me. However, I digress. There's not a lot wrong with Councillor Willis's motion, except that we're just signing another dirty paper. It does not recognise the unique situation that the Highlands is in when it comes to anything that we call Scottish, particularly when it comes to nature. Any national policy will invariably centre around the south of Scotland and the Central Belt. What we got from this motion was an amendment from Councillor Gowans that outlines a policy that we can work with, that hopefully he will take the opportunity to expand on and give us something to work with. Signing another charter is not going to achieve what action that should come from Councillor Gowan's amendment. And are you ready for this, Councillor Gowan? On this occasion, I am delighted to support something that he's done. I promise not to make a habit of it. Thank you.
Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, convener. I think it's been quite an interesting topic of discussion. Previous to today, my basic understanding of rewilding proponents that there was a lot of people in the south of England who wanted to introduce wolves to the Highlands where they would never introduce them into their own backyard. And I think that's how a lot of people look at it. But increasing biodiversity is clearly an important topic. And I think we should be fairly clear on what agreeing with today's motion would do. It wouldn't suddenly wave a magic wand over 30% of the Highlands and make it a bushland filled of roaming wolves and wildebeest. We'd be asking the Scottish Government to think about doing something we happily do every meeting because it's free. And we like motions that don't come with a financial component, because otherwise Brian tells us off for bringing them. And we've had a lot of talk of how we need to be a neutral planning authority and we need to think about the consequences of signing these things before, which I do agree with. We do need to be a neutral planning authority, but we do have precedent that we would sign these things without, as far as I'm aware, doing that. The first Climate Change Committee, and I'm reading from a report from a committee meeting last week, that the first Climate Change Committee in November 2022, members agreed unanimously the Council should sign the Edinburgh Declaration. We're talking about consultation with communities and being a neutral planning authority for this declaration. Did we do that last time? We may have done that, I wasn't aware. And if we didn't do it then, why do we need to do so now if we agree with the principles? You might disagree with the principles. I'm not entirely sure whether I agree or disagree with them, but I think we need to have consistency in our decision making, that if we were happy to sign a declaration then that actually committed us to a lot more action than we are today without consultation and without impeding our neutrality as a planning authority, what is different today?
For my Toppinsworth members, rewilding obviously means different things to different people. Is it planting, using beer money to plant thousands of hectares of trees in areas? Amendment. No one else, Ryan? No, it's Councillor Gowns, sorry. Councillor Gowns, no. Ryan? Willis, sorry, so it's Councillor Willis.
Sorry. Yes, thank you. Many good points have been made. Thank you, Councillor Rees, for pointing out that there is at least one good reason for having Greens in the chamber. Much appreciated. I wouldn't necessarily agree that this is a central belt idea, but I won't elaborate on that. It was good that it was raised that council has signed the Edinburgh Declaration. This was done last year following a paper came to, it might have been E&I committee, and it was agreed, and we have now signed the Edinburgh Declaration. That this charter is just asking the Scottish Government to declare Scotland is a rewilding nation. That is it. The Scottish Government it aligns with the Scottish Government's biodiversity strategy, which outlines the commitment to protect at least 30% of our land and sea for nature by 2030, and this is called the 30 times 30 target. The 2021 and 22 programme for government committed to the deployment of nature networks. So both of these are key components in increasing ecological connectivity and restoration of nature across Scotland more widely and helping to deliver the Scottish biodiversity strategy. So this charter is not introducing anything new. It's asking for 30% nature recovery across our land and seas, which is in line with the biodiversity strategy and the 30 times 30 target. And I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Stuart, you have a motion and amendment, and I believe Councillor Gowans has accepted Councillor Stewart's.
Yeah, just to confirm, convener, there's been an adjusted amendment put in the chat. I think that both Councillor Gowans and Councillor Stewart are happy with. Thank you. So members, we have a motion from Councillor Willis, seconded by Councillor Balance, and that's in terms of your agenda. We have an amendment from Councillor Gowans, seconded by Councillor Stewart, and that is within the chat. So for those members within the chamber, when we come to the vote, if you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Willis, it will be the green button. If you wish to vote for the amendment from Councillor Gowans, it will be the red button. And if you wish to abstain, it will be the white button. And we'll start the voting shortly. So everybody in the chamber has voted. Thank you, members. We'll close the vote now. Thank you. And then going around those members on Teams, if you tell me if you wish to vote for the motion, the amendment, or to abstain. I'll start with Councillor Baldry.
Motion.
Councillor Gunn.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Hutchison.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Barbara Jarvie.
Amendment, please. Thank you.
Councillor McLennan.
Amendment.
Councillor Miller.
Amendment.
Councillor Morrison.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Rees.
Abstain, please.
And Councillor Rosie.
Amendment, please.
Thank you, members. Convener, there were 5 votes for the motion, there were 57 votes for the amendment, and there were 2 abstentions. So the amendment is carried.
Members, we now move to motion number 7. Before we go into motion number 7, I really would like this motion to be held in public. However, if there is any indication that a member of staff at any point can be identified, then I will immediately stop the meeting and ask that we go into private session. I think it's imperative that these meetings are held in public, but I would just ask you to be careful and sensitive with your contributions. Councillor McEwen.
Okay, thank you, convener. I didn't actually think we were going to get to this motion today. Hopefully everyone has read the motion. As you're aware, further information has emerged regarding Avonlea Residential Children's Centre, including the auxiliary Gable House residential house for young people in care. Most recently, the Damning Ombudsman report upholding a number of complaints made against the Highland Council in relation to these units. The main centre Avonlea was purpose-built for looking after young people in the Highland, but particularly in Ness. Opening in 2014, we are now being advised it is not fit for this purpose, with no evidence to support this. For background, there was a care inspection undertaken in 2020, which resulted in a catalogue of recommendations, which was presented to managements to implement them. A further care inspection was undertaken in 2022, which resulted in significant concerns been highlighted that required immediate rectification, such as lack of managerial presence in the facility despite there being a high level of incidents. However, it should be noted that prior to 2020, the care inspection reports were exemplary, with only one minor concern in any way. I, along with my constituents, would like an explanation to why the 2020 and 2022 Care Commission recommendations were not addressed with the appropriate recommendations implemented by managers and officers within the Highland Council. It is my understanding that managers decided not to address these concerns, which subsequently resulted in the closure of both Avonlea and Gable House. Furthermore, I was advised that there were no children living in these houses, when in fact I know there were. I was repeatedly advised that a young person living there would be cared for up until they were 25 years of age. However, this young person was bullied to move out, causing significant distress, which was upheld, among other incidents, by the Ombudsman recently. In July and September 2022, the residents and employees were advised that the units were not closing, yet in December it closed. Highland Council managers advised local councils, including myself, that Avonlea and Gable House were not closing. In fact, I asked to raise my concerns over the closure at a full council meeting, but was advised by a manager not to, as his decision had not been made. However, the next day it was announced in the local press that Avonlea was closing. In my opinion, managers were fully aware of the situation and were not open and transparent with local members, employees or residents. The Highland Council have failed in their duties and have broken the promise to the children and young people of Ness and Highland by not listening to their concerns or keeping them within their local area to be close to family, friends and their local school. To help the Highland Council regain the trust of my constituents, I'm calling for the Council to commission a full investigation into the facts and circumstances that led to the closure of these essential facilities for children and young people in crisis who have experienced trauma. It should also set out the implications of these closures for Ness. Furthermore, I request clarification on what measures will be taken to prevent any of these incidents occurring again, in particular the ones that were upheld by the Ombudsman. Thank you.
Councillor Fraser.
Thank you very much, John, for that. I mean, things have moved on a great deal in terms of how we look after our children since then. So the promise challenged us to do things differently. Consequently, through our Family First strategy, we continue to demonstrate our commitment to the promise. With this commitment comes change. Where residential accommodation is required, this should be small, homely environment, thus moving away from large residential establishments. The Care Inspectorate have also aligned with this commitment and state that children's homes should resemble that of a family home, and advise that young people have stated that they prefer to stay in a house with a maximum of 4 bedrooms. The closure of Avonlea followed 2 inspections in 2022 by the Care Inspectorate. And despite significant investment and support by the Council after the first one, it was clear that the best outcome for the young people would be provided by a move to more suitable accommodation. As a building, Avonlea with its 6 bedrooms doesn't align with the family-friendly model. A review of that closure would not change that outcome, nor would it result in the reopening of Avonlea as a children's home. Within Highland, we are committed to creating a homely environment for our people in residential care. We have a number of houses that are 5 bedrooms or less, but 1 bedroom is for the staff. With our focus being on building loving relationships with our children and young people, helping to support them, and when ready, then transition to accommodation stay at home and with their families. The need for residential houses will reduce as that goes on. Again, that aligns with delivering the promise. I do have an alternative motion, and having listened to the previous comments about members' workshops, I will still put it forward. So based on the above, I'm proposing the replacement amendment. Highland Council remains committed to the Family First strategy, and this is enabling the promise to be delivered across Highland. A members' workshop will be arranged to describe the changing picture in Highland and improve understanding of the Family First strategy and how that is being delivered. The Council recognises that our commitment to our children, our young people and families, and with the support of our staff, we will ensure the ethos of the promise is at the heart of what we are doing. I look for a seconder. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Before I start, I just want to acknowledge what a sensitive and delicate topic this is going to be. On my lanyard, you may have noticed, I wear the badge of the promise. It's really important to me as somebody who was a child in care in this local authority. Listening to our care experienced young people is really important. And that's what this council has done. We have moved away from putting children in institutions and having them in loving family homes. And that's really important. Offering a child the stability and security that they will live in a home for the entirety of their childhood is the stability and the scaffolding that they need in their lives. The Home to Highland, the Family First, the Whole Family Wellbeing Programme, all of these strategies demonstrate that we, as corporate parents, are keeping the promise. I would just like to go back and remind everybody that we can bandy around the words the promise, but what is the promise? The promise is that Scotland has an ambition to be the best place in the world to grow up. That all of our children, young people, will grow up knowing they are loved, safe, and respected and can realise their full potential. Institutions are not the way that children achieve this. Long gone are the days of Tracy Beaker when, set in the children's home that was called the dumping ground. These days are gone. And it just shows the care and respect that we have for our young people that we don't institutionalise them anymore. Avonlea just didn't fit with the small residential homes which are fit for modern purposes. And I want us all to do the best by our young people. And I think that this is a really sensitive and delicate topic. And that all I know is that offering young people stability is the key to them having a glowing future. So thank you.
Councillor Rees.
Thank you very much, convener. Thank you, Lindsay and Jan. To set the scene, because I'm pretty sure not all of you will probably be aware of all the background to this. It is complicated and we have to choose our words, and we are trying to with care. You need to picture, first of all, that this is Wick, and we have a big problem with depopulation. And if you look at the Scottish Index of Multiple Deprivation, that will give you an idea as well. Going first of all to the actual motion from my colleague. Perhaps, I think maybe Jan meant this, it should be an independent review that we're asking for. And in an effort to be constructive, I, for one, I haven't checked this with anybody else, I, for one, would be happy if it was led or if the chief executive was very closely involved, because he is independent. The article that we referred to originally, if you're interested in following us up, if you just Google Avonlea John O'Groat Journal for the 26th of August 2022, you will see the initial media article that in some respects is the root of where the controversies have developed with what was said by this council, namely that the home was going to close. And it was a detailed press release. 2 members had quotes in it. And then a week later or 10 days later, another media release came out saying it wasn't closing. It was simply getting reviewed. David, I take issue with what you've said about the promise and the commitment to the promise. Avonlea isn't perfect, but it's only now 10 years old. It was purpose-built, folks, to be a children's home. Purpose-built to be a children's home with everything that was thought right in 2014. I think I was at the opening, and it was opened by Gail Ross, and it was a proud moment. The actual reality, and this is why it's complicated, some of the children we're talking about have been moved from Avonlea to Thor House and Thurso, which is the subject of the next motion. Thor House, this is the important bit, was built 30 years ago specifically to be an overnight respite centre. There was no thought of it being a children's home. And if you go and look at Thor House, and if you compare it to Avonlea, it's chalk and cheese. Avonlea might not be perfect, but it's much more like a conventional house for children than Thor House. And my invitation to come to Ness to see these things on the ground remains. And Lindsay, I listened carefully to what you said, and I'm sure Jan did. If you want to have a conversation with us off table to explain a bit more of the background, I think that would be really helpful. But the point I really want to frankly challenge us on is Avonlea is a pretty good attempt at a modern children's home. Thor House is not. We have a black and white contradiction right now, and some of these children and their parents and other people who are trying to look after them are not getting a good deal. And it is most certainly not, in my opinion, fulfilling the promise. The 2 groups who are organised, subject to the next motion in this, they have something like approaching 500 people becoming affiliated to them. This is in Caithness and Sutherland. And I say this with the greatest of respect, Councillor Fraser, but if you suggest to them there should be a workshop, I don't think it will go down very well. They want to see clear-cut, plain English action or a promise, in a different sense of the word promise, to resolve the current situation. And there is a resolution, and it's to reopen a modern home. It's not ideal. It's a lot better than where we are currently accommodating these most needy and deserving young people. And if anybody wants to chat to Ron Gunn, Jan Struan, myself, or others, we'll be happy to give you a hopefully frank and very honest explanation for what's happened. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope you will support Councillor McEwen's motion, which is presented with the very best of intentions for the people who deserve our support the most. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvie.
Yeah, thank you, convener. What other members have said so far about the optimal conditions and environment for children's homes is absolutely right. Children, shouldn't be in group homes. It's not the optimal setting. We know that. Is why, I've been so keen since I came into council to increase the number of foster carers, because the capacity on the foster caring side just isn't there to deal with these emergencies as and when they come. It's unfortunate that very often when a child is taken out of the care of the parents, you can't plan for that. Very, very often it is under emergency circumstances, and if there isn't the capacity for availability within what is already a very small foster care network immediately to deal with that, a home type setting is the only option. For some children, it is in rare cases is the best option. Very often it's what courts indeed order. But as much as what has been said is true about the environment and that smaller settings are indeed right, Avonlea was halfway there. It was only a 4-bed unit. It was not the large ones that we know of. It was already very small. And indeed, the discussions that local members had around the future of Avonlea up until its closure was around refurbishing it up to that standard to get it there. This motion isn't about oh, well, it didn't meet the standards, so it was just as well to close it. The fact is, members in Caithness were told it would not close. We received no information that it was going to close up until the very, very last moment. And indeed, service users living in there were in touch with local members all the way through, querying what was going on, because as local members, we were getting told the council was in touch with the children in the home, and the children were telling us we don't know what's going on. So there was fundamentally a contradiction going on here, that the debate of whether Avonlea was suitable or not is completely separate to this. It may very well be that it wasn't, and that a short closure to remodernise it would have been the best option. But that's not what we were discussing. It was simply, is it to be open or is it to be closed? And we were told it was supposed to be opened, and we found out it was going to close the day before full council, 2 weeks before Christmas. So that there's far too much backstory that we don't know. There's lessons that need to be learnt from this process, because I can't imagine what it's like to be in care, let alone having that uncertainty that the authority that's meant to be looking after you has no certainty of your future. And having experienced, as Councillor Gowans, for example, well know, similar issues with a home in Inverness South in my old ward. If there are issues that have gone on, if something hasn't been right, we should know, because it's not about finger pointing and saying council was bad, here's some headlines. Something didn't work. We need to know what didn't work so we can learn from it so it doesn't happen again. And I think there's been enough issues that have arisen from this one example in Avonlea that we need to find out what happened, so that if we are going to approach this right, we know how to do it again in future. And that's what we're asking for. We need to know what happened so we can learn from it.
Mr. Mackey.
Thank you, convener, and thank you very much to the movers of the motion for bringing it forward. I absolutely welcome all of the contributions that have been made so far, of course, from Councillor Johnson, who gave a very powerful contribution. And I think it is incredibly important to acknowledge the suitability of the home, suitability of the settings that we're talking about. And of course there is, and there has to be an understanding that standards change and standards change over time, and I absolutely accept that. But where I feel this motion is directed and what is being asked of this local authority is to try and understand, and bearing in mind how often that this particular issue has been brought to this chamber, is why the trust has been broken in Caithness and why the trust has been broken in a community that does not understand why something incredibly emotive happened. I really hope that my fellow elected members never have to go through a situation like the members in Caithness did over the last year and a half, because we have repeatedly been in a situation feeling totally helpless, not knowing what is going on, and when we have asked questions and tried to receive clarification, we've had conflicting sides of a story. At the end of the day, we put ourselves forward for election. This is not an easy job. I think everybody around this chamber will accept that. We get asked hard and far-reaching questions, and for us to go back to a community and have to hold our hands up and say, I have absolutely no idea what to tell you because I do not know. To then see things in the press that contradict statements that have come out from the corporate comms, I feel that we're in a position where our community needs this review to understand once and for all why this has happened so that we can learn from it. That does not prejudice the fact that, as Councillor Fraser has said, it may not have been a long-term suitable home going forward. And I think, yes, elected members locally, we might find that a hard thing to swallow, but we're talking about a process and the fact that as it currently stands, a year and a half on, I cannot say to my constituents or constituents in the borough of Wick with any degree of certainty how we have got to this point. And I would really, really urge, I know the administration is moving an amendment, I feel that is only going to deepen, going to even make it worse for people in terms of the trust that's going on. And I would really compel you to remove that amendment, to accept that we have to have a review, because quite frankly, I honestly believe that if we as a local authority don't, there is a fair chance that somebody will have to come in on top of us to do it. We have already heard around about the Ombudsman's reports already. So, convener, that's where I am on it.
Councillor Gray.
Thank you, convener. I think I'd like to thank all members so far for the contributions, which I think have been heard in a very respectful way and a very constructive way. I am fairly privileged that I get to belong to one of the most trusted professions that exists. And I have that privilege of being trusted in my day job when I tell people bad news or good news. And it's not because of my actions, it's because of the actions of generations of medical professionals before me who have taken the approach that when things go wrong, the best thing to do is to be open, figure out what went wrong, and try and prevent things going wrong again in the future. Councillor Fraser, I know that reviewing any events that went on around Avonlea will not change the fact that it is closed, it will not reopen it, and it may be that at the bottom of a review that the closure of Avonlea was the right thing. I think, Councillor Johnston, your personal story was useful to hear, and I don't think anyone in the chamber wants to see a return to the children's services that we portrayed in the Tracy Beaker novels. But reading from a second inspection report in front of me into Avonlea, as we found significant weaknesses which compromise the safety and well-being of young people. We issued a letter of serious concern as urgent improvements were required. During our inspections, this is the second inspection, we found that Avonlea had not responded appropriately to protection concerns for the young people in their care. We found that complaints made to the service has not been responded to or acted upon. One young person told us, I have made complaints, nothing has changed. Young people are being placed at significant risk with no evidence of support. Specific things that Avonlea failed to do was ensure there was a complaints procedure. They failed to ensure that at least one staff member was based at Gable House, looking after vulnerable young people. Failed to notify care inspector within 24 hours of serious incidents. Failed to have individual care plans for young children. To me, the closure of Avonlea is actually clearly important to the people of Caithness, but we had multiple incidents as a council here to improve services that we were delivering for some of the most vulnerable young people in Caithness, and we failed to do so. And we should take responsibility into investigating why that happened with the utmost seriousness. And I think an independent review is the first step in that process.
Councillor Coburn.
Thank you. This is a sensitive, it's a delicate operational issue, and I would ask my colleagues to respect the dedicated, professional and qualified team that we have operationally in Highland Council following this care inspectorate report. This is obviously sensitive and difficult for the local members. I fully appreciate that, but we must not go down the rabbit hole of following views of the press, STV News or whoever it happens to be reporting on something. I think we've got to trust our professionals, and we have got every multidisciplinary team involved in this, looking at it, and I want you to consider and support Councillor Fraser's report. It's difficult for any of us to speak about this, but at the heart of this are young people that must and will be supported by us all as corporate parents, all through our professional tools that people that have gone to university, gone to college to study and know the right thing to do. So I ask you really to consider long and hard, and going forward, we need to get this right. Please support Councillor Fraser's amendment.
Councillor Christie.
Thank you, convener. I have a problem with
David Fraser's amendment simply because it looks to the future, whereas the motion actually looks at what has happened. And whilst a workshop would be very interesting and valuable and useful, informative as a training exercise, it doesn't give the sense of completeness or closure to the Caithness community in wanting to understand what actually happened over 2 inspections and the process that led to the closing of Avonlea. I think when something goes wrong, there's a duty of candour that we have to actually look into things carefully and to advise and to reflect. Fortunately, Councillor Fraser, your amendment doesn't do that. It almost dismisses what's happened in the past and says, this is what we're doing now. This is the way the Family First is going to work. This is the way the new process of providing care will happen in Highland. And that's very well. But that does nothing for the past. And I think the right thing to do is to have the review carried out into this and to take the lessons learned from it and to actually make sure that the Caithness community understands the situation and can accept not just the closure of the home, because we're doing things a different way, but closure of the issue and fully move on with it. And the only way that that can happen is by passing the motion as put forward by the named signatories. Thank you.
Councillor Fraser.
Thank you very much, and thanks for everything that's been said. It's always difficult at these meetings when we've got a short period to talk to go into some of these things. I've absolutely read the care inspectorate reports, and it was that second report very much that precipitated the final closure of the home. And following that, as a council, we then commissioned an independent report, which was reported through the Health and Social Care Committee. The timelines are difficult, and I'm feeling that if we have a workshop, it will give us the time and the space to go into this in far more depth. It will also, so it will look at where we've come from, how we've got here, and where we're going. And I believe, hopefully that will answer many of the questions and set out clearly for the members in Caithness and elsewhere the lessons that we've learned from that. And we continue to make improvements, and that's coming to health and social care again next week. So I don't think now's the time for the independent review. If we have all that, if we've gone through all that together and people still feel that I'm missing something, then fine, I'll look at that again. But for the moment, what I'm setting out is a way that I would like to take people through what has happened since 2022, why it happened, the steps we took, the improvements we've made, and most importantly for all, is the lessons learned. Because that is what you're telling us. Have we learnt the lessons? Did we understand what happened? Did we get it right? And that includes communication as well as the care for our young people. So I've put my amendment in the chat and I leave that. Thank you.
Councillor McEwen.
Thank you for everyone, and I've listened carefully to what everyone says, and thank you, Tamara, for your personal experience. And I'm all for progress, and I don't want children institutionalised in any way. Avonlea was a small centre. It wasn't a big institution. Gable House was a house. They've both been closed. My gut feeling, this has been on for nearly 2 years, and there's layer upon layer and upon layer of evidence, and more and more and more things coming out. Things that I don't want to discuss in open because I feel it's not. And that's why I think we need an independent review, possibly led by our new CEO, because there is lessons to be learned. And it's to bring the trust back into Caithness, the trust that the people of Caithness have for the Highland Council and the officers. We are going in, but we just are blanketed. We just don't know what's happening. And then things appear in papers and different things. I'm actually going to ask the leader to ask Councillor Fraser to withdraw his amendment so that we can get a full review of this. So lessons can be learned and it doesn't happen again. And I really hope it doesn't happen in any of your wards to any of your children, because some of our children have been very distressed about this. And have went and reported it further, which all credit and bravery to them. Thank you.
Members, from a personal point of view, I'd really like to express my thanks for the sensitive way you've dealt with this, because this was a very difficult thing for you to speak about in public session. So, members, thank you all very much. You have a motion in a minute.
Thank you, Convener. So,
I think that's, I think that's, you're beyond that stage.
Convener, just before I went to the votes, wanted to check with Councillor McHugh, and I think Councillor Rees has suggested that the word independent be added to the motion. And was that something that Councillor McHugh wanted to include? So Councillor Rees, I think, has suggested that the review be an independent review. Yes. Okay, thank you. So members, we have the motion from Councillor McHugh and seconded by Councillor Grafton, and that's in terms of your agenda, together with the addition of the word independent before review. And we have an amendment from Councillor Fraser, seconded by Councillor Coburn, and that's in terms of the chat. If you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor McEwen, I should press the green button. If you wish to vote for the amendment from Councillor Fraser, press the red button. If you wish to abstain, it will be the white button. And we'll start the voting in the chamber shortly. Thank you. Everybody in the chamber has voted. Thank you. So we'll close the vote now. And then going around those members on Teams, if you tell me you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor McHugh and the amendment from Councillor Fraser, or to abstain. And I'll start with Councillor Baldry. Councillor Gunn.
The motion, please.
Councillor Hutchison.
The amendment, please.
Councillor Barbara Jarvie.
Motion, please.
Councillor McLennan.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Miller.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Morrison.
A motion, please.
Councillor Rees.
Motion.
Councillor Rosie.
Amendment, please.
Thank you, members. Convener, there were 31 votes for the motion, there were 31 votes for the amendment, and there were no abstentions, so the vote was tied.
In that case, members, I will use my casting vote to vote for the amendment. Members, now we move to the final item on your agenda today, which is motion number 8. And motion number 8, Councillor Rees.
Thank you very much, Convener. If this 8th and final motion is diluted by the administration, as is a common practice, I'm going to put it to you bluntly, the little credibility you have in Caithness will be torn to shreds. All we're asking for is a reasonable request. It's in Caithness, it's in the leaders area, and I challenge him directly to have something to say about this over the passage of the last 2 years. Thor House, as I mentioned earlier, has been on the go for about 30 odd years, providing brilliant respite care for the most hard-pressed families we probably have. And it was purpose-built for this. That's what it was designed for. And in 2019, with absolutely no consultation, children started to be accommodated there. Respite services stopped due to COVID, we were informed, and have not restarted. 2 pressure groups now exist in the county, along with other pressure groups. Strange how that's the remote areas that seem to be producing the pressure groups. And they are called Encompass Caithness and Caithness and Sutherland Respite Campaign. With more, I wrote down dozens of members, but I checked yesterday and the numbers are approaching 500 in general terms. Not all people needing respite, but people linked to these campaigns. I want to read out from a person called Mr. Leslie Sharp, who's involved with the Sutherland campaign about this. He says, there does not need to be a new facility for respite. We have a facility specifically built for respite provision. The decision to repurpose Thor House followed no public consultation and seems to be a cost-saving measure at best, at the expense of vitally needed children with complex needs. Not my words, but someone who's got experience of this. You will see that this motion has a cost of allegedly of over £500,000 per annum in order to start up a new respite centre. The logic being you can't have a children's home, which is what Thor House and Thurso has become. It would have to be separate. And that's a lot of money, but I disagree with the premise. Greatest respect for Mr. Porter, and mathematically he's correct, but I disagree with the premise because we already have a purpose-built respite centre called Thor House, and we have a purpose-built children's home called Avonlea. It's less than 10 years old. It's not a vast sort of institution. It's pretty much like a normal house, as much as it can be. So let's not beat about the bush or use a few ambiguities. And that children's home in Wick is about to be turned into an extension of Wick High School because the school's current classrooms, and I stand to be corrected if I've misunderstood this, which are used for autistic children, are too noisy because the soundproofing in them is not, unfortunately, is not good enough, even though it's a very modern school. So my first ask or suggestion would be, and again, if I've got it wrong, I will most definitely apologise, is soundproof those classrooms. That won't cost £530,000 and it would be a one-off to soundproof them. Reopen Avonlea, restore Thor House, and even more important perhaps, restore trust in Caithness in the Highland Council to some extent. This would reverse a really disgraceful set of circumstances. If you were a Caithness or Sutherland parent with an autistic child keeping you up 24/7, how would you feel to be casually told, it's okay, take your child to Inverness, to Orchard House, if it's open, 110 miles away each way? What kind of break are you getting, even if you've got a car, to take your child down there? Think about it. Just think about it. That's all we ask. If you're a councillor in this council and are told that Avonlea had to close because it doesn't fully match the guidance from Scottish Government about children's homes, you might think that's odd, because when we were first told this, it was only 7 years old. And it's even odder that Thor House, which in no way resembles a conventional house for children, is acceptable. We've been given other reasons too, and we have to choose our words with great care, and I will. There are questions to be answered, and that's why we asked for a review into Avonlea, and it's inextricably linked to Thor House, so that's why I'm mentioning it here. The two basically go hand in hand. So secondly, we'd also ask for an independent report in regards to what's been happening at Thor House. The two could go hand in hand, and I don't need a workshop, and nor does anybody in Caithness to achieve this. There are lessons to be learned, and I'm happy, and Jan and Ron and others are happy to speak to anyone you want off the table in a frank and candid and honest manner to explain why we're annoyed. And I can assure you, whatever happens today, this is not going to go away unless there is a full, frank and honest review to sort it out. But the ask for this motion is even simpler. It's simply to restore those respite services that are so lacking. And I'd like to finish by just reminding you, these children, literally in some cases, have no voice. Literally, they cannot speak. The children we're talking about, they are the most vulnerable.
One particular point, Matthew, you said, when the Section 95 officer basically gives you financial details, he is doing that independently. He should not be open to question. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you again, Matthew. So following the stopping of respite services, which as you say was due to the pandemic, there have been a number of challenges faced by services to reintroduce respite facilities within Highland. I'm able to confirm that work is ongoing with regard to respite provision and short breaks across Highland. This has been informed by the extensive work undertaken, including community engagement, third sector engagement, in tandem with the needs, data and trend analysis. This has helped to establish patterns of use and demand. Looking at first at self-directed support, this has brought into a greater focus on choice and personalisation. Consequently, there is a reduced need for traditional respite provision. However, officers are clear that the availability of overnight respite is still extremely important to some families. As such, this continues to be a priority that we're looking at. Quite simply, one size doesn't fit all. As the officers are now in the later stages of this options appraisal and financial modelling, I will be proposing the following replacement amendment. And that is that the council asks the officers to complete their respite review and to report back to the Health, Social Care and Wellbeing Committee. This aim should be to ensure that short break provision meets the level of Highland need and is financially viable, ensuring best value to the council and the community. A report to the committee would enable us to do that, and I'll be seeking a seconder. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. When we talk about respite, we're not talking about respite without talking about carers. The model for respite and allowing carers to have regular breaks from caring is actually quite a complex field these days. The traditional model of just residential respite has changed. COVID forced us to change, whether it be adults looking for residential respite or children. We don't have spaces in care homes anymore for adults, and we don't have the same residential openings that we do for children as we used to. SDS is the funding model for getting breaks. Under the Carers Act, all parent carers are entitled to apply for funding for breaks from caring. SDS is supposed to give families flexibility and choice on how they want to get breaks from caring. For instance, at the moment, the NHS Highland Carers Wellbeing Fund has just reopened, and carers are able to access funding to go on short breaks and holidays, and using perhaps family members as a way to provide additional care to give the parents breaks. What this does is it means that families don't have to be separated to get a break. Just because you want a break from caring doesn't mean you don't want to be around your child. And it's not one size fits all. There has to be a mix of all respite options, but residential respite isn't the only option either. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvie.
Thank you, convener. Members, I think you can, the whole picture of both Thor House and Avonlea is very complex. I think you're beginning to see really what the issue has been here. We have a children's care home that is now being used as an extension for a school. We have a respite facility that's now been used as a care home, and we now have no respite facility. We have three groups of vulnerable children at play here. Children who need additional support in schools, children who can't stay with their families and need a residential home, and children with severe and complex needs that need respite care. All three groups have fundamentally different needs and have buildings that need to be designed to meet those needs. Despite Caithness small size, we're quite fortunate that right now we actually have those resources. They're there, they've been built, they exist. But they're all each being used the purpose that other was built for. And one has dropped off and one has been lost. What is being asked for is not difficult. It exists already. Decisions have been made through a series of circumstances that we wish via review to find out. But here we are now. When it comes to respite, yeah, SDS is fantastic. For many people, it gives control and flexibility that didn't exist before. But there still exists that need for some people with the most severe and complex needs that a residential placement is, the only thing that can look after them. And if you're a parent of a child who has breathing equipment, medical equipment in your house, sure, if someone can come in overnight and watch over your child, as is very often required, sure, it's a bit of a break. But when your child is still next door with all those machines plugged in, can you really switch off and take a break? I don't think any parent possibly could when your child is still in your house. For some children, respite at home is not an option for parents. It's just not. The facility here is small because, yeah, the need is small. But the impact it has to the people affected by it is profound and life-changing. And the same is true when they don't have that. There's only one facility in Highland, and its status is questionable. When it has been open, it's been full constantly. There is no other way to deal with this. We can talk about a review. Yeah, a review will tell us that SDS can look after some things, but there will always be that base load of children that can't. It is not a magic tool. It does not fix everything. It fixes lots of things. It doesn't fix everything, and these problems still exist. Doesn't change the fact the need for Thor House as a respite facility in Caithness doesn't go away. Doesn't change that fact. We can have as many reviews and workshops. Doesn't change reality. So can we just, please, members, agree to do the right thing? If there's one thing we do to make a positive difference today, please, for the love of God, let this one be it.
Councillor Gunn.
Yep, thank you. Yeah. Respite is a service we had in Caithness and was very well used. It worked. It worked for many families. And as was mentioned before, there are alternatives, but we had it there and it worked. The lack of respite in Caithness has been raised in this chamber. And there are now 2 new campaign groups, which Councillor Rees mentioned, both highlighting the importance for respite. I met up with one of the groups and I was particularly impressed with their determination to work positively and constructively with the different agencies and also their work to broaden awareness of autism and related conditions. They now, as we heard, represent a huge number of families who need help. Caithness needs improved local services, care provision is lacking for those on the autistic spectrum with general support needs, and to be honest, they are being let down. As well as campaigning for respite, they're also seeking the return of a supported day centre for adults, and I'm fully supportive of the work they are doing. And we really need to get the respite service back in Caithness. And I've heard that it's going to be across the Highlands, but we don't really want Caithness families having to travel across the Highlands to get a service that they had and worked well. So please consider the motion and get this service back for Caithness. Thank you.
Councillor McEwen.
Thank you. This is actually another motion to deal with Caithness. The services are all disappearing from Caithness. I could have a whole list of them, but Caithness is starting to find its voice now with all these different groups starting up. The Encompass Caithness has put out a survey and they've had 70 returns with people looking for respite for their families. SDS is there, but they can't employ anybody to look after their severely autistic children. They can't cope. There's no one trained to do it. They need the respite. Recently, 4 children were taken into care for the one family. If respite had been there, it might have prevented these children being taken into care. We need these services back in. It's not all overnight respite. They are looking for, day centres where the carers can even just get 1 or 2 hours off a day to go and get their hair done or have a cup of coffee with friends or whatnot, and just for some release. It's Avonlea was there and it was a 4-bed. Now Thorpe House has been used as a residential home. It's 4-bed. Where's the difference? Where is the difference? This is just another kick in the teeth to Caithness, and I just hope it never happens in any of your wards. I don't know where the community engagement was and where the community engagement is, because there's definitely no any community engagement in Caithness regarding Thor House or Avonlea. And I am really disappointed in this chamber today, really disappointed. Thank you.
Councillor Gale.
Thank you, Convener. I welcome all the comments from my Caithness colleagues. The passion that they're speaking with is immense, and the need for this service is immense. And we cannot underplay that or overplay that particular situation. I just want to say about SDS. Yes, it solves some problems, but it does not work in the remote rural areas because there are no staff to employ to provide any form of respite whatsoever. They just don't exist. So SDS is fantastic. So we drop money. It does not solve a problem in any shape or fashion in the rural areas.
Councillor Coburn. Councillor Mackey.
Thank you, Convener. Following on from Councillor Gale's point, I think the self-directed support element here is key. When that act came into force, it was a genuine reform, and I think there is so many elements to it that you can say was a massive step in the right direction. What I have heard repeatedly in community councils and in casework is, as Councillor Gale has said, it has not worked in areas like ourselves where there is simply not the footprint of people to be able to actually do the care. We're hearing heartbreaking, you call it evidence, you call it representation at a recent meeting where we had a carer who was saying, I physically cannot spend the money that I'm being given under SDS, and essentially I have no life. I cannot leave that. I have had to go and get multiple arrangements in place in order to just be here tonight to speak to you about it. And for me, that's the real world implication of trying to have systems. And I completely understand that care in the community and care at home makes a huge amount of sense. It absolutely does. But if it's not workable, we need to have anchor institutions in the community where you have full-time people with full-time jobs that we can then use. They are strategic assets, not just for Caithness or Sutherland, but even further afield. About a year and a half ago, just after the onset of COVID, I lost a constituent because they were unable to get respite care. They went down to the south of England. That was an incredible family that had their roots in our community. They offered an awful lot. They were actually working in the National Health Service. We as a community lost not just that family, but we lost what they were given to our community because they did not have a service that, let's be honest, they are absolutely entitled to do. And they looked into SDS and they found within minutes that it wasn't going to be workable. And I think, as we've discussed with Avonlea, I think the same comes to Cllr House as well. I understand COVID changed an awful lot. My personal opinion, and it is a personal opinion, is we have used COVID as an excuse to change things without necessarily doing the building blocks of understanding why we wanted them to change. And unfortunately, on too many occasions, we have put the cart before the horse. That's not just something that's true of this local authority. You can find that in government-funded agencies right across the piece. COVID made us change, but we didn't necessarily look backwards and say, actually, was that change for the better or not? And we find ourselves in this situation again, where two parts of our local authority, we were talking about Avonlea a little bit earlier, essentially we bed blocked ourselves. We've essentially made sure that one of our strategic assets cannot be used because a decision taken for another form of care has now come in. And I know when we've given quite valid criticism to the NHS for not being able to reform and not being able to move on, we've done the exact same thing in our communities. Again, some of these things will not simply be helped by a review, but I know from my casework, I know from the various forms of representation that we've had over the years, that respite care is absolutely vital. Unless we have anchor institutions in our communities, my worry is we'll be driving past homes across Highland and we've got no idea of the frustration and the hurt happening because those carers can't even get a little bit of care for themselves.
Councillor Rosie.
Thank you, convener. My experience and the directly in the issues that are being described was in having a meeting with the organisation known as Encompass. That was on Monday this week. It was the first time I met them, and I would have no hesitation in agreeing with the comments made by Councillor Gunn. I was very impressed by the representations made. They were solution focused. Some of the circumstances described were absolutely terrifying for a person that's not involved or affected by similar circumstances. So, and you know, the rest of there's been some fantastic points made around respite. I've got no quibble or argument with that. But what my issue is, and I feel that the issue has been slightly confused. I think it's been referenced to a previous motion and this one. And for me, this is the first discussion that I've been witness to with my Caithness colleagues. And I've got to say, I find that absolutely incredible. Given the nature of the circumstances that are being described and the difficulties in our community, I just find it incredible that we're using emotion to tackle these issues. Surely we should have been, you know, discussing this as 8 Caithness councillors, finding you know, bringing in appropriate officers and identifying every solution that we can. I find it really incredible that we're using emotion to progress and discuss the matter in this manner. We, correct me if I'm wrong, convener, if my understanding of standing orders is that we may have run out of time to discuss this, and that, you know, that would be just such a terrible situation to be in. So why on earth we haven't discussed it locally, using we can do that informally at our business meetings, or more importantly at Caithness area committees, but we should have been doing this long ago for me. So look, please don't misinterpret that. I gave a commitment to the organisation to address the issues in any possible way. So I will listen to the rest of the debate and make my decision from there. Thank you. That's my contribution, convener.
We haven't run out of time. Mr. McIntosh.
Thank you, convener. I find myself agreeing with Councillor Rosie. That should have been discussed in Caithness and Caithness Area Committee a long time ago. And using a motion to discuss this is not really appropriate. And this, I think, is the crux of the matter, in that this is a lack of communication between the people of Caithness, those on the fringes of Highland Council area, and even with their councillors. Decisions were made about a service and nobody thought to communicate with the councillors of Caithness what was going on. I find it even more surprising in that our council leader is a member of the Caithness Area Committee and has remained silent throughout these two debates. Caithness is a long way away, not that far away, but as regard how it's being treated in these areas of discussion, it could as well be in the Faroe Isles. Caithness councillors need to be communicated with the same as every other councillor, and that has been a failure of communication on this occasion, and that is what the crux of these two motions has been about. That is a problem of our own communication. We had communication strategy this morning. Maybe we should look at how we communicate amongst ourselves first before we complain about communication anywhere else.
Councillor Grafton.
Thank you, convener. I'd like to thank all my Caithness colleagues for bringing this matter to this discussion. With due respect to everybody, this is not just about Caithness. I can think of an incident in terms of, you mentioned self-directed care and the fact that respite care isn't the only solution. In some cases, it is the only solution. Historically, we've used out-of-area care with all the problems that that causes. This is about the council actually biting the bullet and doing something about an issue. And I believe we've started that process today, and I would like to see it continue. Thank you.
Councillor Reid.
I think you've just said pretty much what I was going to say. And this has been heartfelt. It's really, really hard to hear everything you're saying. The one thing I would say to you all, that this is not a Caithness issue. This is a Highland issue. The exact same, this is about Thorhouse, this is about respite. Exactly the same issues are here. I bang that drum all the time about delivering respite services in Highland. And when you're talking about hearing in terms of Highland Council, it's almost like you think if there's a service here, at getting the service right for the whole of the Highlands. We need services that deliver in Inverness. We need services that deliver in the north, all over the Highlands. There are no respite services. It's so few and far between. I am one of the only respite providers I know. I'm a single person and I only do 1 or 2 nights a week. I have done, I think it was David was talking about respite in your own home. It isn't respite. I've done that. Kids come to me. I've gone into people's home. If you're next door with your child, you know you can hear the beeping. It's not a night off. It really isn't. I think that we do. I think what you've done today is start a debate and raise an awareness with every councillor, not just people that are acutely aware of the lack of service. And I do think that we should now ask David to go ahead and get this policy together, look at where we're at, review it. And you know you've got the support of everyone to get this right. We all have to get this right for all our communities. But I would like us to get behind David's amendment and get this service right for the whole of the Highlands. And thank you all for what you've done.
Councillor Craft, there's insufficient time for you to speak. Councillor Fraser.
Begin with just my thanks to everybody, and I mean that, and for bringing this motions to here and the debate that we're having, because it brings home to us all a very real situation that is going on, and people may well feel isolated. The reason, what I've said before, I'll say it again. SDS is part of the solution, but we absolutely are clear SDS is not the full solution. We need both. We need the dedicated support and we need SDS as well. We are also, it's not part of this, but we are also pushing every door we can to make SDS more flexible so that it does work better for some of our people in Highland. But that isn't taken away from what we're doing with respite. I explained that we are very far through with looking at the redesign of respite and how it can be delivered. And that's not just in Caithness, it's how it can be delivered in Skye, how it can be delivered in Inverness. When I talk about across the Highlands, I'm not talking about moving everybody to a single location. Thank you very much.
That's a risk.
Okay, thank you. Briefly, thanks everybody for listening. Sorry for holding you back. On the lack of communications, if you could see the number of emails that people like Jan and Ron and myself have been sending over a long period of time, nobody would say that there's not been communication with officials. Simply, we haven't had answers. Awareness of this issue arguably started on December the 8th, 2022, when Andrew, my colleague here, made a comment about the children's home, which resulted in the Standards Commission, which we discussed earlier. Morven, you're correct, it is an issue everywhere, but we're talking about Caithness. Skye councillors, you mentioned, nobody from Skye has raised this as an issue. We're raising it as an issue, and we would like very much to have answers. Self-directed support, it's not a break for a hard-pressed mum or dad to have some stranger in your home looking after your children. You're asleep in the next door room. You hear your child who can't speak properly, perhaps starting to make a commotion. That's not a break. And anyway, as Councillor Gale said, it's almost impossible to get somebody. There's just a feeling here that some people are trying to defend, frankly, the indefensible. And I think some of my constituents might start using, frankly, I'm not using these words, things about basically a cover-up of some description. Not everything is being diluted, watered down, trying to somehow delay things and stall it. People are watching right now from Caithness and probably elsewhere. Here's some messages that I've been getting on my phone. We were talking about media and all the rest of it earlier, and I'm not particularly good on media. Here's some of them, though. I'm so mad, fuming. I cried at your speech. So moving. Thank you. No offence here to anybody. That woman talking now is clueless. SDS
Hey, Matthew,
cannot get me anything.
Just stop with that.
All right.
That is completely inappropriate.
I apologise. Thank you. SDS cannot get me anything. No respite, no care, nothing. Jarvie is spot on. I have other children at home. I can't have someone come into my home to care when I live here with my children. A ludicrous assertion. I feel isolated, even more so now after receiving such little understanding. Unbelievable. We could do something about this, just this once. We could grasp the nettle or bite the bullet and actually just do this to support these families. And I don't mean another review or another workshop. You are effectively starting to alienate people in the county. And they're just, more waffle, more debate, but no action. Councillor Bremner challenged you politely a bit earlier. You said your election would be good for Caithness. I've just asked you, please, if you could do something about this and try and help us. And for independent colleagues, I can see that your loyalties might well be split. Perhaps you could consider abstaining. And just to stress the comment I read out earlier, I do apologise. I am annoyed and I shouldn't have said it. So I repeat my apology. I hope it just goes to explain emotions running high at the end of the day. I'd ask you to please, for these children and other people, just put aside political loyalties just for once and solve a wrong that has been done. It is solvable, and I hope you will be sympathetic. And it's not actually a big ask, I don't think. It would make such a difference to these people. Thank you.
We have a motion and an amendment.
Thank you, convener. So members, we have a motion from Councillor Rees, seconded by Councillor Gunn, and that's in terms of your agenda. We have an amendment from Councillor Fraser, seconded by Councillor Coburn, and that's within the chat. So members, when we come to the vote in the chamber, if you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Rees, it will be the green button. If you wish to vote for the amendment from Councillor Fraser, it will be the red button. And if you wish to abstain, it will be the white button. And we'll start the voting in the chamber shortly. Thank you. Yes. So if everybody in the chamber has voted, we'll close the vote now. Thank you. And then go to those members on Teams. If you tell me if you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Rees, the amendment from Councillor Fraser, or to abstain, and I'll start with Councillor Baldry. Councillor Gunn,
Motion, please.
Councillor Hutchison,
The amendment, please.
Councillor Barbara Jarvie,
Motion, please.
Councillor McLennan,
Amendment, please.
Councillor Miller,
Amendment, please.
Councillor Morrison,
A motion, please.
Councillor Rees,
Motion, please.
Councillor Rosie.
Amendment, please.
Convener, there were 29 votes for the motion, there were 33 votes for the amendment, and there were no abstentions, so the amendment is carried.
Members, one, before you go, there is one urgent item I hope you would agree with. The chairman of E&I has requested a special E&I meeting on the 11th of June. Can we agree that, please? Thank you. Thank you, members. And be careful on the way home. It's been a long day.